switch out ETA. Kiss gold, oh that's PDA. Watch them fall, boy, watch them cave. With the dubs, that's an empty space. How they handle the kid, that's a question. Wait, hold up, hit that step back for a lesson. Ayy.
Yeah, you can't hold me down. Yeah, how you like me now? You want beef, then have a call. Looks like bling blow, ayy. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah. Going up, going up, going up, going up, yeah.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta's gonna be mine. Get out the way if you ain't gon' play. I ain't messing around, ain't got all day. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner? Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? Who? Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Just me and my team. Just me and my Just me and my team. 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 I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run a mile in the shoes. I ain't got nothing tryna prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When the going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
wearing my crown, I'm making my mark, I'm making it sound like you don't even care now. I ain't saying a prayer now. I'm walking away, I'm not gonna stay, I'm making it there now. I'm taking it solo, I'm a kid on the get-go. I'm breaking the rules, I'm taking it all, I'm running my own show.
Yeah. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the come up for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money. That's a boss move. Spent 10K on a video. 10K on a motorboat. 50K on a wrist coat. Why these hoes on a motorboat? I don't take no risks. I just stand my chicks. Hold my cards to my chest. Move like I'm playing chess. I break all the rules. Take it all, don't choose. Making play after play, and I don't ever lose. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's spot the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the come up for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money, that's a boss move. Take, was mine. Pay up if you buy. Play, all that play, ain't got time. Say, what you want, you owe me, that's fine. We talking money, this is not a race. We talking lanes, then stay in your place. We talking whips, I got a wraith. Ain't no my lover, out of my face, out of my face. Ain't got time for no rainy days. Ain't got time for no haterade. Ain't got time, let's spot the paper. Boss talk in the room, that's a cash race. This is what a boss do. What a boss do. Spend a couple racks on the come up for a boss move. Watch what a boss do. What a boss do. Run it up for the money, that's a boss move.
space.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Just a youngin' from the block, I'm just running non-stop. We ain't stopping to the top, nah. You ain't standing in the way, giving work and no play. Time to clean them on my plate, yeah. About to feast up, I'ma eat. Run these patterns in my sleep. Want to sell clean sweep, ain't nobody can compete. Leave these haters out of reach. They can't touch me with my wings.
Always stay moving, I don't wait round. Coming for the ball, it's a takedown. There ain't really nothing left to say now. And we got them on their heels, throw the fade now. Yeah, watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. Watch your high step. Cause you ain't really wanna like that. Oh, you ain't know I was running like that. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back. I get the ball, I'ma run it right back.
Told me I'm the future. Got it from the shore, logged out from my computer. Ay, all my brothers ill advised. Neighborhood was gentrified. Local news talk about it, all of it get vilified. Who gon' stand behind me when the chips fall? Got my mechanic building rockets, we gon' lift off. Rebel from conception, got me searching for connection. My profession, see so many youngins selling out they soul like us concession. Real. Homie, I ain't gotta be worried. Real, made the money back up. Real, ain't nobody pass us. Real, homies about to act up. Real, that is the real. Yeah, real, made the money back up. Real, ain't nobody pass us. Real, homies about to act up. Real, that is the real. Real. Nobody pass us. Real, homies about to act up. Real, real. It's the real, real, real.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like,
Ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with it done. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
For the love of the game, I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. When they say my name, got the fans going up. Bringing major pain, make it hard for you to stand up. They call me the people champ, you should join the fan club. All I do is work 24, no letting up. Show up in the clutch, you know I had to man up. I made them take a seat because they couldn't stand up. I do it for the love, okay, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it.
I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
For the love of the game, do whatever it takes. She ain't with me, then you're just in the way. Going hard in the paint, it ain't nothing to me. If I'm in the game, then it ain't safe. No slacking, I'm forever grinding. I don't put that work in, I don't put that time in. They can't see me, yeah, I be shining. MVP me, I gotta remind them.
I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it, I do it.
I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it, I do it for the love of the game. I do it, I do it, I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, hey, way too fast. Way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Foot on the gas. Yeah, yeah, yeah. GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah. Hey, hey, way too fast. Way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Foot on the gas, yeah. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I never crash. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in the end zone. Where did he go? You
way too slow, homie, I been gone. I know you see, I got the rings, homie, I been flown. Me and the team going for rings, that is the end goal. Hey, I go beast mode, all around the world like Eco. I go crazy like CeeLo, can't stop me like Chico's. I'm suave like Rico, can't be mine no repo. This my home like Depot, can't deny like Vito. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash. So I'll never crash. Hey, way too fast. I gotta go, I'm in the zone, foot on the gas. Yeah. Hey, GPS. I got goals, I know where to go, so I'll never crash.
I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play, swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth, gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay, hard times never stay. Put in that work, yeah, no giving up for real, you know the deal. It's written in stone, we stay going strong, they already know what it is. They want us to lack, but we come up with stamina, put a new vision, no camera. Bringing that pressure, no need to relax, it's about to get hot as it's ever been. I'm speaking the truth and bringing the proof, it's about to get crazy. Running them numbers up, legendary, amazing. Gotta be careful for the fire we bringing this blazing. I'm just ready to see the look on their faces. Get a little extra, we killing it, you can't save them. Mark my words, this history in the making. Got another one showing up in this major. Don't wanna miss it, this something that you was waiting for. Call everybody you know and tell them the wait is over. It's time to open them doors and let the whole world know it. We on the way, ain't no looking back, cause we going forward. Finish line in the distance instead of going for it. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gonna last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play, swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth, gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay, hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it, man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place, gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth, let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way. I know it's hard, but keep going strong, you already on. Tough times don't last long, stay in the zone. Right. From the ashes to overtaking new milestones. Right. See, that's what happens when dedication is turned on. Right. Never give up when facing pressure, it'll make you better. A lot of things gon' come together in stormy weather. Yeah. Just keep your focus on something better, better late than never. Never give up on that level, it's closer than ever. Can't be impatient, just do it right, it's gon' last forever. Understand how reality speakers really clever. A lot of times we only focus on the bigger picture. Why? But it's the details of the picture we gotta remember. I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way. Yeah, it's time to make a play, swear it's time to make a play. Let me tell the world the truth, gotta tell the world something. Hard times never stay, hard times never stay. Keep going till you get it, man, you gotta keep going. Solid plan put in place, gotta put a plan in place. Let me tell the world the truth, let me tell the world the truth. I know we on the way, gotta know we on the way.
Me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can drive the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the gang chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can drive the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep.
I got what it takes take to be a champ. You know bars life, you should come and join the camp. Title after title, put my rivals off the map. Thought you had the trophy till I came in for the snatch. I was born in it, not sworn in it. I ain't come to play, my wrist mean all business. Running like a mimic, check my jersey, all authentic. In Oakland with some Raiders, till my haters deal with it. I'm in the field with it. Stop playing.
I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I do not know defeat, no. All I know is eat. True. I am ahead of these boys. All they see is cleats. 10 toes down. They won't get the best of me. No. I've been cooking all day. They want the recipe. No rookie, I'm OG. I am the king of the league. That mean I do what I please. Whenever I please. I keep a trick up my sleeve. Whenever they coming from me, I'ma pull up from the half. Right in your face, that's a 3. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep. I ain't choose the game, game chose me. I'm a champion, I need some trophies. I can draw the lane, I can shoot the three. I can run 100 yards, I can throw it deep.
Welcome back to EMEA, where legends are being born and where we see the best teams in the world fight it out to show who are the best over here and who can go to the international stage. The best region, you might ask? Yes, I would still say so. And the best region most definitely also needs one of the best desks. And therefore, I can introduce two fine people to my right-hand side. Kaquka, you've been to Iceland. You're back in Berlin. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm very grateful to be here. Very excited. We're going to see some new faces, some new teams that they're in focus, and maybe, with some new agents playing there, Lothar.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be here this week, this opening week, because I think this is the freshest meta, so far that we had in VCT, and I love that.
I mean, when we're talking about a fresh meta, of course we need this desk. But before we're talking about the fresh meta and fresh adaptations, let's take a little look in the past, because Game Changers has been going on in the last few weeks, and we got the top 5 plays right here ready for you.
Normally ideal, she just started to push in, but I don't know if they're going to expect Reyna to be this close. Isn't actually going to get overwhelmed, and I think Mimi tried to bat her instead. Now going to go for a knife herself, and well, I think she got what she deserved there.
From this point, Hunter's Fury activated, but that's going to push one off the defuse. There's more than enough players. Okay, that's a double tag coming through on that one. Oh! They ran in together. But that, though, it's left side, and it opens it up for Giuliano. She can fade out, potentially still with a dash to play with. Final four. Dashing in to try and find the final. And Ace.
No way.
Close things out. G2 once again the champions, and it's Giuliano to close that final round in glorious fashion. Okay, that's some good positioning. Already catching the first player walking into spawn, but even though he turned back, he wasn't able to get a rolling thunder in. And it's going to be all 5 for Cinnamon. They are looking to skirmish right here and now, but every kill's going SMB's way. Smurfette almost has that showstopper online. The spray! It's so good, it's so close. But Rainsa surviving in that corner. Smurfette will clear it on her way. You can see she's thinking about it to fight one, another, and now the showstopper's online. She didn't activate it, and what's Slider gonna do? Such a difficult position to navigate. There's the rocket, and that closes it out.
This is just a little amuse-gueule for you because we have a lot of great plays coming today. But when we talk about that little movie, we definitely saw a lot of Guild X and a lot of G2 goes. And Kaquka, this rivalry has been going on for months, for multiple seasons of Game Changers, and it really doesn't seem to stop.
Yeah, exactly. I was still getting the chills, probably not only because of the players. I think also Mitch and Tom have something to do there. Lovely to watch that. But yeah, as you were mentioning, it is a rivalry that we've been seeing growing and growing, and it's only exponential. And G2 were coming into the finals being like, Guild X is not going to be that big of a deal. We're just going to 3-0 them, and that's exactly what they did. And all the experience that core has all together, now with the addition of Clans, looks unstoppable. I'm really looking forward to what they have to do on an international stage.
And in general, I would say that in Game Changers, I like the rivalry being built between those two teams because they also exchange players.
Yeah,
it's so funny because the core, as you mentioned, stays the same, but there's always like some kind of let's say, friendly animosity being created because we have Anya now being traveling between the teams, played in 3 top teams so far. And in general, Game Changers is one of those tournaments that I enjoy watching because of the fundamental level of play that is represented there. It's just so nice to watch. The teams are just so crisp, and they also punish mistakes so well.
Yeah, and another region that we actually need to take a look at if we talk about Game Changers, to me, is the Brazilian region. What Team Liquid is doing there is out of this world. We saw it at Masters. Brazil is coming in extremely strong this year, so you need to keep an eye on that one.
You're talking about other regions, right? We had that also with Reykjavik. We can give that little islands to the North Americans. You can take that. That's no big deal. But you've been there, Kaquka, right? We have seen multiple regions step up that throughout the last few international events we never saw get that far. It was really a miracle run for some of those places.
Exactly. We need to focus on the positives, and I think for everybody, for most people, it was about Japan. about Zeta, about PaperX, also about Loud, as I was mentioning. And there is a lot of great experience that all these players have been gathering. Of course, it wasn't the best of our performances, but as you said, maybe that island is just for NA. It was very exciting, though, to see the growth.
For me, it was Zeta Division, 100%. That was the most enjoyable team to watch for me. It was very exciting on the mechanical level. Japan showcases that they're just insane on the mechanics, on the aim, but also they were just taking a step forward. They were going forward with how they play macro, with how they evolve in that direction as well. But my unfortunate disappointment in that tournament was the DRX, the team that I was always looking forward so much because of the way they always did the executes in such a beautiful manner, kind of like a Fnatic in EMEA. And unfortunately, they didn't showcase that in the later stages of the tournament.
You know what? I think one of the worst feelings that I could imagine is being the one you disappoint with LotharHS. But you know what? There's not much disappointment coming up this week, as we have a lot of games, a lot of teams once more showing what they can do, and we have a little teaser ready for what's happening for the next 3 days.
Because I think it's historic. It's the first time that's ever happened.
The EMEA teams at Masters were not at their best.
The last man standing's taken down, and APAC have done it, and they have sent EMEA out of the tournament.
We slacked there. We didn't really perform to our best of our ability. We didn't really show the world how good EU really was.
The time is dwindling, and as is his HP, he has to face the fact.
We didn't show our best face at Masters 1. I think everybody knows it. It's redemption time. We're ready to show what Liquid's face is.
He's the first one to land a shot. Durka going in for a little bit.
We got 30 node. I don't want that to happen again.
I don't want to miss land like the whole year. I said that before, I say it now.
He has no idea. Oh my god!
Twisted pulled into the ball. What? Okay, Twisted, that is ridiculous.
I would say we showed that we are actually capable of being in this league.
This time, we're making Masters. Like, there's no other way for us.
My goal, personally, is like win the whole thing, and I'm pretty sure everyone is on board with me.
Flip remaining. SSK has to hold it.
The push to go is able to hold on. Can he find much more?
Okay, so try and sneak through. Oh, it's connected.
Doesn't matter who is going to be against us. We just want to win.
Oh, finds another one and gets the reset.
A little bit of a danger element, which is exactly this man. So that's one, that's two.
Oh, he's run in! Away, Navera! What is that play? Navera gets the ball!
Every of those teams is goddamn hungry to get a win done over here in VCT EMEA. Those who didn't make it to playoffs, those who made it to playoffs, everyone is seeking once more revenge against whoever it is. But before we head into our story, right? Before we head into which team is going to face which, we first have to talk about something very important. And that would be Fade. And Fade is an agent where we have to start the discussion. Is it something very useful for competitive play, or something like a nifty matchmaking pick like Yoru? Yeah, there you go. That didn't work according to plan. My comedic timing is not as good. Anyway, we saw the face right now of a man who definitely knows what he's doing. And I would say we have to start our first day with a telestrator from LotharHS. Please, show us Fade.
I will fade to my telestrator.
No.
A dad joke?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm gonna become a second time dad, so I have to make even more jokes. But I'll talk about Fade a little bit because that's the newest agent that is coming to Valorant and is already here at this stage. Maybe some teams will pick her up, and many players were making comparison. Fade is similar to Sova. Something that I don't agree with exactly, and I will showcase why. Let's first take a look at the map pool that I think is gonna be affecting her. She is an agent that has a more boots on the ground approach than Sova. She's less flexible, her utility has closer range than Sova. She can't be on the other side of the map to use an arrow with double bounce somewhere else. This is why she is being favored in my eyes on maps that are smaller, like Split, like Fractures, somewhere that we typically didn't see Sova. While her bad map, quote unquote, will be Breeze, which is the biggest one, and the Hound will not have as much flexibility as on the other maps. Neutral, Icebox, Haven, because you know the map is just like so-so. But let's talk about the utilities. Yeah, this is something that is very important. Fade is a character that is synergizing so well with other characters is actually nuts. As you can see here, we listed all of the utility, and now on the top bar you will have the similarities to other agent. On the lower bar you will have the synergies that the other characters will represent. But not only that, pay attention that I listed Fade being synergize with her own utility, and that is very important. Not many agents have the same synergy between the utility that she has, and let me explain to you why. First, let's talk about Prowlers. Prowlers are a utility that has 100 HP. It's like a Seeker from Sky. This is why it's so similar to it. Maybe a little bit of Tasmanian Tiger, but it doesn't provide vision, right? But it does provide on hit an effect that is like Omen Paranoia, which means that someone doesn't have his senses available to him. He doesn't see, he doesn't hear, and of course his position is known. But not only that, the Prowler has synergy with the ultimate, with Nightfall, and with Haunt, which is the most basic skill from Fade, because it gives the tracks for the player for 12 seconds, and then the Prowler have longer range and are not short range like they were before, and they are faster when they are sniffing the character, which is very important, right? But then let's talk about Seize. Seize is a grenade. Let's talk about it like it's an AoE effect that damages the opponent by doing a DK damage. But the DK is a reverse DK from Viper. It starts at 75 and then, let's say, quote unquote, heals the opponent over time. And because of that, it's similar to Chaos and Omen's utility, because it also limits the senses. Someone that is affected will not hear the opponent. Very important utility synergy will be anything that deals damage, because then that DK will basically delete someone when it's combined with anything like paint shields or any mollies. But also it has synergy with any kind of secondary DK damage, which might be the Nightfall, because then the opponent that is affected by Nightfall and the Seize at the same time has 1 HP already, and with the Viper that of course combines itself as well. And let's talk at the end with Nightfall itself. Nightfall is a kind of like a breach utility when it comes to range, because it has a little bit wider space on the side, but it delivers something that no one else does. It's an utility that initiates the attack, leaves the trails for the opposing players that are affected, limits their senses, decays them, and also what is the most important here for this utility is look at the amount of synergy that it gives. It's so big, you can limit the senses of the opponents. They don't hear the utility from Sioru or, an example, Omen when they change the positions. It gives the possibility of your teammates to take advantage of what is the Nightfall doing, but not only that, it makes sure that any kind of damaging utility is essentially comboing with the DK that the Nightfall is representing. And this is why Fade is such an important character to the team and the team composition. But not only that, she has one problem. She doesn't delete, she doesn't destroy any kind of utility from the opposing sentinels, right? Like Sova. Sova is why it's going to be so important still in the metagame. But her Prowlers are destroying the Cypher trips if they go over it.
I think it's not only about Fade. I think Riot is following this tendency of whenever they put a new agent in the game, they want to make it OP, so they force teams in competitive to actually play it and to actually, show the rest of the people why the agent is so important. You talk a lot about synergies, but when we look at the other initiators that got into the game, we will look at KO, we'll look at Sky, how they changed the way that teams played. I want to talk about also the timing that teams usually, adapt to this changes. We expect Fade to be a little bit faster, and I know that you also want to see Euro, but very excited. And let's also talk about who do we want to see on this agent. To me personally, I would love to see Xiao and Redgar. Why? Because of the amount of different agents and the role that they have played in their teams. What do you think? Who do you want to see?
Redgar played Reyna even before, so I would definitely favor anything else.
Would you like to see him on Fade?
Yes, definitely, 100%. I feel like Fade is going to be a great secondary initiator on some maps alongside Sova, an example. Or in general, I feel like those teams that have a lot of, let's say, micro synergy between each other will benefit from Fade overall. And Mac is one of those teams, I would say.
For sure, this has been the most exciting lecture I have visited in a while. But if this is not getting uploaded to YouTube, I don't know. But you know what? We have talked enough about Fade. We need to see if that agent is about to be played. But if you missed what actually the groups are looking like. Who's playing against who? Where do we see which team placed? Those are the groups. And Group A, Kaquka, is looking like the group of death. This is a dangerous one, let's put it that way.
Yeah, completely. G2, Fnatic, FunPlus, Ascend. I mean, I'm feeling very sorry for Focus because, you know, now you get to play against the big teams and they're literally getting all of them in a row. Very complicated because we have, you know, the 3 teams that were supposed to go to Masters 1, then the champions from last year. So, of course, it looks very scary.
For me, Group A is something that you can't predict who will be top 3 because there's just so many good teams. At the same time, Oglu, I'm going to be using that as an acronym, by the way, and Focus are going to have a hard time dealing with the opponents. In Group B, though, I think it's everyone's game, to be honest.
Totally. Yeah. Completely. Everybody can come on top.
That's the exciting part, right? We have so many good teams. Once more, EMEA is fully stacked. And our calendar today, our schedule is also quite stacked with a few good teams. So let's take a look on what we're seeing on the first day of VCT EMEA as we're starting off with a duel from 2 different regions, which would be EMEA's part, the CIS finest of Na'Vi versus the Turkish and last remaining powerhouse called BBL. But surely we go on a little bit later. But first of all, about that match, Kaquka, that's going to be quite exciting one because it seems like a very level matchup.
Yeah, exactly. If we think about what happened on stage 1, both the teams had like kind of the same results. Of course, we can talk about, you know, how BBL and their growth showcased around the stage. But Na'Vi got really, really close to get matchups against FPX and other teams that were so fucking close.
And talking about the second match, Lothar, I mean, Ascend still got to prove a lot. And, you know, Oglu seems a possibility to me. You got me there.
I mean, I would say that Oglu is going to have, let's say, a room to prove, right? That the combination of resources from those 2 teams makes sense. They brought in 1 new player. Ascend, though, has... do they have anything to prove? I mean, they brought 2 new players,
I mean, I think they do after the results on stage 1.
They said themselves in the intro video, right? They need to reassure opponents, the viewers, that they are still one of the best team in the region.
You know what? And we're going to find out a little bit more about them. We could have talked, or more Kaquka talked, to Milan, the assistant coach of Ascend. So let's listen there.
Assistant coach Milan. Hey, Milan, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing really good. Thanks for having me.
Okay, first question is going to be about what happened on stage 1. You ended up with a 2-3 score, something that many people did not expect. What do you think went wrong for you guys?
So our split 1 was definitely not the run that we had in mind. That was pretty rough. There were a lot of like outside circumstances that didn't really have a lot to do with the game itself. That made it extra challenging, and we're really looking forward to show more this split.
Okay, you said that you also wanted some revenge against some of the teams that you lost, and you also wanted to go against FPX. Well, be careful what you wish for, because you ended up in a pretty stacked group. What is your biggest fear coming into this group? Is there any team that looks the most scary?
For me personally, FPX obviously is a very scary opponent. They play a very nice style of VALORANT. I think there's 3 teams that didn't make any roster changes. And there's 2 other teams other than us that did. I'm pretty confident in our ability to beat all of them, honestly.
Okay, you talk about roster changes, you talk about yourself. You said goodbye to Killis and Bone Cold, and you brought in Monster and Vax. So I want you to tell me, what do they bring different to the team? How is Ascend going to be different?
So obviously with Bone Cold's departure, we needed a new leader figure in the team. That's why we picked up Vak. He's a great leader in and outside of the game. He's doing really well at filling the role, and he's really stepped up as a pillar in the team. As for Kiles, he was bringing like a lot of stability in the team, so we'll definitely miss that a lot. But we picked up a little bit more of an inexperienced hard fragger in Monster. So it's a little bit of a trade-off on both sides, I guess. But so far it's been really nice to work with both of them, and I think we can have a great showing this split.
Okay, what about Fade? Are we going to see a little bit of that from you?
We've definitely experimented with Fade, and I think she's a great fit in the right environment. I think I'll leave it up to a surprise to see if we actually liked her enough to play her. But who knows? You might even see 2 Fates today at the same time.
Oh, okay, that would be lovely. You talking about today, you're going to go against OG London United. They've also brought in a change. So what are your thoughts and hype, and are you scared at all about your first matchup?
We have quite some experience with hype ourselves. Like we know who he is as a player. He's an amazing player. I think he's a great addition to that team. He fits the role that they need quite well. And I think OG as a team has always been a team that I respect a lot. They play a really nice strategical game, for which I respect them. Yeah, I respect them a lot. It should be a super cool game, I think. But I'm confident that we can close this one out.
Okay, let's hope for that. Thank you very much for all your insight and good luck in your game.
Thanks.
A team that we always consider to have some of the best firepower in EMEA, once we're adding a bit of new firepower there, Lothar. And you know, talking about that, the new additions, that could be the new fire that brings the old Ascent back to be the new Ascent.
The team is stacked with firepower, 100%. Right now with VAC and Monster, I feel it's an upgrade over the previous members for sure. And it's kind of interesting that we're going to see, in their eyes, the bigger firepower improvement, Monster, right, being on the less aggressive role, right? He was typically playing Sentinels, while VAC, the IGL, I'm assuming right now, after the interview, right, that he's going to be playing, or was playing in the past, mostly Duelist, right? That role also got a little bit nerfed on the Jet. So I'm wondering how will that affect the entire synergy around the team, and what will Synga do, an example right now, as a role, right? Will he still be on Jet? Will he change? We'll see later on, I guess.
Yeah, completely. I'm really looking forward to see how VAC is going to perform in the server now with Ascent. I think that he brings a lot to the team. He has a lot of experience, and maybe, you know, it's kind of the line of security, that net of security that Ascent needed when, you know, they were lacking it the most.
But we're going to see them later, right? We're not going ahead of ourselves. We're directly taking a look at our first game, and that will be Na'Vi versus BBL. And that game, for sure, is coming between two teams that didn't make it to playoffs. Kaquka, they didn't look too promising throughout the entire season, but did their progression quite well that last stage around.
Yeah, exactly. They both ended up in 8th and 7th, 8th position. That means that in their groups, they were like actually on the same spot. But as I was mentioning earlier, I think that Na'Vi got like very hard encounters, and they got really close. Maybe with the change that they're bringing in, it's going to be easier for them. For BBL, we talk about progression and how they evolved, even bringing in Turco at the middle of it. Really looking forward, because we have to mention 6 of the teams that we see out of the 12 didn't make it to playoffs, as you said, and we didn't actually see them after the Astra nerf. And now it's the Astra nerf plus all the changes in Jet and Sova, Fade coming in, Yoru.
I hope I will get to do some Yoru Strator segments, you know, later on. But in general, I would say that BBL and Na'Vi are gonna be in a position where I feel like they should be happy that they play against each other, because they don't start off against like a super strong opponent, right? So that will be okay.
You know what? It feels like we still have to go a little bit more in depth with both of the teams. So let's start it up with the last remainder of Turkey, BBL. That's their name. And regarding BBL, Kaquka, you know, I just said the last remainder. There's the last chance to get a Turkish team offline, potentially.
Exactly. With SMB being out and now Focus taking their stand, as you said, BBL is the last chance that the Turkish region has to send a full Turkish team into an offline event this year. So a lot of pressure on their shoulders. Last stage we were mentioning how we expected Kushner to actually perform, how he had, you know, big standards to live up to, and he actually did. So what is going to be now?
For me, BBL, you mentioned, like, let's say personal performance, right? But for me, BBL was getting a bit better on the macro play that we've seen in the previous stage,
the
right?
change, you know, when Para comes in, when Turco comes in, you know, following.
Yeah. Hopefully. I remember vividly a split game where there was a set play on defense where we had like a Cypher camera and it's paint shots from Raze and a Breach stun set up together to get like a multi-kill in events. That's something that I'm looking forward to BBL in the future. Today, I would like to see more evolution in the playbook from the team, and hopefully that's something that we're going to witness.
Yeah, and I mean, we introduced the matter of fact that this new patch has not been played, or where Astra has been nerfed, Omen and Brimstone got more popular. And there's one player that we have to highlight here, Kaquka.
Yes.
It would be Aslan, because he always was the controller, he used to be the duelist, and he rocked some solid numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Moving, as you said, from the duelist to the controller, and he still managed to pull up a great performance on last stage. I think like even before they came into the first stage, he was having amazing numbers as well. But we have to focus on him, because because we need to know what is it going to be with the roles in this team. Are we going to see, you know, just one controller and who's going to be stepping up onto that, how the initiators are going to work. So big questions that who is going to take what stand.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy when you think about it. The Turkish region gets hit a lot by the changes. The Jet players are synonymous with the region, right?
Yeah.
Now they're going to have a hard time. Then Sova players, I would say that they're pretty synonymous with the Turkish region as well. And Astra, it was picked up late, but they played it well. And now they're always like trailing, always behind the meta game. So this doesn't bode well for BBL if you think about the past.
Yeah, and I mean, we've talked a bit about BBL right now. We still have to talk about a second competitor right for this game, and that would be not a Sincera called Na'Vi. And they're most definitely not the last one here from CIS Kaquka. They're the one that we're still looking forward to perform quite well.
Yeah, exactly. And we talk about CIS, we think about MEG, we think about FPX, but we also need to think about Na'Vi. As I said, they were extremely close, but they still have to live up to the other names that the region has provided to us. I think that this time, and with the group that they had, it's looking pretty good for them. We had some crazy performances, and even though we had to say goodbye to JD, who actually I think is going to stop competing for now, saying hello to Zeddy, I think it's a great addition to the team and probably is going to help them coming into the changes that we were mentioning.
For me, Na'Vi is a team that struggled a lot in the previous stage because the only positive map they had was Ascent. That was the only map they had more wins than losses. Every other map was a little bit of a disaster, right? When you compare it specifically to the challenges in their own region when they were pretty successful, right? In the challenges, in VCT, not really. But the thing is, this team is a little bit stuck, or at least was stuck, in a rut when it comes to the playstyle that they represented. They were super slow on attack. Their average plant is happening at 75th second in the round, right? And they have like this old mech approach to the attack when they just stand and try to punish the opponents, and they don't do anything for multiple seconds, and they don't use utility to drag out utility from the opponents as well. Will they do that the same in this stage? Will they evolve?
We'll see. You know, that's a big question mark. But talking about a question mark for a moment, you just mentioned right there that nobody else than JD's out, but they have added Zeddy, a new addition on the Na'Vi side that looks quite promising.
Yes, exactly. Not only because he's a very experienced player, but also because of the roles that he plays. He's a main controller. He's been in One Break Gaming. He was also in Forza. He was actually there when they were winning First Strike, you know, a long time ago. We've been here for quite a long time. But I think it's a great addition because it was kind of a role that was between Duno, Dinks, maybe sometimes on JD as well. Sometimes you need someone to just be fixated in one role so you can actually work more on that macro play and actually developing yourself as a team when you find in those difficulties in your way.
And he's also replacing JD, and this is anecdotal and of course subjective, my opinion, right? I think he's not delivering a better firepower than JD to the team, right? And the question will be, will he perform also on the bigger stage? He never played on the bigger stage before. Nerves also come into factor, right? And it's going to be a big test today. This is why I'm happy that they're facing a team that is not like a tier 1 in EMEA.
Good start.
It's a good start. It's a lower pace, I would say slower pace for them to pick off with the new player.
You know, you have been mentioning something very important, and that was the success on maps regarding Na'Vi, right? And as we're getting closer and closer to that map veto, Ascent was the only big success, right? The first game they had, won it versus Lani United back then. What do you think would be the main conditions considering the map pool that they had and considering also the roster change that we witnessed?
To some degree, I would consider BBL and Na'Vi having similar map pool. BBL never played Bind and Fracture in the previous stage, something that in general Na'Vi had also problems with, right? They never played Fracture, they played Bind once. And Na'Vi likes to play Ascent because it's such a, let's say, it's an execute-heavy map, but they approach it in the mech old way of just trying to be defaulty on attack. But the thing is, Ascent is also a great map for BBL. That's the map that they like to play, right, Kaquka?
Yeah, exactly. Like but the other point of that is that Na'Vi has that signature map, which is Ascent, and there were a lot of set strats that teams could not live up to. But then on the side of BBL, we don't find a signature. We don't find one home ground that we're like, oh yeah, they're definitely going to go for that pick. We know that for the entirety of the last stage, they didn't want to see Bind. I do not expect it to see it today. It's going to be at least complicated because, as we were mentioning, there's a long time since we've seen these teams, and we expect some surprises more than in Agent.
Well, we expect a lot of surprises for sure. Quick information for you, by the way, Agent Select has been a little bit delayed, which means that we have a bit more time to talk about things. Yes, this is where I've come to Yellowfire. You've mentioned earlier attack sides from Na'Vi, for example, super slow, not baiting out utility there on the end of the opponents. But what is it about for you with BBL? Because you said they evolved more in the macro game. What did you see throughout stage 1 there?
Well, something that I mentioned on the split, right? The more set plays on defense. The problem will be that against a team like Na'Vi, I don't know how effective that will be, right? Because the reactive plays were being, let's say, initiated by the Cypher camera. Not every single map we're going to see on Cypher. Also, remember, this patch... Yeah, exactly. This patch, this brings us to the next point. This patch, we're playing with Chamber with 2 traps. We're going to have the Chamber with 1 trap in the next 2 weeks. And for now, I feel like he's still going to be the premier Sentinel that teams will pick up, but he doesn't deliver the same kind of synergy that we can have with the Cypher or with the Killjoy that we have seen, like the Killjoy Astra combo on so many maps, on Haven and Ascent heavily, right? So the question will be, will BBL still play Jet, KO, Sova, Killjoy, Astra on Ascent, or will they change?
If we see Ascend. I think it's also very interesting. You were mentioning that we're going to be swapping patches as long as, you know, the weeks go. Really looking forward if there's actually something that the teams are going to catch up onto, if there is something that they consider to be extremely strong. And apparently we just have the meters right here.
Not surprised by the Ascent pick because it's a good map for both of the teams, right? Although as Na'Vi, I don't know if I would like to pick up the best map of the opponents, but the bans.
Sure. Okay, the bans. So BBL has started with that bind. Na'Vi usually bans Fracture if they know that the other team can play it. Otherwise, they will go for another map that they do not want to see. And last split, they didn't get victories in Icebox, Breeze, or Split. So I can understand that they do not want to see that map. Probably, you know, they have something prepared, something cooked up.
Yeah, I'm still really flabbergasted at the Fracture because that's something that we didn't see a single time being played from both of the teams in the...
But they floated it against G2, but it never happened. I think BBL.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the problem is that both teams will not have data or relevant data against each other on this map.
Friends. It was like 2 months ago. It's like so long. What can you expect?
We're getting way too ahead. We might not even see a Fracture.
Okay.
We're heading into Ascent, right? We first have to see what the Agent Select delivers here, because there might be major changes over on this map. Astro often fade away, going into an Omen, but as we're heading into that here, Kaquka, it feels like it is still that, you know, grab back, you don't even know what is about to happen. Will there be a more proactive style? Will we see a chamber, which we also rarely see on this map? There's a valid amount of options.
I mean, one of my biggest questions is what is going to happen with that signature KO that we were seeing from Na'Vi on this map? Because it was JD playing it. Is Zeddy going to just go on full controller, or is he just going to be picking up from what JD was bringing into the table? I'm really looking forward to see what we are going to have here.
Yeah, just let's not forget about the fact that Jet now doesn't deliver the same firepower on defense that she was before. Had dash only lasts 12 seconds. This is why Chamber is just so exactly here. This is why Chamber is being picked on this map so much. So they played.
You were mentioning the Turkish Jet, and there is no Turkish Jet on the server.
That is crazy.
No Killjoy.
Attack site for BBL is right now butchered. How do you enter? How do you
with the KO
space, right? KO will have so much burden on his shoulders.
You throw a flash, you just go with Sage, you run and you plant the wall, and you're like, yeah, it's mine. It's very complicated. I mean, as I said, power going on the Sage, no Killjoy. Turku is actually the only one who's going to be staying on that Sova. Duno is going to be picking up that KO on the side of Na'Vi, and they decided to go for the Omen. And as I, kind of predicted, Zeddy is going to be playing on that Omen. Maybe, something that we will see throughout the maps, but I'm really surprised by BBF right now.
This is such an interesting Agent Select, and I love it because this is, I feel like the nerf on the Jet, the changes overall on Sova opened up so many teams to whatever you want, whatever you feel comfortable with, you can play. But for this map, such an execute heavy map like Ascent, without the Jet, it's gonna be tough.
You know what? We'll see if it's going to be tough, because we're going to find that out. Two fine gentlemen can take that game. Their name is Mitch and Tom. So please, do us the favor.
Thank you so much, Zescht. Yes, we're ready to dive on into this game, Tom. I mean, look, kicking off VCT, it's got to be a fun one today, hasn't it, Tom?
Oh, there's not even a Turkish jet, Mitch. So honestly, I don't know what I'm going to say at this point. I think we just go straight into the match.
Well, Tom, here we are, ready to dive on into things, I suppose. BBL and Navi, we've seen the rosters pop up on our screens. We've seen the players that are going to be performing. And I mean, it's been a while since I've got to see Zeddy on a server. I didn't enjoy it when I last did. Obviously, didn't get to do any OBG games. So my last memory was Forza, and anyone that's ever heard me talk about Forza knows I hated that team. But Zeddy was always a bang-on player, and his stats have been off the charts on OBG. It's going to be a big test for him here on the international scene, but we'll see what he's able to bring to the table. Certainly one to keep an eye on, but he's not going to be coming in on like a duelist or even as KO and stuff. This is a bit of a shoehorn for Zeddy taking an Omen, but I'm sure that it's something that he's comfortable with. Starting things off, Tom, all a Navi outside A. Look at this. It could be a little bit of a crunch.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a very interesting game because both teams having some fairly heavy role switches. I would say it's definitely more so for BBL. Like Aslan now, what I would say taking a much more aggressive role within this roster, like picking up that KO, giving him the space to almost frag. You have to bear in mind some maps he was a controller, and then other times he was Reina. So it's definitely within his wheelhouse to do so, but it's just whether all the other pieces can actually make it work.
Yeah, from day one, I was looking at some of these guys' profiles as well, and you notice that the ones who've been around since beta, they've got pretty much every agent under their belt. Like, it's rare to look at the all-time history and not see kind of 9 or more. BBL wanted to push B main. They decided not to with the turret outside it. Now they've gone back to middle, pushing on through, and DinksJ is waiting for them here as well. He's able to catch one, but he won't find any more. Still, Navi trade out that 1-to-1 for the A side.
Yeah, all in all, not that bad. The only thing will be a little bit wary of players coming in on the flank, which is actually not happening. They're wrapping back around to take other control elsewhere on the map. The thing is, though, it's not a passive hold from Navi either. Looking to get that a little bit more aggressive, trying to keep control of the spawn, which is where the majority of players are coming. And in fact, Zeddy's going to try and play around his own smoke.
Oh, they've actually pushed right up to it. SSK able to grab a double, and Zeddy finishing it out with one of his own. Nicely handled by Navi, and that's something that you can keep an eye on as this series progresses. This team is going to be willing to take many more aggressive positions than I think what you'll see from a lot of other teams, albeit here as well, a very unique scenario where they lost middle, and I think they looked at that the perfect way, realizing that, okay, the majority of their forces were on the other side of the map. Let's take some control, get a foothold on the other side, and that gave them the perfect position to battle from then. With the pistol under their belt, shouldn't be too much of a challenge to get that second on the board.
Yeah, realistically, all about damage. Trying to make this one a little bit more costly. They already know that there's at least some players relatively close to that A site, so not going to over-aggress there. I do think it's going to be fairly important, especially on the defensive side for BBL, to have a strong performance. Kushner is not going to be able to do quite as much as he would have done when it comes to just sheer entry fragging. When it comes to a Sentinel, sort of. I know that Chamber doesn't really fall within that bracket, but it can still be more difficult. You can't quite utilize him to take that space, and I think a lot of that's going to fall onto Aslan instead. So I am intrigued to see how that's going to work. As a defensive comp, though, you've almost got that controller working in tandem as a Sentinel, and then still having the ability to slow things down with all of Pora's abilities, and of course, just having that Sova to make sure you have all the information available. So I do think that compositionally it looks quite good for that defense. A little bit more wary when it comes to the attack.
Cover going out.
Seems like they've sniffed it out here on Navi. You can see they really wanted to go for some B main control, but that's where BBL were stacked up yet again. They've opted to move over towards A. The shorty of AIM DLL flashed out and firing off a little bit early. Gets some damage, but not nearly enough. Navi overrun A for the second time now. Very successful on this push. And with the weapons that they've got, I mean, look, there's only one Spectre here for Na'Vi. Everybody else is rocking in with Bulldogs. You've got a Phantom, a Guardian. This is a strong buy out of this attack side. First of all, you don't want them to lose anyone, especially with a Bulldog now, 50 HP stuck on mid. Yeah, you got to run for your life, thanks, Jay. The rest of the team coming to help. But it's also like you can't imagine them having a lot of trouble in these fights just because of the weaponry they've invested into. That's one weapon that can do some damage, though. Douche Nurex already in for the one. Cutie, as we call him. But he's only got the one for now, and it looks like that's where it'll end.
Yeah, again, just trying to basically bait someone into an extra fight, get an extra kill, force a rebuy. As you said, there's a lot of more expensive weaponry currently available, but he's just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't give the ultimate orb over either, but for Na'Vi, a damn good start, keeping things nice and clean. They're going to have a fairly competitive buy, especially for a round 3-1, but this is where I really need to see BBL step up, because again, I'm a little bit more wary of their attack inside. I think you have to have very sought out plans if you're going to be running an Astra, especially current Astra. So I think that if those plans don't work out, if Na'Vi can disrupt them, things will become quite a bit more difficult on the attack. Defensively, a lot of the time, you're just going to have a few set plays that you can almost use to take space. I don't think it's going to be the most difficult thing in the world.
A lot of utility burned up on A main early. That doesn't deter Zeddy, and maybe it should have. He gets punished. And with that, I mean, the grab well down, pulling him into the open, certainly not helping things out. Na'Vi have lost their opening duel. There's a weapon to be retrieved, and they're definitely going to want to fight for
it. A little bit of a fadeaway. We caught the end of that one from Kushinova. Ultimately, slow default round from Na'Vi. That early fight not working out for them. Info also going to be spotted, but it is, of course, Dinks, and that doesn't really tell too much over to the defensive side, because he is normally going to be lurking. He is going to be holding those flanks in the majority of cases. And because of that, we haven't actually seen any sort of rotation just yet.
If we get a chance, can we see AIM DLL? Actually, probably won't have time, but I think he might have 1 star soon to come online. He used up a lot, though, and it actually stopped Na'Vi from picking up the weapon. Dunno's still only got this Ghost to work with on the way through. The Bulldog left behind in A main, but Aslan taken down. That's all SSK is able to get done. Still, they've managed to trade out again for the site. They'll grab a plant, but now all 3 of them are just stuck in there.
Trying to use utility to hold back this retake, but it's definitely going to be easier said than done. Duno now does have himself a gun at least, but can they actually make this crossfire work? Sneak through. MDLL takes the initial aggression, but the trades come back thick and fast. It's on to Kushner, and well, he's going to land the remaining couple. BBL have their first round on the board, but it does come at quite a lot of cost.
It definitely does, you know, but considering that Na'Vi start this round out with the bulk of firepower that they did, again, we mentioned that they only had that 1 Spectre in the previous round, in their second round, and that was the only weapon that they lost. That's why Dano came in with a Ghost to play with. The rest of the team was armed to the teeth. Bulldogs, a Phantom, a Guardian, and we saw those win out one-on-one duels respectively. So altogether, sure, BBL lost 3, but this wasn't a typical, you know, 5 Spectre round where it's a disgrace to do that. This was heavy investment from Na'Vi, avoiding some of their utility, some of their shields in round 2, just to make sure that they can get those stronger weapons out. And now, well, they get a full buy of their own. I like how they've managed their economy so far on the attack side, and this is where they could potentially reap the rewards, Tom, with BBL having a Spectre, a Guardian of their own. There are weaknesses there to be exploited, and the defense, well, they don't quite have the same luxury that the attackers do of being able to group up. Some of these players are going to have to take individual fights.
Playing around the edge of the wall, it's almost been used to try and fake players into an aggressive peek. Cora manages to get one. I feel like Turco should have been peeking that on the other side. I don't know if they were just going to try and get one and fall back, but I felt like that was a very easy trade for him if he's actually peeking around the edge of the angle, which I assume with the positioning of the wall was the whole point.
This is going to be an awkward one. I'm looking at how this duel unfolds on the B side, and you've essentially got your chamber there. Who's going to look to TP? If he does, you're on A side. You're on the complete other side of the map to where you want to be.
is this lockdown just for short?
It looks like it is.
Yeah, just take short control. It's not really worked out because there's still utility in place. They'll eventually get past it, but they haven't cleared any of the players out. The site itself, SSK, though, will be able to pick off one. It's not the greatest initial shot, but Aslan does manage to slow them down. Timmy also doing a little bit of work on the other side. Still, though, after plant will be in, but Dinks is on his last legs.
Oh, Zeddy was almost taken down there as well. The wallbang coming close. QD ends up losing a lot of his own HP on the way out, and they're grouped up now, ready to take the fight. No recon online just yet. That's refreshing. And so there's nothing for them to really get into a fight with, especially as they're smoked out. I think it's the right call to go and save. You know, these weapons would likely just be thrown in for no reason. But a real shame when you look at the HP bars in play. You can see that this round really could have went either way. BBL could be in a different position right now, but it's Na'Vi to take it 3-1.
Yeah, I think for either of these teams as well, it's worth setting up that if either of them are going to challenge what I think we all consider to be the top three in this group, you got your Liquid, you got your Guild, and you got your Mech. If they're going to challenge any of those teams, I feel like someone has to win this one convincingly. Like, if you're within a battle between each other, unless somehow both teams have come through leaps and bounds, I just don't think it's going to be enough to actually compete for a playoff spot. So even though this is first game of the season, it might sound a little bit mental, just because these are some of the teams that, in some cases, especially with like a change coming through for Na'Vi last minute, could be fighting for that relegation spot. A win here, in most cases, will keep you safe, but also could mean, if it's a more dominant win, that you might actually be able to challenge for playoffs.
That's a funny thing as well for people who are newer to the Valorant scene. They might not know, but you got FPX certainly pinned as the best team looking at results recently. We can't say anything other than that. And you got SSK and DinksJ, both kind of very young, prodigal players who've come through from that old Party Pirates roster, from playing with Angel in the past and getting that experience. I think SSK originally came into Valorant and he'd been a Fortnite player before. Angel picked him up and they were able to do some serious work. I remember his breach, man, it still gets me to this day. I miss his support play, but he certainly puts up the numbers on this Jet, and we'll see that as the series goes on. And I mean, you got to be confident to still be playing a Jet right now, don't you? You're coming into this patch, and there's certainly some arguments for it not to be. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how many more agents SSK actually has. Like, he is a hardcore Jet main. Na'Vi are playing this incredibly slow, and the problem is there's still a star left waiting for them on the other side. So this can just be used to delay. They really need to kill off AIM-DLL from the back of this site, and they have managed to spot him. However, Aslan just comes to the rescue, kills off 2 on the cross, and well, they've basically run out of time for this. 12 seconds to try and get into an afterplant doesn't seem like a likely possibility, especially with the full force of BBL now rotating.
Yeah, there's absolutely no chance here. Na'Vi realized that quite a few seconds ago. They're saving this one out, or at least trying to. BBL unlikely to just blitz through that smoke. And so, a stalemate that ends up in the defenders' favor. They're going to be quite content with that. You're taking a look at ultis as well. We saw Na'Vi commit some of those very early, in particular Dinks' lockdown. Obviously, he was like 6-1 coming into round 3, so makes sense that you're going to have it online early. Might as well use it up and get some good cycling going on. But BBL have actually, they're about to have a lot of theirs coming online. I mean, obviously Aslan's up and ready to go again, but it's Cutie, it's Pora. If those ultis come online, they could be big game changers. That's only detected 1 player, and it's Pora. That means AIM-DLL has successfully snuck his way into Wine. He can just play that support role with his stars now from that corner, waiting for some reaction there from Na'Vi. This fight on mid has been teased a couple of times, but it's never really been forced out. Cutie, though, this time seems to be in a much more aggressive position. He is ready to take that peek on his teammates' contact, and it's going to be up to Na'Vi whether this fight happens. Last time it was the lockdown that forced it out. I feel like Cutie almost wants that info. You know, it's been a while. No noise has been heard. Eventually, you want to step up. Aslan's getting into position. I suspect he might be about to pop a flash around a corner in a moment.
The thing is, they have to know that it's mid because they've had people peeking B main and they've now just walled off A as well. So there's not really anywhere else that Na'Vi could actually be at this stage. And with how slow they're taking it, it's not been too difficult for BBL to actually work everything out. You can see the star already there to try and delay, and they're going to have to try and wrap through Heaven, which was being watched, but Cloud, it's a nasty shot on the entry.
That updraft out of SSK is just causing confusion and chaos. Aslan somehow able to turn on a dime and take Zeddy, but the trade is way too quick.
Spike planted.
Not a lot of time left on the clock. It was sub 20 seconds, but the spike does go down, and that puts BBL on the back foot massively. Look at this crossfire. Not only that, Dink's just watching for the initial fight, and then you have a perfect crossfire to deal with afterwards. Those trades are found easily. Turco got a lot to do, and it came close. A bullet a few pixels above Dano's head, but that's what decides it in favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, a little bit too close for comfort. And this is the thing, this almost reminds me of like the go back 5 years, different FPS title, watch some Na'Vi, you end up in the same place. Like they're leaving it very, very late to go into these sort of rounds. And I felt like initially that was working very well. The problem is BBL are starting to just take ground early enough that it doesn't matter so much. So as said, at the early stages of this round, they had someone jiggle peeking both A and B. So it very much limited how much could actually be done. They then used the wall to just buy them extra time on A main, and it gives the rest of the players a chance to just fight the only remaining ground, which was either, as you said, Kushner just sort of trying to jiggle in towards mid, or Tree, which was the only other place left. So I feel like Na'Vi, I don't have a problem with this slower style, but they need to at least be controlling a little bit of the map. Otherwise, you're going to rotate into positions that you just don't have control of anymore.
Well, this timeout, it's coming in at a very important time with all these ultis online. I'm looking forward to seeing what Cutie can do, honestly. You look at this guy's early fights. So far, he has been not in the best positions because Na'Vi have postured for mid control. They've pushed up, and Cutie's constantly been in a reactive spot. It's funny because he's 5-2, but the initial round performances in terms of like what he wants to do, it's always being avoided by Na'Vi. And this is what's really interesting now when I look at the fact that he was playing market, he was playing off contact for Aslan, that contact never came, now rotates to A, plays solo, and they full push B, blitzing it down. Aslan finding the first, almost the second on that, and in fact still dueling around here as HP really starting to dip down low, and
his knives are gone. He's got to hide in the corner. Oh dear, you see the dash activated. Oh, it's not pretty, and now he's back down to the judge again. But look how low some of the players are. There's an opportunity for him to maybe get away with this, but they're just going to fall back, or at least somewhat fall back. They're still in those positions.
What a strange round with Cutie waiting on the other side of the map to take some players down on A. He's got information, of course. This is pre-nerf chamber, 2 traps. So short and main locked down by him. Hunter's Fury thrown through, finding 2.
God.
Are you kidding? What am I watching here, dude? This is one of the wildest rounds we've gotten to see in a while. They've got the spike in a 3v3. I mean, even look at that cosmic divide. It says it all.
Turco's in a good position, but he's actually going to fall back. I think he knows just with the time left, anything he can do to delay would be so worthwhile. Timing not going to be there. Cloud is just on fire at the moment. His 4th kill of the round. He's actually on for a 6K at the moment, but they've left SSK behind in the corner, waiting patiently. Poro wins that duel as well. I feel like the unexpected victor is winning every single battle, and somehow we've ended in a 2v2.
One enemy remaining.
Well, we need that 6K to come through. Cloud's already got back. Oh, there it is! Every single player taken down. That's a 5th for Na'Vi. Oh my.
Unbelievable. The worst thing is as well, I'm pretty sure he got 3 kills in the last round. So that means he's had 9 kills in 2 rounds, which is utterly absurd. One of the and the thing is as well, I'll be honest, I think Na'Vi should have lost both of these last 2 rounds. Like the last round came down to 25 seconds where they were running through the window to try and wrap around into the balcony. And then this round, well, he got a 6K. I don't need to explain that one. If you can't work that one out, then well, maybe game too complicated.
Here we go, though. Opportunities on the cancel. Cutie couldn't use his ult that he'd popped up. He was down to the pistol. And the push out is so successful for Na'Vi. They have dealt with that tour de force that we were worried about not that long ago. And it has had no impact. In fact, nobody on the side of BBL has in this round. This is a disaster.
Yeah, I feel a bit bad for them, if I'm honest. I think the last 2 rounds, okay, the last round was mental, but I like the idea because you're sending in someone who ultimately, if you all go together, you can take that space and res him back up. And also just with how slow Na'Vi have been playing, it's almost just like, okay, let's just try and completely catch them off guard. You lose to a 6K. And then the round before that, again, it comes down to the last few seconds. You have an incredibly good read. All the positions are being covered off. Cloud gets, I think, a triple entry and you lose the round. It's just like, well, at the moment, it seems like they're losing the game to one guy. This round, though, okay, like you're just going to watch Turco die to the spike. Hora's managed to retrieve a rifle, so he'll hold on to that. But the problem is, even though the last few have been close, 4 players surviving for Na'Vi, 6 rounds already on the attack. And as said, I feel like BBL needed to have a pretty strong defense here.
Yeah, that possibility is now wiped off the table completely. Now this, the best it can be is 6, and even then, that is doubtful. We're starting to see Na'Vi really come into form, really look comfortable. They're winning out in these rounds that they shouldn't have a say in. That 6K out of Cloud, just nuts. For BBL, time to put it on the table here and now. Operator in the hands of Cutie, looking for an aggressive fight on mid, but of course, just his look this time, Na'Vi are not going mid. They're going straight to site. They're closing the door, trying to block him out. He'll walk through this. Did he have his knife out? He didn't have his knife out. No. That would never have happened. That would make no sense whatsoever. Turco. Oh, you have been played.
SSK got that kill. SD, he was updrafted, span around, and then show him in the head. What? What were his teammates doing?
Yeah, that was an interesting fight. I'll say that. A little updraft, little AD in the air, and then a 1-tap on landing. Style points for that one. There we go. Aim DLL with the off angle. Duno's down. There's a chance to fight back in here. Dinks right down below. If aim can catch him, this could be huge, but Dinks J. Oh, well, the answer's up for both. Let's a pin in that one real quick. 7-2. Na'Vi flying ahead on the attack, and this leaves them on an eco.
That SSK kill again. He was meant to be the distraction. The whole point is that he updrafts, the player goes, oh, he's up there, and then the other 2 kill him, but they didn't hit him.
Oh, yeah, there's no
so he's just up in it. Look at this. Other 2 players are meant to get this kill.
I'm just really confused what happened to Cutie. He had an op. He decided to push the smoke, and then I think he got blinded, but I don't know how we go from being blinded to having your knife out, walking to the right in the open. It's a really weird series of events. That makes up for it, though. A little 1-tap on the Zeddy. That's 2 kills already for BBL in a round that, you know, on paper they haven't got a say in. They've only got pistols, but now they're showing up.
I'll be honest, so far for BBL, the most aggressive rounds have been the ones I feel they're most likely to win, which I don't think is a great stance when you have a composition that revolves around like Astra and double initiator and also a Sage. Like it's not like, I don't feel like that was the plan. I feel like that's the backup plan that's just working because the main plan doesn't seem to actually work out for them. Like the fact that, again, other than the round where they lost to the 6K, the other aggressive round was also working out incredibly well for Aslan as well. So it seems like, at least in my opinion, Mitch, he's kind of their win condition at the moment.
It certainly feels that way in how some of these rounds have played out. BBL have got perfect information to start this one. They've obviously spotted 2 players inside of B main, one with the recon and one being the jet. Put down a cloudburst to deny the recon, still gives the information away. Now the split through to B, they're still going to run into Aslan, who's waiting, and spawn 2 players on site. 15 seconds to cross. Dinks J does well to find one, but 10 seconds, they've got to get that spike on the floor, and Dinks J's gone. Round's over. Absolutely no way for Na'Vi to win it at this point. Comes down to doing a little bit of extra damage, saving those weapons. Almost the most important at this point. You don't want to be dropping your rifle or your operator, and well, They didn't. They just took
Fair
down
enough.
everyone, essentially. It's a good thing there wasn't another 5 seconds on that clock.
Yeah, the thing is they denied every weapon other than the one that was picked up initially from actually being retrieved. So they do well considering their economy's actually fine. Like you can still see SSK has 5,000 credits in the bank. He would have been able to buy up another operator anyway. So 7-3 still. BBL break back off around the again. They probably shouldn't have won with the very aggressive play in towards mid. And it seems like they're going for something similar once again. This time with an operator.
We've seen Cuties Op have a couple of bumps in the road along the way so far. This time, though, the smoke faded. He's got the angle held, and, well, Zeddy feeds the beast. Man advantage to play with. Navi drone up a little bit late here, though. You can already see Cutie has well and truly left, and that knife has canceled out any possibility of further info. This is a stall out of Navi now. I don't even know what they're supposed to do at this point. Their util's out of place. They've got map control, but they know there's an op waiting for them on some angle, and really nobody to open the space for them at this point. All right, well.
There they are.
Okay, I guess Aslang got a little bit curious, and because of that, he's lost his head. Now they are going to have themselves the lockdown, and okay, they just swing every angle and win every duel. The whole team's just gone within a matter of seconds.
30 seconds left.
Na'Vi seemed to almost plan that one in synergy, but to drop every single one. Okay.
Now, the way that these fights went down, the last round as well, you know, these players are saving weapons in very awkward spots, and yet they walk away with every single duel. I'm starting to get real worried that BBL just aren't on the same level. They're just being outdone, which doesn't make any sense, honestly. Pora, Aslan, Cutie, Turco, ADLL. This is not a trash team.
Turkish super team, basically.
Yeah, this is not a bunch of noobs who can't aim, but Navi are making them look like that right now.
Oh, that's what's meant to happen. That is what was meant to happen last time, and somehow SSK got the kill.
Before the switch.
You know, it's a worrying sign as well, because if we're going to talk about the BBL, again, super team, right? This isn't someone that you're supposed to be able to put together a team that just out-aims you. And yet, what other excuse do we come up with here? Navi have been together for, you know, not that long as a 5, but they seem to have those protocols down at the same time. So I think there's definitely elements there of the game plan is far and truly ahead. But this just feels like an exaggerated event. I don't think BBL should be losing anywhere near this hard, and we'll see if they can recover that coming into the last round of the half. Thunder's Fury from Cloud. Doesn't seem to land anything. Oh, here we go.
I think he just hit the dude, though.
Oh my god.
That came through.
They tried to follow up on the drone and the Hunter's Fury, and Zeddy just caught them.
Yeah. I guess they expected them to be in a little bit more panic, which is fair enough. Like most people will just be opting to try and dodge that rather than focusing on the aggression. But Zeddy was ready. Well,
Zeddy was ready.
Considering this is like, you look at this purchase in the last round of the half, it is depressing. Like you've got a couple of ults here and there that could be utilized, but I don't feel confident in their ability to do that. And you can just see Na'Vi are so confident in their default. They might be caught on the rotation, but the flash will give them the info they need. Okay, it is going to blind up one. Aslan again. Talk about him being that win condition. He's managed to find himself a couple of kills. There is also the res, but that'll be Kushner back instead.
30 seconds.
They have a nanoswarm on the res.
They had a nanoswarm on it. I don't think I've ever seen that before, and especially not successfully. Like the fact that they don't hear it or destroy it. I guess you're not expecting it though. Like you don't think, oh, I better check the body for some traps. SSK, same position as in the pistol, getting aggressive, taking that space. You know, really good sense of when that space is open to be contested. This time around, maybe not so much. 25 HP left on Turco. That's going to put a lot of onus on
the flash.
He ruined the flash, the peak, perfectly timed. And that seems to just be the narrative for Na'Vi in a lot of these rounds. I mean, the only thing I'd look at maybe is like, these guys not comfortable with the map, but hell, BBL know how to play this. One of their most played maps, 9 out of 10 of the last wins. Ascend was the most recent match they had. They beat them 13-6. They lost to Fnatic before that. This is a strong map. Turco with a chance, but time is what's going to cost him. Even if he kills Dinxjay, you can see there was just no time to get that defused. This was won about 30 seconds ago by Na'Vi. 9-3 as they close out the first half. This is their map pick, but like I said, Tom, it's not somewhere I'm going to sit back and go, well, maybe BBL don't know how to play the map that they lost 13-10 to Fnatic and beat Ascend 13-6. No, I think they're pretty comfy here.
Yeah, it does seem like obviously coming in, they've tried to change an awful lot when it just comes to like the roles that are being playing. Like I said, like Aslan switching up, Pora to an extent switching up, AIM-DLL switching up. Like those are all things that in practice might have worked amazingly. Right now, not really. And I feel like this slow style of play from Na'Vi has almost forced them into very audacious, aggressive plays, which when you have a double initiator on the defense, I don't really expect to be seeing. Like you should have been able to work out where most of those pushes were coming in. The other problem is some of the times they did, they still got ragged, and that's just got to be crushing.
Oh, good night. He almost made it out, but Cutie was there to catch him. Zeddy, flash in hand, catches a lot of them with that. But not able to follow up. You know, that wall being down stops Dunno from being able to flash through and take his own peek instead. The play is slowed completely, and BBL are able to make their way through to the site. Na'Vi really struggling to get a foothold in this round. And even, look, as Dunno walks through, if he doesn't clear the left, he's in a lot. Oh, he has cleared it! And Cloud's holding down the site with 9 HP. This is winnable again.
It shouldn't have been, but somehow we've got to a point where Dunno actually has a chance. There shouldn't be much of an opportunity here just because getting close with that frenzy, I don't think they should really allow him to do it, but they're playing them on the other side. He's managed to find the first. It needs to be almost an instant shot, and while as he goes to reload, AIM-DLL will close out the pistol. A lifeline at least for BBL, but again, it looked sealed like 30 seconds ago, but somehow Na'Vi made it close.
There just always seems to be these big pop-off moments for these players when they're left in the positions where it looks certain that they'll just be overrun and overpowered. They always give that little bit extra, that little bit more than what we're expecting of them. At least here on Ascent, it's been consistent. Every single round, Na'Vi have somebody doing it. That's why they've got this big lead to play with. Deciding not to play the force buy. I respect it. In this round, you know, you're 9-4 ahead. Give them an extra round and then fight back in. But Na'Vi won't be looking to just lay over and die here. They are trying to do some damage. And you can see that with a shorty, with a sheriff, there are some opportunities, but it's not the best.
Yeah, it seems like BBL playing this very safe as well. They're making sure that they're checking every single angle, not giving up any position without having somebody at least watching the backlines. Obviously still 2 traps at the moment for Chamber, so it's not like anybody can be pushing those extremities without having to use utility. For now, though, they've baited a lot of control, at least initially, but the chances are the second they go around this corner, they're going to be spotted by the turret.
The recon through hasn't spotted much. Dinxjay is being cleared in the corner. Very nicely done. And they'll take this site in a very controlled way. And nobody frantically running through, no advantages thrown away for no reason. Reveal coming in, but that player is safely behind the box. They're doing a very good job. I think BBL have realized losing weapons in this round, dropping anything, your chances of success in this map just skydive. You gotta be able to take as much through as possible. One player lost, they'll trade out a Spectre. For the Bulldog, it's not the end of the world. Especially when you got a Chamber.
Yeah, they could still realistically have him playing the pistol instead. He's still got a rifle, so I guess they're going to be playing in that direction instead. Still give an opportunity here. I really wouldn't mind if that rifle went into Aslan's hands just because of how good he's been playing individually. But then again, he's been doing the same when he's had a Guardian as well, so I guess it's not so much of a loss for Na'Vi. They win this round, they put themselves in an incredibly good spot to close the game, especially if it's a clean one. Like, they built up enough of a lead in the last half that I don't think it's really crazy to say that I feel pretty confident in them at this point.
Navi rotating. They're leaving the A side a little bit more open. Have this mid support to hold down. SSK has to be kind of spotting that for a second. Zeddy does the same. The drone's coming through. They're starting to get the information here. Noise over towards the B side of the map. Oh, with a minute left on the clock, you know, there's still plenty that they can do. But BBL have popped the star down towards the bottom of mid. At this point, you know, SSK is sticking around here a lot more actively. He's going to want to keep this information, but now he's locked out. Decision time. And it's falling back. They've heard the wall. You know, when that smoke goes down on the wall as well, that's a clear B split coming through. But Navi seem to be thinking that it could be a fake on the way, but actually BBL, I think, wanted to sell that because they put the wall down. They slow it completely, send most of their players to main, and now they'll look to crunch this. Catching off Omen up close as well. There'll be no paranoia to catch them on the way through.
And the thing is, though, the time. 20 seconds left, clearing Cloud from the back of sight, and Zeddy from a little bit of an off angle. It's not going to be easy. He's going to have to shoot the dart, but he's still not cleared properly. It ends up shooting his teammate, and instead, while Zeddy has done an incredible job, even still, though, it comes down to 1 versus 1. This plant is going to be incredibly close. I don't know if he's got it just about. That'll be enough to give AIM-DLL a chance in this 1v1 position. Dinks taking that close corner, spots his opponent, just looking for the headshot, but takes a little bit of damage back in response, and he's going to end up just about clutching it out. Na'Vi will get their 10th, but hey, Mitch, it was not clean at all.
It wasn't. And I think for BBL, with a little bit of a foothold in, doing this much damage in the round, it's not bad. But it all comes down to this. It's like, hey, all the eggs are in one basket now for BBL. Lose out on this one, and this map becomes next to impossible. You gotta make a massive comeback, 7 consecutive essentially, just to fight your way back into an overtime to then try to win that. This is Navi's map pick. They felt in control of it from the very get-go. BBL come in changing some things, and I don't think it has worked. Certainly on paper, they've looked a lot more uncomfortable than I expected coming into today. And if they can't make it work here and now, it may well be over for Ascent. And it looks like a little bit of aggression set to come down. Zeddy paranoia peeks in on the smoke. That's huge control, but BBL, oh, they try to take the control back. They try to push into A and take the space, but there's so much utility waiting for them.
Edge trying to deny that control already. Dinks as well, just surviving at the back of the site. Well, will eventually fall. Likely to give an afterplant. There is also a res available for Pora as well, if he can get it, but he's already dead. Cloud comes swinging, a second headshot, and this man just hits everything put in front of him. 3 kills off the back of the Guardian. It was a slightly weaker purchase because of that gun, but, well, I guess for Cloud, it ended up being a strength.
Cloud's just on something else today, man. There's no way. With a Guardian as well. Just and little bunny hops. Like, look at this, 18-9, and his Hunter's Fury earlier blindly firing through, getting 2 kills from mid on that attack side. I mean, this guy just, he hasn't had an unlucky moment, it feels like, all map long. We'll see how long that keeps up for. Either way, it looks like it's been enough here with 11-5. An absolutely monumental comeback needed by BBL if they're going to get back into this map. I think it's time to start looking at map number 2. Of course, that being Icebox. And for BBL, if they don't get something done here, that's exactly what they'll be doing.
This is kind of their alt round, though. That's the thing. They've got most of them online, or at least some of them close. You're going to see Aslan just walking through. He's having a battle with the turret, and unfortunately, the turret had support. In this case, was Dinks. Seeing the shots coming through, I think that's only hit his teammate. So the Hunter's Fury hasn't been able to do too much. Wall going to be instantly broken, and the res is utilized. BBL are committed to this round. The question is, can they get anything done?
And they're just waiting for Cutie to have the chances, right? The second that he gets an opportunity to take a player down, gets that sight line with the tour de force, and now with time on their side, you know, Navi have to come pushing into them. The thing is, a smoke down, gonna block him out, gonna ruin his day. Crossfire up close and pistols. Has to be able to yield something. And it's Sheriffs, you know, not the best. Flashes come through. Oh! Why is Virgo still alive? He's ended up with a kill. That's absolutely insane. The kills, though, quickly moving back into Navi's favor. Cutie gonna try to stop that defuse. He's out there getting locked down, but he doesn't care. He's trying to stop them from being able to get away with it, but they can't. And Aslan actually got detained as well. Yeah. Insult to injury. That's 12-5, and the ult round has not worked out for BBL.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if that lockdown would actually be utilized, because the problem is, from their positions, they had nothing to destroy it. There was really very little they could do from this point onwards, and you can see that's why they're trying to find some of these closer angles, but at this point, it almost just comes down to, okay, can I kill the person defusing and buy enough time? Well, they needed to buy another, what, almost 4 seconds for that to actually work, so... I don't mind the attempt. It's something now that you come back in with a purchase. Okay, the ultimates are gone, excluding that Hunter's Fury, but ultimately it's not the biggest of deals. BBL still had a tough task no matter what.
The drone coming through. And that should spot SSK up close. There we go. The reveal is in, but Zeddy comes swinging out. They're already focused on stopping this guy from getting back from the corner.
He took 0 damage.
And it's just ridiculous, man.
He's just being spammed like 0. All right, cool. I feel like SSK just has like a really high BS meter of just things that he manages to get away with. And then that backs up the decisions he makes further into the future. Well, I took 0 damage last time, so I can do it again. Thing is, though, there's currently no one watching this short spot. Now, of course, there's been aggression coming through, so that's a lot of information that's been kept by Dinks J, and it's someone that they're going to have to try and clear, because otherwise, well, they're going to be almost surrounded. In fact, instead, they've decided to try and get a little bit more aggressive. Caught dropping, but Kushner actually still manages to connect the shot. Doesn't last long, though.
Cover going out. Nope, the trades always seem to come in quickly. One last chance to hold on for BBL. They're already being spammed down, but Dink's just going to be dropped at least. Aslan in with another, and now BBL seem to be stepping it up. 6 on the board. They have finally been able to hold on to that post plant to deal with the wrath of Na'Vi, but they need to do it 6 more times consecutively. There is no room for error. No mistakes can be made. This is going to be, once again, a very difficult position to play from, an unlikely victory.
Yeah, I like the fact that they still had someone watching main, because there was actually a trap down there from chamber. So it's something that could have easily been just ignored or looked over, but Turco was so ready for that flank to come through. Now, a purchase here, not fantastic, but you throw in an I'm pretty sure that was a team flash. Yeah. It doesn't matter, though, because I guess Dinks has managed to get a kill anyway, and SSK didn't die, so he's still got them an awful lot of control. Not going to ever face, or maybe he is. We'll see.
I think he's done the right thing, though, just coming back from B-Link at this point. You know, you've already got the kill. Pushing up for extra control, though. And, you know, having given up B-Link, that push doesn't make any sense to me, Tom. Zeddy pushing B main if you've still got a teammate there to crunch with, sure, but why just go yeeting in for, I don't know, man. The information they would have gotten if no one was there would be great, but instead, numbers are equalized. And when you're up against what you're up against here, it just doesn't seem worthwhile to try to take that face. Here we go, a chance, but nothing found, and we're going to have to rely again on Cloud to put up some numbers, but that hasn't been a problem so far. He's got a Vandal on site. SSK covering on the cross. They won't be able to find anything. Here we go. Cloud's hold.
This has found another as well. These two have just had an incredible game. The drone is going to give him information very quickly of where these players are, and Duno has already killed off another. It's going to be the Thrifty to close out the victory here for Na'Vi. A 13-6 domination on their map. A map as well, Mitch, which we normally call sort of the Turkish home ground. So the fact that Na'Vi have come in here so incredibly strong and basically dominated on a map that previously BBL would have been confident on, I think they're going to be feeling good going into map number 2.
Yeah, like I said, out of the last 10 plays, they've won 9 of them. The only loss they had was versus Fnatic, and they beat Ascend most recently. This was not a map that BBL have never played before. A surprise in how dominant it was by Na'Vi, and the question remains, is that going to be the story for the series? Well, Tom, we're going to find out in just a little bit. For now, we're going to toss things off to a break.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
shot, still missed us. I will never give up. If I bleed it out, I'm gonna stitch up. 10 points down, never switch up. Took your best shot, still missed us. 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 Used to have a knife on it. Looking in the mirror and I got that ice on it. And it's iconic, and it's ironic. I'm getting paid just to put together phonics. Had to keep my focus, had to turn a locus. Dreamed about this moment even when I felt the lowest. Now I'm making waves, yeah, I feel like roses. Heat turned up when I was steady coast. You ain't gotta love me, but you're gonna notice. 10 toes down, you can keep the roses.
What you gonna do? Who you gonna be? What you came for? Are you gonna bleed? Do you know the game? You gonna take the pain? Make them say your name. Others have tried and they failed. When they got heat, they just bailed. Second place need not apply. Cause everybody knows, everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner. Everybody loves a winner.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Map number 1, that most definitely belongs to Na'Vi. Their decision, their success. And we have to talk about one thing that you have mentioned much earlier, Lothar. Slow attacking rounds. A build-up that leads to success, or unfortunately sometimes to misfortune. This time around, it looked wonderful on the attacking side for Na'Vi.
I feel like Na'Vi, you know, they didn't change anything. They play like last time we have seen them. It's super ultra slow, but it worked out because they just out-aimed the opponents, but this really won't work against teams that will be more aware, because the thing is that I really dislike about the approach from Na'Vi on attack here is that they never use the utility to clear any kind of traps before. You know, we've seen actually both teams fail at that, but in general their slow attack was so effective because BBU was coming into the traps from Na'Vi.
Yeah, and it looked like they didn't actually find the pace. As you were saying, Lothar, at the beginning, you know, maybe they're like, okay, let's try the aggressive play. Let's just try and go on the hunt. We saw Para just using that wall and actually having second thoughts of investing it that soon, because as you were saying, 30 seconds is literally the beginning of the round for Na'Vi. And then they decided to just play for retake. That wasn't working either. Then at some point, you know, after round 10, they were like finding mid-ground and being like, let's just fight them from sight. And Na'Vi just broke the tempo. And when it came to their defense, you know, the set plays that we saw and the aggression, that 6K that we saw from Cloud, I think is the first one that we have.
Yeah, that was actually insane.
That was insane.
That was bonkers. I can remember the last time I was seeing it. Oh, new.
That's economy. You like it?
That's for you, Lothar.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It really showcases like how close the game was up till the mid section of the game, right? So that actually showcases as well the impact of Chamber, because one of the reasons why the game was so close when it comes to economy was the Chamber.
Yes.
But there were rounds when I was feeling like that Chamber is not being utilized fully. So many rounds when he had a Guardian, when he can play a
with the Headhunter,
right? That's so, let's say, not min-maxing his potential was a problem. But I have to say, I was really insanely impressed by the buy from Na'Vi in second round. After the winning pistol round, they went for 2 Bulldogs, a Phantom, and a Guardian. Alongside a Spectre. I think Mitch mentioned that as well. It builds up so much power for the next let's say, bonus round, that it sets up a very huge chance of winning that round.
Talk about economy, talk about chamber, and it was the first time the Kushner was going to go on that age, and not only that, MDLL also going on the Astra for the first time, and I think that Aslan was also first time on 2KO. I mean, I'm going to say that Kushner looked a little bit uncomfortable. You talk about the economy, and in the green room, we were also talking about, you know, the TPs and how the setups around the chamber were working. And of course, we know that Kushner is a great jet, but to me, he didn't feel comfortable enough. Maybe it's not on his DNA to play the chamber. We know that he's kind of like a duelist, but for him, sometimes it was looking like he was missing that mobility. It was a good try, okay? It's just the beginning, but it just throws us back to how Navi started split 1 on this ascent.
You know, we started this day talking about initiators, and the man who was playing initiators, that was Cloud. You know, you were talking about the 6K. You know, you mentioned that this was an absolute killing machine, but it seems like Navi is there on the right level, Kaquka, when it comes to that firepower.
It's insane. This stats 2.0 on KDA, just getting, as you said, that 6K, and not only setting the ground for his team, sometimes he was the one going on the hunt, and when he came to the defense, he was the one stroll hunting the sides from the backside of a B. He was just feeling comfortable. This round, as we were mentioning, that 6K, the movement that he has, the lecture that he has within his team, let's apply the pressure with the headhunter, is just beautiful. And also, if this is the kind of round that not only you're having the match of your life on your map, you're feeling comfortable, everything is working, and you get that extra buff building your momentum.
If Asova has 214 ADR over a course of the game, I don't know what to say, because it's just the man hits everything, right? Not only was on point with the Vandal, but also the utility was dealing so much damage. Every time he headhunted, he had an impact. Like,
was like headhunt?
Yeah. Sorry. When he went for the ultimate, he literally had some impact, either kills or just create space.
Yeah, and you know what, Lothar? It would not be a good post-match if there wouldn't be low first lap. So what you do as the honor and show us a few nice nuggets of knowledge you got there.
Yeah, no round breakdowns or anything, just peculiar situations that I wanted to point out that were happening on this Ascent map. So let's pay attention to this round that was happening. This is a round where Executioner, I thought, was like caught off guard because he's not playing that much on the chamber. Look at and also the KO here, it's kind of like a weird situation for him. Executioner here has a ultimate. He has his tour de force equipped. You can see how this KO dagger cuts off at this point. On the minimap, you can see it lands on the dice. Let me actually zoom this in here. On the minimap, the attacking dagger lands on the dice. This is exactly like a spike explosion, right? So it's a sphere. And you can see that Executioner goes into the range of the dagger in the last spot, and he is suppressed here. This is why he's pulling up the classic. Small mistaken movement is costing up them the round, because suddenly he loses the tour de force when he wants to swing and shoot it. Those small mistakes will accumulate and will make you lose rounds. That's one thing. Then another one that I wanted to point out, this is a great play by Dinks, by the way. In the beginning of the round, they had a kill on chamber in B main here on this spot, and you can see there's a nanoswarm on the body in that moment set up, and that is actually not something that you see often, because the moment we're gonna have a res happening from the defenders, that nanoswarm is gonna be activated and deal damage to the opponents, and that is just small things that are building up an advantage. But one thing I don't understand is BBL, after getting a res here, they don't transfer the gun from the chamber to the sage, and they don't keep up together. They do a retake completely separated without kind of any advantage being built up.
I think it's also because they were literally not finding the solution. They knew that the retakes hadn't worked in the past, and maybe this chance was not going to be a different one, even though it was the last round. So obviously you're going to use that rest, but it was complicated for BBL. Let's see what they do on Icebox.
You're saying, you know, we're going to close that chapter and directly move over on Icebox, a map that has not been chosen by Navi, but by BBL. And here we take a look at the veto again, as it was a 13-6 on Ascent. We're moving over there, and this is a map, Kaquka, where we have seen throughout the entirety of this year only the side of BBL succeed once.
Yeah, I mean, and if the side of Navi, they haven't succeeded at any of them, so at least it's a better score. Lothar was mentioning that BBL was not positive on any of the maps, but since they got the Reyna into the composition, they actually managed to win against SMB, as you were mentioning, right? But are the changes that we saw on Ascent are going to be translated onto Icebox as well? And you know, Na'Vi, knowing that they're going to face up on this map, are they going to see something new? We were talking about how the teams, we haven't watched them on this patch. We haven't seen them on the new Icebox.
And also that's very important to know because the teams were having different lineups in the past. So far, BBL had played with Arena as well on Icebox, and they swapped it for Killjoy, which is of course a little bit more useful to the team, haha, right? But when it comes to Na'Vi, they played with KO instead of Killjoy. Yes. So no Sentinel, right? That opens up space for the attackers a lot, and it will not work as well on defense. And when it comes to the attacking side, well, it's Na'Vi. They're going to play slow, right? So that KO...
Could you imagine that they don't? That they literally run like triple duelists, that they pull up a Liquid the first day that they played last season?
That would be, I mean, that would be awesome to catch opponents off guard. I don't think this will happen, but it will be awesome.
I hate being realistic. No, but yeah, the KO is a very big point just because we just saw Duno using it, okay? And JD was supposed to be the one not only using it on Ascent, but he will also be the one using it on Icebox. Now, is Zeddy, who actually didn't have the best of his performance, maybe he was a little bit nervous playing on that first Ascent, is he going to pick up the Viper? How many role swaps are we going to see? We saw something crazy for BBL on the map 1. I'm really looking forward to see, you know, what both teams do on map 2.
And the great part is we're heading into that agent select, right? There are many pivotal changes that we have witnessed over on the BBL side when it came to Ascend, but maybe this is going to happen once more over there on Icebox, as a lot of things there, you know, really changed up. We saw players really once more swap up on Icebox considering multiple agents. We saw the chamber not work out too well right here, but maybe this is once more the decision to actually move over from that agent.
I'll be actually going crazy if BBL plays Jet on this map and not on Ascent. Because Jet on Icebox is not needed. That you can play her because she's great on this map, but she's not needed for the executes. But on Ascent, you needed the Jet. That's something that BBL didn't have, like, to create space, right?
Just put this in your mind. Do you think the Kushner is feeling comfortable enough after what? Okay, he is definitely sticking to the plan. Probably, you know, as you were mentioning, not that necessary. SSK is also going to go on that chamber. Okay.
No
so
Jet.
Cloud is going to be the one picking up that KO. Dinks is going to move from the Viper to the...
There's not a single Jet in this game. Which, for me, this is not surprising, right? Because it's really not needed to be like, for the attacking side. For the defense, we really need the operator player. And it is crazy to see this meta change here, but it also makes sense that Na'Vi wanted to keep the KO to make sure that the chamber is being kept in place, right? Because it's a direct counter.
I'd like to see the mirror matchup. This is actually for now, and with this patch, my favorite lineup to see here on Icebox. I'm really looking forward to see is Na'Vi actually going to be that slow, and BBL, they should feel more comfortable here. How are they going to read, and how is Kushner, you were mentioning on that Telestrator, how he wasn't, you know, that used to fighting against KO's utility. Let's see if that translates onto Icebox as well.
We're going to see if that's going to translate, or if a 30-year-old man is going crazy. But you know what? We're going to tell that tale, as it is Mitch and Tom diving right into it.
Well, let's find out if a 30-year-old man is losing his mind, Tom. I'm excited for that one. You know what? Looking at this, I'm actually really excited to get Icebox kicked off because I feel like BBL, they come into this, they've got to look a whole lot better than they did previous map. I think the mental reset's going to be powerful.
Yeah, I think as well, like going into this one with chambers on both sides makes a lot more sense. It means you can kind of combine your flank control into one with someone who's going to have a hell of a lot of utility that will be useful just for getting you the entries as well. So I think that in this sense, the compositional changes make a lot of sense as well. And I think Aslan as well, moving away from, in a lot of cases, what was just playing Reyna to now having the KO. If this is something that he's going to be bringing in on a lot of different maps, I think it's a very good change. The question is he still able to have the same level of impact? And more importantly, are his teammates able to step up? Because we had basically everyone on Na'Vi performing well. We didn't really see that on BBL in map 1.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was a really strange match to watch from the perspective that, you know, you could make the excuses that BBL were, you know, being outclassed. I think that's what it looked like if you removed the names. But just looking at the BBL roster, it does not feel like it should be possible. If we were at the Masters Grand Final, I don't think they should be outclassed individually. I think you have to make up for it somewhere else. But Na'Vi were able to dominate. Just look at Cloud. This guy was on fire. Now coming over and playing the KO, moving on into this one. And of course, Tom, this is the opening game of the VCT season. You want to get your win under the belt early on. Start off with confidence, especially for both of these teams who are ultimately, you know, they're not favorites. They're challenging for that third spot more than likely to make it all the way to, well, to Copenhagen, I guess.
Yeah, or maybe even a little bit further for BBL. I'm sure they'd like to go to that second event, which has been announced on Twitter. But either way, we're going to be seeing an aggressive push. And now this is a bit of a problem. Obviously, SSK did not want to be using his classic in this round, but unfortunately, for now, at least that's all he's got left. And now the same could be said on the other side as well. He's going to be pinged up early, but hasn't had to give up this control just yet. And even though he's just got to fall back, these spots still need to be cleared.
The wall going up certainly going to help BBL to close in the distance on the site. They've got their other wall, one made of ice from Pora, and that'll block off aggressively, allowing for a decent plant here. Very hard to break that open, but actually right on the edge of that fragment. Pora's left to a sliver of health, going to be 70 after that heal was complete, but it never manages to get there. The kill for Na'Vi trades out the spike plant. Now they've got to get back in.
You can see Kushner starting to take a slightly more aggressive stance. Now got his rendezvous to be able to escape. Wall straight back up. They need to break this, otherwise defusal could just begin, but they've already managed to make a gap. The gap, though, is being fought back into Cloud again, up on the 4K, and while Zeddy, he's not going to be allowing them to do anything more. In fact, I got lost in there. I thought the plot had already gone down. They didn't even manage to get to the site.
That is quite a strange scenario, I have to say. If you're BBL, making it that close, grabbing the what looked to be a spike plant, right? But defined by the last second, I guess, by the fragment coming through, pushing them off. I think Pora was again left on like 10 HP, 17, if I recall correctly. That was really rough. And I think the wall itself is fantastic. Just a shame that Na'Vi seemed ready for that. And it's, again, at every turning point, who's the man that stops them from getting the control on site? It's Cloud with his fragment. Who's the man that kills everyone, essentially? It's Cloud. This guy is on a tear today, and he started out this map in just the same fashion. I mean, it has got to be scary. My man's coming into this round with a Vandal. He might not get a chance to use it. BBL focusing in on the A side. And Na'Vi have already got 3 players here with Spectres and the Vandals just now coming in to join the fight.
Swing though. Kushner starts things well. Dinks was actually caught reloading, but still manages to win that battle. And in fact, is caught second as well. This is starting to fall apart. This was a full investment from BBL. This wasn't a half buy. This was everything they had, and it has fallen completely flat on its face. Haven't managed to retrieve the Vandal yet, but now Dinks will pick that up as well, and SSK makes this look very easy. In fact, this is normally cleaner than what you'd expect facing off against just classics, Mitch. So little worried. I'm actually quite interested, though, in the fact that Na'Vi have switched who's playing what initiator. And I can only assume that's based on how they're actually going to be utilizing these agents. So you think about all the support flashes that came through from Duno in the last map. I can only assume that Cloud's not going to be playing it the same way as that.
Yeah, you would imagine so. This is a little bit more of a CSGO style, right? Right-click them through the smoke, get those aggressive fights underway. We know Cloud's capable of it. That last map, unbelievable in clutches, and even that 6K fighting his way into a site. And that's why he's in mid. He's going to be first point of rotation for either side of the map, and, well, he's on hand for this A take. 3 players here, but they're on the backside. They're giving a lot of space up towards BBL, letting them close in a decent bit of distance, and that Viper wall, I think, is a big reason for it. You can take the ranged fights from behind it. When the players run through, of course, they're just going to get torn up.
Yeah, they've actually managed to put the trap deep into mid as well. So it's going to be a nasty surprise as they run through it. It's so much information. You can instantly see Zeddy's like, oh, okay. Well, I know that they've taken some mid control, so I've got to watch that angle, and the rest of the team can start their rotation through. That map control is so valuable for the side of Na'Vi, and now they put another one down just in case they manage to cross that little bit further, so they can just lock down positions. That's the aggression we were talking about, Mitch. The Cloud goes in, finds all the pistol players, and again, it's only going to be the 1 kill for BBL.
It's just the dominance in these duels feels like it's something of a myth. Yeah, give it back to Cloud. He deserves it. The man is putting in the work right now. You know, him going back onto a KO has just got to be even more terrifying, because last map he was doing it with no utility to support him in that regard. You know, he's playing as a Sova, and if you look at the fights that went down, there weren't a lot of them that relied on, you know, shock darts coming through or anything like that.
The entry frag some rounds.
The entry, exactly. Now he's on a KO. This is built for what he was doing last map. They're already aggressive. Cuties heard them. They're not going to continue up.
Yeah, we'll give them the orb for free. It will leave the remaining players a little wary on BBL. Now, this round is one that's definitely still stacked in their favor. I'm actually intrigued by the fact that we didn't see more invested here. Like, you're looking at SSK with 4,500 credits and still playing a pistol. I feel like they could have put slightly more in here, but clearly wanting to play this is still a bonus round. And I don't know. As of right now, as of the last map, I'm still not feeling that confident for BBL. It looks a little bit hesitant. They've had to almost just wait to see how aggressive their opponents are going to be. They are methodically clearing every single angle just to make sure that they're going to get that control.
So many players rotated into position. Cloud starts to move out, though. Going to be covering that flank through mid late to the rifles removed from combat. It's the best chance for BBL to really get in there.
30 seconds left.
Just Spectres firing away. The wall's up. They've got their cover. It's broken now, though. Danger for Pora. He's on 1 HP. Again, trying to make it out. Shock Dart hunts him down, though. There was no escape. Again, trading his life out for a spike plant. They've got it down. All they have to do from this point over on BBL is fight these Spectres, make sure they don't get caught out by that Cloud rifle, and they've done a great job. The frag just comes steaming in. Oh, 4 for Cutie to close that one out, and that is a statement from BBL. They're right back on the board.
Yeah, that'll be his tour de force if he wants to actually use it into the next round. I do want to spot one thing that I think we need to keep an eye on from Duno, which is, so he's using his dart fairly early for information, but then when it comes back around the second time, he holds it just waiting for that retake. Because he had it fairly early on as they went to actually push in, but he waited for the screen to go back up. I think he pinged 4 players as they were like trying to retreat away from that spike, and that's why he gets the freebie with the shock dart. So definitely being smart with how that utility is used. And as I said, I think that's why we're seeing this initiator swap, is just the styles that are coming out from the 2 different players. SSK, not one to shy away from a fight. So the rendezvous is not going to be used just yet. And he's actually going to hold this ground. And they've just got so much information there.
Can't use that. Poison orb and
I think Navi were looking like they were going to push up and take control there on B main, but a wise choice, pop down the chamber trap. Huge information netted off the back of that. One player essentially needed to watch mid on this from either side. You can start to rotate up and heavy stack A, and that's what you're going to want to do now. Great play by Zeddy. It's bad for him going down, but those 2 kills more than worthwhile. Now look at the rotates as well.
They baited out initially. Duno, though, is actually going to be caught out. Trade's coming back strong. This operator, it's not quite going to get the kill, but Dinks will be there instead. 9 HP. Aslan lands the first headshot, though. Back into the 1 versus 1. It needs to be an instantaneous shot once again. Oh, he needs to try and wrap on his opponent. He's got a right idea, but the thing is, Dinks is now coming around the back. He's not quite going to be able to land it. It's very close. Only 30 HP, and is the operator going to be retrieved? It seems not.
Yeah, a costly loss left on the ground for them. But I think you're going to be happy to trade out. It was a pretty tough round all in all. Coming down to the 1v1, Dinksj, 30 HP. Closing that one out. It really was a hair's width in the difference. As we come into this, BBL left to pistols, but they've got the ultis to make up for it. The tour de force is going to be a big factor in this round. At least BBL are going to hope that it is. SSK pushing forwards in danger here. That tour de force is about to swing on the corner. Cutie actually moving around to the further back corner.
A gift.
Oh, the trap gives it away. They know that he's close. And with all these pistols, they want to pressure him. They want to push him out of position. That's just going to force the teleport, though.
Yeah, not needing to take a huge risk. Now, it is worth noting that there are a lot of ults available for BBL. So, although this is just pistols, if they can get into an afterplant, maybe you see a Viper's Pit thrown in. You still got the Tour de Force res. Even a null command. Dead, though. I just have a feeling that Dinks is going to get far more than he should. They have noted that he's at least around this area, and a solid dart here could tell them a lot. Has he just got their entire team with that 0 point? Because it sure looked like he did.
Yeah. Look at
the push-up straight away from Duno. He just goes, oh, I could just take A.
Wow. Well, this really puts BBL in a tough spot. They've got a wall to break to make it towards the B site. They've still got a ton of utility to play up against. Eddie, though, already had a snake bites, but here comes the Viper's pitch to make that a little bit more awkward. Xilv's gone down. There's the trade, though. Now you've lost your tour de force. The flank from Pora. He's only got a pistol.
My God.
And that flash ruined any chance of anything going his way. 5-1. Navi cleaned that one up nicely. You know, it does cost them a little bit, but with the cycle of ultimates that they've got going, Zeddy using his pit isn't that bad, really, and their economy's healthy enough outside of it. I think this is a very scary position for BBL right now.
Yeah, I think as well the way in which Na'Vi are playing, the Viper's Pit doesn't actually make a lot of sense. Like, you're seeing these sort of trap plays where Zeddy's actually the player that is baiting and then is in a spot where he should go down. So it's not like they're reliant on that Viper utility. You think of that A aggressive push. And then you have on the other side of things, they're going deep into B every single round. So if you put a Viper's Pit down, sure, you've got a fadeaway, but you have to then push through it to fight. They don't really need it, so they just utilized it in a spot where it's going to make things incredibly awkward. Again, though, some of the BBL players off to an incredibly slow start. 1 kill between the bottom 3 players. Like, okay, sure, we don't just want to talk about fragging power. We want to talk about how strong Na'Vi have been. We want to talk about strategy, but players combining to have, well, by far the majority of your kills, then there is a big, big issue, and someone needs to step up.
Yeah, I think at the point where 3 players are probably combined hitting 100 ACS, that's a pretty tough spot to play from.
Yeah.
Regardless of how good your utility usage is, your bullet usage got to be a little bit better. Now, look, these things can change, and we always say the attack side can be a little bit hard to get the ball rolling. Ultimately, we haven't had that many rounds go by.
Scanning ahead.
When it comes to buy rounds, real rounds. For BBL, this is going to be one of them. One of the better ones, too. Again, we've already spoken about ultis and Navi. They don't have a ton. They've got a res to work with, a bunch that are about to be online. But for BBL starting this round out, they've got a res to work with. They can cancel out any abilities, stop ultis from being used with Aslans. And then, of course, a Viper's Pit, if they secure a site, a ton of opportunity for them.
So basically, you're saying is if they lose this round, then they really are in peril.
Well, I'll tell you what.
They've got everything they need.
I wouldn't want this round to be the one where I'm rushing into an A site blind and there's already 4 players waiting for me. But you know, on BBL, they're facing that reality right now.
Yeah, wall going down early enough that it's something that they'll have to deal with. A swing in, and Cloud and Duno have already picked off a couple. Turco at least will be able to find one on the trade, but it is just a trade. Another kill coming back in their favor, and Turco's the only one that's really stepping up in this round. Cloud also going to be brought back, but again, trades going back into the favor of the Turkish side. Pora now steps up to the plate, and whoa, it's 6 kills between 2 players, and I believe they were the players that both had 0 kills.
That is fantastic. Exactly as we're saying, you know, these guys, it can change. You can be slow to start in the attack. You just got to figure it out eventually. And this is the round that Pora finally says, all right, enough. Enough of these rounds going to Na'Vi. Enough of us looking like noobs. Let's step it up and close this. 5-2. They've picked up a round. They've got to do it again, though, Tom. You look at Na'Vi, ultis, online, weapons here to play with, and Tour de Force is going to be the first barrier to entry here for BBL. They've got that pushing down mid behind them, but BBL have a very good idea of where they want to take this. They've had success on A. They look to take it that way again.
Again, though, just look how early they're able to stack up this side of the map. Like 3 players already within that control. It's because you got deep mid and someone deep into B. Still though, it should have some advantages here, but again, they're so fast on those rotations that they might have 4 players here before BBL even make a move, and I wonder if they might be a little bit more hesitant and have to take a push back.
It's double trapped up on mid. I guess they could be a little bit worried about a push through kitchen as time goes on. Maybe they smoke off on mid and cross, but for the most part, this is a very well contained round from Na'Vi. BBL would do well to find that gap if they push back in.
Again.
Yeah, exactly.
They know, because they were going to rotate off because of the aggressive control that SSK took, but because that knife connected, which it seems to every time it's thrown, they don't need to go for any sort of rotation. In fact, they're even going to throw in a Hunter's Fury, and that's going to drop Aslan. This becomes a fairly big problem already. Rez going to go through. SSK desperately hoping that this pick gives him an angle, but oh, don't. He's going to do it. He's going to get a kill. Oh, no, he missed! The second shot missed, but it doesn't matter. He actually misses a distraction. His teammates have slaughtered everyone else, and now Aslan has to try and face off 1 versus 5. First shot's nice, but Duno, well, maybe it's just the Sova buff today, just performing so well. 4 kills for him, 6th round for Na'Vi, and it just seems to be a problem at this point that, I don't know, I don't think BBL are really forcing them to rotate because they're just getting so much info out of both the Sova, but more importantly, Cloud's KO.
That's the thing, you know, BBL not playing a default early round, not having the map control, you know, they're allowing players to push down mid. Can I just say here, SSK, you know, he's got a headhunter, right? It's got a really quick equip time. I think you really saw the panic set in as he just blitzes backwards with his knife out, like, I missed the second shot.
Dash!
Someone kill him!
Oh, wait.
Dash, exactly, yeah. That was an awkward duel for sure, but still, look, BBL, they're falling behind massively. Gotta start picking up these rounds, or at least making them look more competitive in some of these scenarios. You know, you got side Viper's Pit down, you can't just be rolled over like that, but it's been consistent, players getting caught out. I feel like we were about to see it there. The flash comes through just a second too late. BBL are able to reset into this one. They're gonna look for the B side. And actually, if they're timing is good, they could catch Zeddy and seen him at least. Oh, heard the TP back on mid as well. Oh no, that knife's not gone. Well, gone into the ice.
Oh no, it is gone.
It's gone.
It's gone. It has gone. It's just not gone where they wanted it to go. All right, nice double peek. Oh, SSK is just looking clean. Going to see a rifle at least retrieved, but they haven't actually given up too much ground. Kushner's going to try and take this one into his own hands, and he might. You know, no one spotted him. So much information. The snapback eventually. We'll see at least just a trade, but this is one of the best spots we've seen BBL in a while.
Oh, they need Cutie to stay alive, though. AIM hasn't got a weapon. Just now planted the spike. Oh, what a shot. Dinks is down, and Dono's got to do it all. Dropping from above. Cutie has a vague idea that crosshair placement was perfect, but Dono just about manages to slip away. He's making the noise, trying to bait in a re-peek. Shock dart for the back, the peek around the left, catching him off, but AIM DLL running for his life, won't make it away. Pulled into the 1 versus 1, the tap coming through. Dono swinging out a little wider, wants to catch Cutie on the swing, and he will! He's got plenty of time, and it's been clutched out again. Na'Vi 7-2. They just cannot seem to do anything wrong.
Never give up.
The synergy of BBL, like, I hate to say it, it just looked awful in that 1 versus 2. Like, both play, like, I feel like there was about 7 times in that clutch where Duno had an isolated battle. He just wasn't connecting the shots, but it's like, firstly, they don't seem to be actually swinging off of each other, and they were finally looking to try and almost revert back to playing together, but he just manages to catch them. I don't know. I genuinely don't know if BBL could have played that much worse.
I don't know.
Not sure what was more painful, that pun or the round.
Yeah, for BBL right now, there are a whole lot of glaring problems and issues that we're seeing, and unless they've got a real quick fix, I mean, we can hope that this is a slow start to, I mean, initially the series, let's say the season maybe at this point. At least they found a pick here, though. SSK down. Ball is going to be shedding a tear.
Poison orb and toxins going up.
was a big fan of SSK back in the day. Of course, Paul loves Fortnite.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you had to connect the dots for me there. I won't lie.
Yeah. I figured.
Well, I'm not big on my Fortnite knowledge, you know. I've seen a couple of the dances. Barla's tried to teach me a few, but didn't really work out, I'll be honest. Wasn't enough movement.
Not enough movement. That's the way. Well, you know, there's a lot of movement on A. Navi have rotated in again. It seems like they're getting an invitation to defend this site from BBL, telegraphing it all the way. Kills come through, but Aslan steps it up, putting it into a 1v3, an almost impossible situation to lose, Tom. And, you know, not even a Viper's pit to play with here for Zeddy. He's not even cleared the left as he walks out. In the end, it didn't matter. It was Poor. It was Poor that killed him as well.
Taco's just chilling. He was the last line of defense. 7-3 though. If they get this back to 5, it's definitely not a done deal. Especially again, like compositionally, this should be pretty strong. I think Kushner as well is much more likely to have success on this defensive side with his ability to sort of get aggressive. So I'm not too worried for BBL just yet. But if both rounds are closed out by Na'Vi, I just think they're going to be able to close it out overall.
Yeah, I don't think that's a very bold assumption, to be honest, with the way that we've seen them play so far. They've been a well-oiled machine in a lot of these duels. And the thing is, when the A plan fails, they also seem to have the ability to bounce back individually. The clutches that we've seen from Dunno here, from Cloud, all series long. Really, if we write down the strengths and weaknesses, it feels like the strengths column is going to be pretty girthy for Na'Vi, but BBL, on the other hand, there's a lot to be worked on. And, well, maybe this timeout will give them a chance to do it. It is Na'Vi's, though, as they look to really put the pieces together coming into this round. Not a lot of economy to work with, a few ultis here and there, but for the most part, this is going to be I suppose 2 Guardians and a Phantom. Of course, SSK coming through on the Headhunter.
Yeah, they're not really playing for this round by the looks of it. It's all about the next one, making sure they have a full buy for the final round of the half. They're in a good enough spot that 8 rounds on the defense, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Already just seem to be playing around in their spawn, almost just trying to gamble on where this rotation is going to be coming through. Again, the knife just does so much in terms of information. It seems like Cloud has definitely been learning his lineups, and Duno, he tries to take the space, but he doesn't manage to land the shot.
Yeah, with Duno down, there's a little bit of a gap. Na'Vi rotating in to try and fill that up, pick up the rifle as well. And as they shift towards this A site, BBL are going exactly the opposite direction, taking it to B. They've certainly made the right call on this one. And as long as they move with a little bit of haste, they'll get there in time. Of course, they don't know that they've got this for free, so they've still got to clear out all these corners. The KO knife certainly doing a lot to help them with that. They know back yellow's clear. But you've got a little recon coming over, Tom, to maybe catch off some of the players, I think in Snowman. No, actually, it was in towards the side itself.
A little gap created in the wall for the plant to go down. I don't know if there's going to be much that can be done here, and well, Things has been given a few opportunities, but is it going to land the shots? Well, in fact, they're going to try and Hunter's Fury him out of the round, and even though that doesn't quite land, the shots are in every other player. BBL looking like they're in full recovery mode at this stage. A 4th onto the board, but again, this is where Na'Vi will actually have a bye.
Okay, very nice. 7-4, recoverable, or maybe recovered already with a pistol and a follow-up to it in the next. Certainly a much better face from BBL. They were looking like they couldn't get involved in any duels, starting things out here. And at least now they're showing that little bit of fearsome dueling ability that we've come to know them for.
Let's play.
Sort of force activated right off the bat. That's going to be Cutie as well on the attack. Even more to play with here.
And they're taking space fairly fast. Like the last few rounds has been just almost sat in the default, but I think they're trying to almost catch Na'Vi off a little bit here. Obviously, there is the trap watching for that angle, and unfortunately for them, nobody to really catch out of taking this extra little bit of space. But instead, they're going to try and almost get them while they're rotating. Duno has to switch his gaze back in the other direction, has Cloud to support him, and actually they didn't expect Zeddy. That's the trap play. The third player rotating through, but Kushina misses the timing. Or does he? Maybe he's just trying to find that space elsewhere, and he will get the kill eventually.
A perfect staggered kill. Cloud has to support while the Hunter's Fury comes through, and well, it's only going to be single tag after all that. Oh, the timing there. So poor, but Cloud recovers it. That's a big whiff. But Cutie was in just in time. The flank, though. Oh, it's constant backstabs. Na'Vi with 2 quick frags, and they've left Cutie alone.
The drone, is it going to clear him? Just in this close angle, SSK waiting patiently. They now have all the information they need to try and kill this final man. Swinging the corner, though. Cutie lands the first shot and stuck behind the wall. He could just back away. Still has his rifle, still has the tour de force, but more importantly, has the time on his side. Nothing that SSK could do about this one. And both players may go down, but most importantly, BBL, they brought it back. 7-5. Okay, it's not ideal, but it's not a bad half.
No, it's not a bad half at all. With the way that things started out here, that is a miracle for BBL to sweep back into it. Now they're very much still in the game thanks to this clutch at the last second. And you got to say, from Cutie's POV, that wasn't too winnable of a round. He's getting caught off from pretty much every single angle, left into this 1 versus 2, and the drone coming after him and everything. I mean, there were a lot of opportunities for him to make a mistake, but he was on it from start to finish.
I guess also that SSK must have just not known there was a wall there, because like they're looking to try and peek him together, and instead do know the low HP player ends up peeking him while his teammate can't fight. So I think there was also a mistake from Na'Vi, but hey, if he's going to capitalize on it, I don't think they're going to mind too much. Now though, we switch things up. Na'Vi setting the pace, which if anybody's not watched Na'Vi before, is incredibly slow.
Yes, indeed. Pump the brakes. Wait for BBL to make a mistake. We're seeing this blanket coverage coming out as Na'Vi spread the net, looking to catch someone from BBL, but no aggression coming through on that side either. So we're in for a little bit of a waiting game of a pistol. Na'Vi set to make the first move, pushing onto the B site. Drone already up. They've got a wall to play with. DinxJ will be popping down an ice wall of his own, blocking them off, getting them a plant, you would hope. And Zeddy then tries to thread the needle, but they've got a trap watching for him. And a chamber.
Yeah, that will do it. Kushina already finding one. It does seem like the attempt here was going to be to try and play for the retake anyway, so I don't think BBL are going to be too disappointed with the spot they found themselves in, having that opening pick, still having the Sage wall available, and also having quite a lot of utility to actually just try and clear out some of these angles.
I think they understood there would be a flank as well. Just looking at the minimap as those rotations came through, 2 players ran from A, while Cutie started to wide peek out slowly on the A side. BBL have been in control so far this round. Wall down to try and get a defuse before it gets caught off in the process. Na'Vi clocking up all the frags, but now DinxJ's left alone, trying to stop this defuse. He'll catch one, and actually has the time on his side. It doesn't matter. He's just clocking up frag after frag. Na'Vi with 8 on the board now. This lead that they have extends a little bit further.
That's got to be frustrating for BBL, because they had a nice little setup on the retake. They had both shock darts available. They had themselves a fragment and a snake bite to try and force these players out of spot. The problem is they didn't necessarily have the players to capitalize on it. So just the shots being connected on the other side was enough to actually close out the round. And well, Na'Vi, they've got themselves that pistol. And in this round, well, it seems like nothing's investing. Kushina has actually gone in for some headhunter bullets, but that's not a massive surprise considering worst case he can carry those forward.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, always being the downside when you saw Chamber come in, the fact that he gets to keep those bullets, it's almost, you know, why would you not in some rounds? This is a bit of a head scratcher when you see some teams that have like a Chamber. I think the Analyst desk was talking about last round we saw it at times where Chambers playing with a Guardian, while some of his teammates don't have a Guardian. It's like, that don't really make sense. Probably want them to have the rifle. Cutie backing off here, taking back his utility as well. They are content to play a hard retake, and that's because the entirety of BBL is already behind. There's 4 players flanking. They've been spotted, but they're getting a couple of kills.
Yeah, these are battles that you should not be winning, especially when you're facing off against Bulldogs with a classic. So this time, a lot more costly than what we saw in some of those previous Antigos. All right, Diggs. Just spotting absolutely nothing and just predicting exactly where they're going to go. A couple of rifles, or at least one, I think, lost. So that's something at least. And now you're going to see the big purchase coming in. However, it is still going to be an opportunity here. It's something, again, that was mentioned on the desk. They just give themselves such an opportunity to actually win these sort of rounds by having this weaponry carried through from the last.
When we see some teams out there, you'll maybe have a jet, you'll have a chamber ult, something like that, and misallocating the weaponry. It's really refreshing to see a team like Na'Vi, who are currently, I think, at every step of the way, they've given themselves the best min-max advantage that they can. They're managing their economy perfectly, and it's not an afterthought for them. This position, dangerous up above for Cutie. Gonna drop down, grab huge value with the spike dropped, and the TP still allowing him to get out if he wanted. SSK snuck by. But, well, yeah, that wasn't pretty.
Whiff City. Any damage that he can do would be nice. But it's not going to be the case. Flawless round for BBL. Great way to kick off their defensive side campaign. Especially with the break back, not losing a single player. Kushner as well is popping, which is going to make him so much more deadly going into the future rounds as well, because it basically just means that that tour de force is going to be coming whenever he desires it. And with how aggressive he's been playing so far, exactly what you want from your chamber, it's a pretty scary prospect. Again, though, there have been some quieter performers. And I feel like that always really shows more so on the defensive side. Like, if there is a place that Na'Vi can find and pressure down on, that could be a big problem for the Turkish squad.
Yeah, I mean, on the defensive side, like we say, you're going to have to sit back. You're not going to be able to group up and push the issue yourself. You're not going to be the one setting the pace a lot of the time. And on Icebox in particular, really feels limited in the amount of aggression you can go for. I mean, we saw it out of Na'Vi, right? You're either going to push down Tube or you're going to push the A site, wall yourself up and try to fight for belt. That's something that they did a lot, but typically most teams won't. They will play the default. They'll look for a little bit of mid aggression, and outside of that, and dueling for control over B, you don't tend to do a lot on the defensive side. You don't tend to be the one pushing forward and putting them off pace. And the problem for me with that, Tom, is that when BBL are the ones waiting to react and being pressured like that, they have looked lost, not on a map level, but on an almost team chemistry level from the outside perspective. I don't know what's been going wrong, but let's hope that coming into this half, we're going to see a different face now with rifles out for both and a Viper's Pit to lock down B main.
Yeah, they really want to make sure that this purchase is not going to be getting much done. You can also see the wall just ready and set up, but I wonder if that might be utilized as bait. Kushner in such an aggressive spot, but obviously the wall won't affect him. He can just rendezvous straight out of there back towards the spawn. Again, though, Na'Vi just taking their time, making sure that any aggression that was to come through would be spotted. By the looks of it, may even try and split this one through mid, getting that control almost for free. Of course, the reason for that is the position of the traps.
Yeah, decent amount of information, but it does allow Na'Vi to get quite close. They're pushed up here. They're ready to destroy that trap, but that only primes Cutie for this battle. No TP down. Oh, that was what?
Oh, it was all of this plan was meant for a bait to get that A site control, but the wall being in the way is just going to make things so much more problematic. And that shot, a little bit of luck that's gone an awfully long way. Now the push will come through from Na'Vi again late in the round, but the wall's already been broken. Poor in spot, but he gets dropped out. Is there going to be any opportunity for a denial? It might not be needed. Even still, though, it's just trades back and forth. Such a good spot to be in. Rez comes through. Kushner will only be able to drop 2, though. And that leaves 2 remaining on either side.
Good chance here for BBL to get the round on the board. The Viper's Pit just now falling down on the B site. The wall to fight back in. Cloud's constantly being decayed by that. He's going to start to close in the distance, though. Flash in his back pocket. Not going to be used up, though. Just waiting for the swing, and he gets dropped. Xilv now has to do it all. Time decently in his favor. He can get a swing and destroy that spike plant. He could have been huge, but no, the defuse, it's on its way. It didn't get to half. It's going to be close.
Aim DLL let go. He must have done. Because when we got back to it, he was just starting out that defusal. So I think that's the difference between them taking that round away. It just wasn't the faith in his teammate to keep him safe. And because of that, he ends up going down. I want to check it, but I'm fairly certain he let go.
He must have. He must have. Yep, there it is. He stood up. Stood up to take the shot. Unlucky. 0.7 of a second that it comes down to. And well handled by Na'Vi to run the clock down. Devastating loss for BBL, but they get another shot, Tom. They're not out of credits just yet.
Enemy suppressed.
Yeah, financially, well, this basically is it. But the same can be said for either side. Nobody really running away with the economic game. Again, we're going to see this slow start to the round for Na'Vi, patiently waiting outside of the A site. This time, though, there is much more of a stack up. However, they've already spotted a couple of the players there. They're going to try and just isolate them. It's a straight swing out. Cloud is just going through, and he's already going to find one. Again, though, back and forth. He'll be res back up before anyone can really do anything about it.
Late swing through, though. Aslan will punish in for another. It's huge for BBL, but not enough. Despite individuals stepping it up, Na'Vi always seem to have that extra play, that extra player, whatever it may be. Somebody digs deep and comes out with a round for that attacking side. They are now 11 on the board facing an eco. And you've got to be heartbroken if you're BBL with how things have gone so far. You know, Ascent should have been a map they looked a lot better on, and a slow start to Icebox has left them in a tough position. Now having to, I mean, look, I said eco, but they've got an ult on Cutie. They can get a mixed bag of buys around it. This is all or nothing. They're going for it here and now.
Yeah, this has definitely been a much more competitive map, even though the scoreline at the moment doesn't really differ too much. There's been a lot of opportunities. Again, though, I feel like a lot of that comes off of the sort of two players at the top of the board for them. MDLL, nice little transfer, though. Tries to go for a little bit more, but he's done his job. Aslan, okay, maybe a little bit audacious, but the plant is in. If anybody was going to win it, it's this youngster in Cloud trying to hold on to the back of the site. So much information, but he actually manages to get across. Goes for the swing, and Kushina's not going to miss that one. It will be a quick 7th onto the board for BBL, and well, they've managed to, I guess, stabilize themselves here because, as you said, that was a bit of a risk economically.
Yeah, they certainly took a risk, but it paid off this time around. Sometimes you gotta just have full confidence in yourself, and for BBL, it's paid off. That blitz around the back, just huge for AIM-DLL to do that much. And players understood exactly how much was needed of them in that moment. Na'Vi forced down to an eco. Pistols. And of course that Marshall in the hands of Xilv to play with, but it's SSK that I'm worried about. This guy has got a tour de force. It's going to be activated right away. And this is something that every member of BBL has to be so cautious of. This buy for Na'Vi is legitimized almost.
I said he was just going to walk all the way through.
Look like it.
I was thinking there's actually not much to stop him, at least at the moment. And, well, Turco's now watching that cross, so not going to allow for anything more. MDLL also just waiting to deny the plant. First kill comes for free, and I don't know if they're going to get anything more because of it. We've seen a dink actually coming onto Aslan, and okay, the plant goes through, but anything more than this, I'd be gobsmacked.
Yeah, it would be surprising. And now cancelled out. Good luck to you, sir. SSK, 4 seconds. They're closing in the distance. Oh, he's going to face it as well. Good luck. Dino's the last man alive. He's been revealed, swung on, and taken down. BBL up to 8. They're not letting this one slip.
No, that was very controlled as well in the retake. I like that. They knew what was on offer, made sure that basically it's not going to be allowed to utilize that tour de force. And I think the reason we actually see the push forward out there from SSK, which didn't really look particularly smart with his weapon about to come online, is because they were actually placing an utility behind him. So he would have been completely trapped if he didn't just take that step forward instead. So just smart in their retake, not taking too many risks. And well, 11-8. Distance now reduced significantly. A purchase will be there on the other side, though. And again, there's some pretty strong ults available for Na'Vi.
I mean, the same thing, though, on the other side for BBL. We saw that diffuse for AIM DLL. That got Viper's Pit online. With the res as well, there's a ton of safety nets. They're pushing up. Navi's slow play that we're used to seeing being challenged here. A ton of aggression out of BBL. Dink below is being caught. Trade is not there. And with Cloud going down, this is a hugely successful early round out of BBL. They were ready for the exact positions Na'Vi had in play. They've yielded the reward, and now for Na'Vi, like that Viper's Pit might be the only hope of the round if they can get it up on site.
The thing is, information's going to be there the second they attempt to round the corner. Trap broken, and you can see there's still Kushner alongside AIM DLL that they have to deal with. In fact, there's going to be a Viper's Pit going down on the other side instead. So heavy commitment. This actually kind of gives Zeddy a way through, though. He's going to go pushing all the way in towards the spawn. Looking to try and fight some of the players there. It is checked for, though. They're expecting this push to happen, and straight in goes Kushner. He knows he has the support of his teammates. A risk taken and a risk rewarded. It's going to be a 9th now. The streak of rounds continues, and while Na'Vi's starting to look pretty shaky.
Yep, the problem's there now on the attack side. You know, you saw it there. BBL managed to get themselves a recon through, and as soon as they saw the player planting close, I mean, yeah, Cutie was diving on that every day of the week. Na'Vi, he fight into this round with very little, but they didn't use the Viper's Pit last round, and that's something that I'll look at here as a big threat. They get to sight with pistols, Viper's Pit down, all of a sudden, it's a full buy round. Like, BBL are on the back foot in most engagements on the way back through. But they've got 3 players on A, so for Na'Vi to get onto site and get that down, I mean, they've already got to get past a wall, and then a bunch of players on the other side of it. You know, hope that they can gain something here. But look, even the Marshal gets spotted, and without the surprise factor there for it, it's unlikely any players start to swing on out and give it any more opportunities.
Again, with the deep control they've also got into B, there's not really any reason for the players that are currently on that side of the map to rotate. They've also got traps down, and it's being watched on the cross by AIM DLL, so there's so much information currently available for BBL, and it is just going to be that straight push in. Utility also denied. Drone not going to be able to really do anything. And while just being stuck back, not really being able to push, and just having a barrage of utility placed in front of them. This is getting tougher and tougher by the second for Na'Vi.
The more noise you make, the more likely it is those other players have rotated through. They know that now. Running on into this site, they're likely to face many opponents. Good pick, though. The patience rewarded. They've got the sight. In comes the Viper's Pit. The spray from Bora trying to land something. He was losing HP of his own. He left Dunno on 1 health, but it's not enough. Res onto Cutie as they desperately try to regain control. That spam was so close. Dingstay's gone down to a snake fight. SSK's falling. Zeddy, Dunno, Cloud, all down to a sliver of health. This might look like an advantageous fight for them to take, but with the HP, there was practically no chance. And a post-plan setup from Dunno, it is ambitious. It's not even gonna come close.
I think the whole point of that post plant was that they were low from the Viper's Pit. And even still, I don't think he even landed in the correct spot anyway. So again, a solid retake from BBL. It was a weaker purchase from Na'Vi, but they are starting to crumble. This was a map that looked so incredibly good for them in a dominant position, and now they've lost 4 rounds in a row. And honestly, I don't really feel like BBL have broken too much of a sweat. Like, these rounds have been pretty clean. I've especially been impressed with their retakes. They've been so calm and collective and not overfacing. Nobody taking too many massive risks without the potential of a trade. So everything seems to be in BBL's court, other than the fact that they're still 1 round behind.
That's the thing. The shoe is very much on the other foot at the moment. We had worries for the BBL defensive side once they started to get pressured, but I mean, just look at this. My man's 28-15 at the moment. Cutie is just on fire. And this is what we needed, a hero to step it up on BBL, because there have been so many rounds that you can think of on Ascent where it looked favorable for them. They were in 2v1, like 3v1 fights, pushing aside, and Cloud would just get a 3K and individually take them all down. Or you'd run into another round where they've got a post plant and it looks like everything's set up for them and it just gets diffused under their nose. Or Navi's utility would always be perfectly set to stagger them back and rebuy the space into the site. They'd win every duel. They were just getting controlled and ruined. But now they've started to figure it out again. Started to look like the BBL we were expecting, the super team of the region. And with Cutie popping off like this with an op in his hand early, I'm worried for anybody that peeks him.
Yeah, I think he's had enough of being the B anchor, it seems. Is going to go aggressive on the other side of the map. I don't know if something's been spotted. It hasn't. Zeddy none the wiser. And that's your Viper down. That's probably the worst start you can possibly get. And well, luckily they've got a res, but well, you can see on the other side, Hunter's Fury straight back through. It's actually Dudo bites the bullet. Well, I guess that's slightly better, sort of.
I guess so. Yeah, poor guy. He just came to watch the res, provide that little bit of cover, you know, see the spectacle, witness the miracle of life, and unfortunately, he had his own taken away. It was a trade, a sacrifice, a ritual he didn't know he was partaking in. Now, hold on, we've got Aslan spotted towards the back of yellow. The snake bites are through. He is stuck in a corner. They've crowd controlled him completely, but not punished him on the back. But the flash disappears. Zeddy on site traded out the wall down, and now they're going to have trouble with closing in that distance. And Cutie takes advantage of it. A collateral for his fourth. And 11-11. We're all tied up.
I almost feel like a third map's looming. 32 kills for Kushina. Having a worldie of a map, and there's not really been anybody that's been able to stand up on the other side, at least for the last 5 rounds. They've been pushed and pulled and backed into corners and, well, sometimes even taking the hit for a teammate. The funny thing is Zeddy then ends up being the aggressor here. Like, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Like, the man is taking the opening fight both times they try and push in here when he's the one with the utility that can actually do something to section them off. It looks a little lost at the moment for Na'Vi, and well, they're going to try something audacious.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. It feels disconjointed.
Don't you dare.
His crosshair has been on someone through that smoke for 90% of the time, and he won't land. When he eventually takes the shot, it's actually a Marshall bullet that lands on him, leaving him on to 50 HP.
Well, it's a little bit of damage. Of course, he's going to be healed back up, so he will still be 1 bullet away from death from the Marshall, but you can see how good of a read they currently have. Still got the trap defending on B, and the rest of the team are just stacked up in A. All going to be thrown down from Corey. He's done so well to just make this cake incredibly awkward for them. SSK actually teleports into the angle, and well, still gets nothing for it. They're going to try and double back in towards a fast play towards B. Maybe if they can isolate aim DLR, but it seems like Turco is hot on their
30
heels.
seconds left.
Yeah, these guys are rotating into position very quickly. Aim DLL knows exactly what he's up against. Ready to catch off one, sees the head of SSK, forced to take a knee. And meanwhile, the other players are getting into position, covering the cross. Cutie's picked off one. This plant is actually going to come through. Nasty little corner for Dinks. Oh, the shot out of SSK. He's got so much more to do. And this time around, it's BBL's round. One nice shot, but that's all that comes of it.
An impressive comeback. It took them a long time to really get into the map, get into the series, but BBL now 12-11 into the lead, making this first match of the tournament an exciting one. And while Na'Vi have one chance to even get an opportunity to ruin the party here, maybe the announcement of the champions has spurred them on a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you that don't know, obviously the announcements went out during this map. of where Masters and Champions are going to be located. You can head on over to the Valorant Twitter and you'll get all the spicy details. Copenhagen, where Masters is going to be, and well, as you may have guessed, it's somewhere in Turkey for champs.
I'm definitely sure that chat hasn't already ruined this before you've even finished the sentence.
Not a chance. Not a chance. Nobody knows. So head on over to the Valorant Twitter and you'll find out for the first time.
Oh, that's a good start. Duno's going to get rid of Pora. Kushner within the sight, and he goes down as well. It looked like the kill on Zeddy was almost guaranteed, but it isn't quite going to finish him off. Now, after a streak of rounds for BBL, this map almost looking signed, sealed, and delivered. It now comes down to just 2 players to try and close it out. OT is on the cards instead.
Navi don't usually let these ones slip. They're going to have to dig deep. Aslan, Turco. On the way through, Turco's got to do it all. An ace needed. Now, if his bullet's going to be gone to that wall. Cloud, oh, he spammed him down. That's actually done like half damage to him. 12-12. OT secured for Navi. It has taken a while to get here. They've lost a lot of rounds in a row. 6 that their opponents were able to pick up, but now they get to go back to the defense where all that success was found.
And the thing is as well, BBL won this streak in a manner of which they just had everything they could possibly desire. So you had Kushner constantly having that operator. Now he actually has a decision to make of whether he's even going to go for it at all. And in this case, the answer is actually no. So that will go amiss. And for the defense now of Na'Vi, well, it was incredibly good in the previous half. Like we saw both teams have a stronger defensive side.
In we go.
Question is, can Na'Vi now get back into that same stride?
It's certainly been a while since we saw them here. SSK up above on the box. Likes to try to make these TP plays. But for now, it's not going to yield anything. BBL moving back. I think learning from some of their mistakes earlier on. They show a lot of players on B, maybe make a little bit of noise, but they're going to spread back and play the map control, leaving their traps to cover the B site, as well as obviously Turco, who's sat here. I think he'll probably drone it out or like make a little bit of noise for them.
Yeah, it has to be an attempted bait. Otherwise, having your Sova on the other side of the map doesn't make a lot of sense. And in fact, it does actually seem like Na'Vi might have a bit more of a misread. You can see the drone themselves going through into mid, and they've actually left just one solo player dedicated to, hey, this fake has worked fantastically well, but the realization has started to come through. I do wonder if Cloud's going to get caught on the way back in. No, it's an instant headshot. The escape from Zeddy is enough to keep this man advantage alive for their retake attempt.
Yeah, shout out to SSK for sticking around for so long on B. That's why they don't over-rotate, even though he gets spotted up after destroying the drone. Just balls of steel. The man just stands there. He's like, all right, go on, push me then. You know where I am, I don't care. A reveal going up, shot not gonna land. Cutie in a bit of danger now. TP used up, he's on the site. He's being pushed out by utility. That wall about to break, he hopes for an angle, but those shots don't land. Na'Vi really starting to dominate in this one. The defensive stride has well and truly been found with a, well, not a flawless one. Almost.
Oh, please tell me they're not going to run out of time for that. That would have been awful. I think there's still going to be enough left on the clock for them to get it through, so not too much of a worry, but it's still a very scary scenario when you see someone that late and nobody anywhere near the spike.
Match point.
A little stealth snake bite almost saves the day, but in the end, it's Na'Vi who once again take the lead, and this time it is for match and series point. Already got a map under their belt. They look to close it out here, and no surprise, this is where BBL take a timeout. As we said, you know, looking at this group, there's 3 distinct teams who look set to top the group. Only 3 of them will progress, and what that means essentially for these guys, you're hoping for an upset to pick up the 3rd. If you're Na'Vi, if you're BBL, if you're big, you want to be the team that's sneaking your way in, right? Catching an opponent that's a little bit weaker. Like we were saying the other day, kind of, we know these teams are sharks and they can eat, but they can't kill the whale by themselves. You got to hope the whale's kind of dead already, you know? And there's a possibility for some weaknesses being there. But losing a match like this amongst the bottom 3 rated teams, Tom, that puts you in serious risk of relegation.
Yeah.
You do not want to be down there.
Yeah, it's definitely not a spot that either of these sides will want to be in, and fighting tooth and nail in their opening match. It's a weird one, because ultimately you want to try and learn a little bit, but that's almost the brutality of the VCT season is you can't afford to make mistakes in your early matches, especially if it's one where ultimately it could be something that decides even just your safety within the group. Nonetheless, it's not over yet. Yushina definitely picked himself up more so on the defensive side, although he did, I think, have 16 kills in his attack as well, so it's not like he was shabby on either, but it was more so that space he was taking, and again, it's the same sort of push, same sort of control.
Poison's off.
You gotta hope Zeddy's not first man around the corner, and just looking at the mini-map, well, he is far from it. Sat down the spawn. All up. Players peeking. SSK traded out at least. A snake bite down, but it won't do much to deter them. Navi have already crossed, and they're on yellow. Looking to close in on the site. The wall soon to go up. And there you go after the snake bite. Wall's going down. No way to deny this. They can try to punish after, and in fact, 2 kills very quickly found. This has forced them into a very tough post plant.
Dinks. Oh no, it's going to be Zeddy to swing. I was going to say Dinks isn't far away from the res, but instead it's the wide swing from his teammate in Kushina. All he had to do was hold the angle. Again, these retakes from BBL have been superb, so this streak of OT is going to continue at least into a second form. It'll be interesting to see who actually breaks the deadlock with an attacking round, but honestly, I have a feeling it's going to happen on the A side rather than on B.
Yeah, those B pushes have been tough. I feel like both teams have been particularly good on the defense at giving up a little bit of space, but always finding those 1 or 2 picks on the way. Now, it feels like, you know, when you wall it up and pop down in particular the Viper wall, Tom, you know, we've seen a couple of times now when they get to the site and that wall is down at an angle, so it's not really blocking off the spawn peak. But the Viper wall is down, and yet people are swinging out wide, and it's been an absolute feeding ground for these operators to just destroy in some of these duels.
Ping up. That will give away a little bit of extra information. SSK really wanting to fight on some of these angles, taking such audacious spots to try and find that opening pick for his team. And still, though, they're being delayed back. And actually, that slow almost gives him that extra space to take a wider peek. I'm not sure I would be a fan of it, but knowing SSK, I think it's coming.
Here we go. SSK not able to get it, but he gets out with 20 HP. All things considered, I think he can be pretty happy with that. An awkward duel, and if anything, I feel like he should be removed from the round already. Down goes Fragment, but a little bit too wide. Or is able to get out of there for free.
That is the defender's wall that has given him that plant. He now has his own wall to try and take other space. I don't know what's gone wrong there for Na'Vi, but that is a catastrophic mistake. And now they're playing over the edge of their own wall, which has to be cleared. This has gone as badly wrong as it could have done for Na'Vi. I feel like they've almost just handed BBL an Octoplant. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
No, I don't think I have. In fact, Tom, I didn't even register that was Navi's wall. I just assumed. Because why would you put it there?
Yeah, why would you? I guess it was meant to just be a wall to block them off, but instead it left a gap that...
So you can't wall from there and think it's going to block them off. You're giving them a corner.
Yeah,
you know
I don't. No, I just mean it like a panic wall. Like you meant to wall them off, and instead you've given them an angle.
That's so strange. Well, that's off the back of a strange defensive side round from Na'Vi. It's BBL who actually managed to break the mold, finding their attack, and now putting Na'Vi into a very... I'm sure demotivating spot with the massive lead that they had in this map and the opportunity to close it out in the last OT. Here they sit, having to win one of the few rounds that they've managed to pick up being on the attack side. There's a wall up for A. There's players challenging A. But it's a split through middle. And they're just waiting for some aggression, for someone to try and push up behind. Little do they know, BBL have no reason to push. They've stacked up A.
huge though, Turco. Well, I don't know if he spotted them straight away, but he has repositioned. Zeddy finds the opener, and actually SSK's found one more. They actually fall though. 2 players go down. Aslan's still fighting. He's trying to do it all on his own, but he can't. Aim, DLL left, but he's got the spike. Isolating both of these players is not going to be easy, but they have to come to him. They have to face versus him, and he's already going to land one, but Cloud will be there to close it. It is way too close, but Na'Vi keep it rolling.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I need a breather after that one. Each player, you know, throwing in a fragment, a snake bite on the other side. Like, that came down to it. I'm quite sure that that was going to work out either way. 14-14. Another OT for us here on Icebox as we see an operator come through for SSK. We keep an eye on him to start this round because he's going to go blitzing down middle. He's already through the tube, popping down another anchor and holding the control. BBL are now completely boxed in. If he swings a little bit wider, they'll have that control for the whole round, and BBL won't be able to rotate. They're looking at the A site. Currently, we still have 2 players, but they haven't seen anyone. So the BBL side, they're sneaking up. They might have some insane timing. Great job, 6J. That's not the play.
No. They're very reliant on that being a solo play. Kushner just goes jumping across the side. He's been spotted by Cloud. Cloud, I think, almost just ends up confused. Shot up, to do a little bit of damage, but I'm not going to be able to deny the plant. We end in a 3v3 once again.
Cutie's just been moving around this site like it's his playground. He's been jumping around heaven, taking the rope. Now he's up on top of that middle island, looking to take them down as they bust their way through. Dunno, just on 60 HP, should be a prime candidate for Cutie's rifle. And that he is. Left into the 1v1. It's SSK. Oh, he's just running out in the open. Cutie takes full advantage of that. 15 for BBL.
Switching sides.
I do feel like there's just mistakes being made from Na'Vi in spots that you just don't really expect. Like, he saw him moments ago up top. So, like, I don't know if communication was just off there, but even if he hadn't dropped down, that was just an easy kill for him there. And then you have Dinks as well, just caught with his wall in hand. Okay, he got 1-for-1 trade, but in such an aggressive position, you kind of expect there to be a plan, but there wasn't. 39 kills, by the way, for Kushner. Still just fragging hard for his team, but there has been a step up. Like, there was moments in this game where we were looking at the likes of AIM-DLL, I think, like 1-7. Toko and Pora both on 0 kills, so everybody's had a turnaround game, and now this is their chance to take this over the line, move on to a 3rd and final map, which, honestly, out of the maps within the pool, I feel like it's going to be the most intriguing one because, well, we haven't seen Fracture actually played, I think, since January for BBL. And for Na'Vi, it's exactly the same. And they've only played it once. So that game is... Oh, I feel a bit sorry for the analysts if it goes there because they're going to go in pretty damn blind.
Yeah, I guess for both teams as well, when you get to that point, you got to kind of come in and you're both hoping that whatever's going right in scrims works for you in the official. And like we saw with BBL's first attempt on a changed up comp, I'm sure. Like, yeah, it was great in scrims, but it certainly wasn't when it came to officials.
Old.
There were problems. This push, and that be ready for it, but oh, there's actually still so many players here. BBL maybe over-aggressing a little bit. They are sticking down in position. Cutie gonna be first point of contact, and he'll TP out, really baiting it in. Look, at this point, there's no way you expect Aslan to be... Just ran back with his knife out, so I guess you do expect
I guess maybe just feared for his life, would rather not give up the round, even if it had the opportunity to take it into his own hands. I think they just found more players than they expected to. And even if he gets one and gets traded, it's just not really worth it facing off against that attack. SSK slowly making his way through. Now, this spot is watched both by the trap, but also the position currently being held by Aslan. So if he takes the time to clear this, it could actually be somewhat of a problem. Instead, though, he's in a spot where the trap can't even deny him, and that's an easy opener for SSK.
BBL want to rotate back through mid. SSK's waiting. Does he check down below? Yes, he does. Just in time. Another player peeking, another challenger finally. He is taken down, but AMDLL, well, he can't even pop through another snake bite. Cancelled out by KO's knife. Space bot. Navi. Cloud. You are playing a risky game here. Okay, he's backing out eventually. They've got a man advantage, so there's just no need.
Yeah, he's also got a flash, so he can just set up a swing if anybody actually manages to get on that defuse. Utilized a little early, but they've still got Dart to try and force these players into awkward battles. Kushina's trying his best, but Uno's landed an instant headshot, and while the trades are going firmly in the favor of Na'Vi, 30 rounds isn't enough as we will continue into 31.
Switching sides.
No better map for an overtime than Icebox, really, is there, Tom? You know,
our favorite of all the maps.
It really is. You just get to see so many different variations on strategies like wall B, go B, and wall A, go A. And then my favorite is also when you wall B and then you go to the B side. That one's my favorite. You ever seen that one before, Tom? Probably not.
I really like the defensive play of chamber push.
Yeah, that's kind of good, actually. You won't see it too often. It's a shame, but...
Oh, look. Chamber's pushing.
That's an unexpected one. You can see just how caught off guard Pora was. Never expected that to happen. Yeah, no, he was ready for the fight, but a little bit quicker. SSK comes out ahead. Na'Vi with the man advantage to play with here. Slow going down up close. Aslan's going to get rid of that. Confirm that they're still around here, and that's perfect. That's what Na'Vi won. We've got 3 players in position ready to take these fights. Oh no!
What's SSK just done? Did he like turn off all graphics for utility? He just went and sat in it.
I think he thought it was on the other side of the box, and it wasn't.
Oh, it's a mistake. He's managed to get quite far out, but AimDLL is going to just drop him straight away. Well, it's left all onto Zeddy. Good luck, my friend.
Toxin screen down.
Well, he's cut one. Won't hold my breath for this clutch, but we'll see. Dodges the shock dart at least. On his way to the side, up close to player holding. Great shot. Zeddy is on point. Sneaking all the way through. And he goes. I like that turn. You know, he avoids showing his barrel too early, moving into it and spinning at the same time, and very nearly corrects on the Turco. Good attempt by Zeddy. Poor round by Na'Vi, though, that's for sure. I don't know what was happening on that side hold.
Yeah, they get the opener, but just get absolutely slaughtered on the way in. BBL do fantastically well on the entry, and, well, again, they've got an opportunity to close this one out. They've had a few of them at this point. Both sides in positions where they could have closed this by now, but continue march through the map. Early, slow. She's going to deny the aggression of Pora, not wanting to take that same level of risk. And I do think that BBL, at least in their aggression from what we've seen, have been a lot more controlled. Like, they'll have an idea. If that idea doesn't work, more than happy to fall back into just their default defense.
A bunch spotted outside of A. That's going to keep BBL in position for a while. Just one spotted with the knife. Slows, still active, still ready to go down. But, you know, with a minute on the clock, it's not bad to have baited that out already. You know, these players don't have any slow orbs to play with, but with the amount of utility Na'Vi are throwing through on the other side, they want BBL to know, hey, we're coming A. We want the A site. And the reason for that is Zeddy's lurking out on mid, right? He's trying to catch the rotations when they eventually come through. But BBL are being stubborn. They're not looking to over-rotate just yet. They're worried about maybe a flank coming through, maybe about a late rotation. So they're just going to pump the brakes.
Such a risk. Na'Vi really trying to sell that they're not in this position anymore. And going down to what will likely be the last 20 seconds before they make a move. Pora is going to get cleared out. Nowhere to go at this stage. So an easy opener for Cloud, and good opportunity to get into an afterplant. Turco wanted to try and at least even things up on the way back through. This is where that lurk you talked about could pay its dividends, especially if he catches Executioner.
Oh, it looks like he's gone a little bit later, actually. Zeddy just now on the way up, and he'll catch AMDLL a second on an Aslan. That's exactly the disruption that they needed, leaving it all on to Cutie. He'll catch the first, but 3 more to go. as he breaks his way through. Actually, a couple 1v1s on offer. He's done well. 3 kills already. Information on that player, but as he sees SSK, it comes with a heavier cost right into the op. That's another OT guaranteed as we go to our 33rd round of Icebox.
I just want to say, if in the next if this is 2-0 and someone picks Icebox next,
if the first
I don't
team
like
picks
you.
Icebox, I'm gonna have
just
some
telling you
words.
that now. Yeah, I'm just we'll switch the order, even though we're not allowed to do that because I'd be breaking pretty much every rule in the book. But it's like
Listen, let me
pick
just
Icebox.
make it
Like
appeal.
you don't.
Listen,
You don't.
Hype. I love you, bro. Don't pick Icebox, please. Please. Milan, I'm gonna reach out to you as well. We've had our moments. We've had good times. Don't pick Icebox. Do it for me. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. All right, so that's
I
enough
feel like
of us.
MBS is gonna do it just to spite you for saying Milan.
Well, you know what? A little bit of competitive integrity can be dispatched here and there if it gets rid of an Icebox, I suppose. A fair trade. I'll take it. A little bit of a flank coming through. MDLL ready to catch this slow down as well. That's going to completely halt Navi's plans. These players on site have to just wait, essentially. And BBL are able to determine where they want to take the fight. 3 players spotted up close. Brown's got a flash in hand. It's working out, though. He swung on in. Oh, that fight in itself was a beautiful thing. But BBL come out on top, 17 to 16.
Switching sides. Match point.
Yeah. Again, though, they've had so many advantages. I don't know if they're going to be able to close it out. Like, I'm holding my breath waiting at this point, just like, okay, there has to be a close for BBL. They've had so many opportunities. They're going onto that defensive half, which in regulation was good for them, but in reality, when Na'Vi have needed it, they've been able to break back.
This is going to be a slow one. You can see Navi really moving towards their default play on this one. 2 players watching the A push. 1 below, 1 up top. 2 for mid, 1 for B. They do not want any mistakes to be made. They don't want anybody from BBL to be able to take some aggression and get away with it. And they haven't. You know, these players have been caught off as they attempt to make some aggression in middle initially. They get a wall down. That's broken. There's no information late round to play with for BBL, but they'll make up for that by making a little bit of a push, seeing what part of the map is still open. And Pora having Tube stack up on A. This is perfect. Pora could even catch the rotation coming through out of Zeddy. The timing here could be everything. And in fact, he just misses it. And now moving towards the site. Cutie with the op, he's down.
Oh, I was so certain that he was going to land that. I thought it was a free opener. And again, it just seems like they're set up so perfectly. Pora now has to go huge. Turco's managed to find one. It's all about the timing. Looking to try and deny them in that plant. Only 14 seconds left. AIM-DLL has found another. It's left all on to SSK to try and close this out. But he'll land that first shot. Even has the tour de force into that 1 versus 1. And AIM-DLL is low. Both players tagged at least a bit. But this really should have been BBL's to close it out. SSK, he's actually going to look the wrong way. And BBL, they are going to take this to a 3rd map. Fracture will be on the cards.
Oh, an incredible performance from them. I mean, I think most people were ready to count out BBL coming into this second half, even or especially a decent portion of the way through half number 1. They were looking flat, and I was starting to get worried that this wasn't just a poor start to a map, to a series, which would essentially mean to the tournament. But they managed to bounce it back. They managed to look a whole lot better, and now there's hope for Fracture. In fact, I don't even know what to hope for. Fracture. There's a lot of question marks that are going to be filled in.
44 more kills for Kushner, maybe?
Well, look, I'm here for that. That's for sure.
Well, I think we're going to be throwing things off to a break now as, you know, this is a pretty long map. I'm sure there is plenty for Lothar and Kaquka to break it down.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
For change, no, I'm not gonna fade. You ain't letting me play. You ain't bringing me down now. I'm the talk of the big town. I'm wearing my crown. I'm making my mark. I'm making the sound now. You don't even care now. I ain't saying a prayer now. I'm walking away. I'm not gonna stay. I'm making it there now. I'm taking it solo. I'm a kid on the get-go. I'm breaking the rules. I'm taking it all. I'm running my own show.
Who's next?
VCT EMEA obviously needs multiple overtimes on day one. We got it for you. It's even Icebox. I heard that's Tom's favorite map. And this brings us to a match that was very back and forth. It started off quite good for Na'Vi, you could say, pretty similar to Ascend, but things really turned around massively in the second half, Kaquka.
Yeah, exactly. We knew that probably the executes were going to be a little bit slow, but what we saw here, I mean, the adaptation was there, but to me, honestly, Icebox is the kind of map where this just happens. What I'd love to see, on the other hand, is the way that Kushner was playing. And maybe, you know, the way that they were executing those retakes onto the sides were probably the first goal that they had on Ascent. Couldn't happen that time, but this time around, even though they take it to overtime, hey, it's a map for them.
Yeah, I feel like BBL was just great at punishing Na'Vi's lack of, let's say, plan for the attack. And that was great because Executioner plays the perfect character to do that. Right? He gets an aggressive peek, he gets a sniper kill, TDP's out, and then Na'Vi is falling out of like any kind of plan B. After that, the problem is very similar to what we have seen on Ascent, right? They play very slow, methodical, but that methodical approach doesn't meet the requirements to have a successful execute because they don't destroy the traps in the meantime. They don't gain map control. Exactly the same was happening on Ascent, but here on Icebox, BBL just woke up.
Yeah, exactly. And the problem is also the strongholders that you were finding onto the sides. I think that they were doing a great job, both Viper and Chamber. You know, not only getting the first... Yeah. I mean, it's a straight line after some point.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge straight line for the overtime, right? Imagine if it would have been longer, then with like half of this graph would have been just a straight line.
I mean, it was on its way, yeah. But very complicated. I don't know where this sets us up to be on the next map. It's going to be extremely difficult to you know, gather a different approach because honestly, it could have gone for either of both teams, and I am not extremely surprised, but someone else is by Kushner.
Yeah, I would like to add one more thing. That Na'Vi, I feel like, failed. That was a huge impact on their performance. They failed at just converting rounds when they have advantage. Out of 13 rounds when they have a 5v4, they won only 7. And on rounds when they had 5v3s, they won only 3 out of 4. And that shouldn't be happening. Like that 75% conversion rate on a 5v3, that is not good.
Well, at least we get some numbers in this place. And you know what? From numbers, we go to experiments, or let's say a few examples. As Lothar, it is time to head over to your lab to show us what you got there. And I think it is good old Chamber that you're showing us.
Yes, I was preparing those run breakdowns because I thought like, oh, you know, Na'Vi is just literally just shutting down the opponents when they were on the defense. And because of the chamber traps that SSK was setting up were literally amazing because they were giving so much map control. That's something that Tom and Mitch were talking about during the games. Pay attention to the minimap. Like there were so many situations where this trap on mid was being set up from the beginning of the round because Chamber was going through tube, sets up this mid trap that allows just to have full control of it, and then they just make sure that they control and reinforce the other side of the map. This is why you see so many players playing on A side here, and only one player is being put on B retake because of this single trap on mid. That's one situation. Then another clip. We're gonna zoom in on this again. Look at the traps again. On B long, we have a trap that is just being set up here, so it controls the early push from it, and that's essentially the entire map on the left side of it is controlled by that one singular trap. Another one here. Let's zoom in again. A side is controlled essentially. Someone is dropping from belt or going through the tunnel, they're being spotted, so only belt needs to be controlled by the chamber here. That's another example. And then one here as well. Let me swap the clip. Here we go. Another one on mid that was combined with a trap here after it's being triggered. Like all of that was giving Na'Vi so much map control in the beginning. It just shuts down the entire attack and makes sure that Na'Vi is very efficient at all rotations and reinforcements on that side of the map which needed it.
Yeah, and there were also some occasions that we again, so Kushner maybe not using, you know, the rendezvous properly. Maybe he's not, you know, that used to play in the agent. We've seen a major difference between these two maps, but still, you know, I think it's job to make it, even though that he got like 40, how many kills?
44, even more than I'm 37, that's more than my...
You stole my joke. I just wanted to say, this man got more kills than Lothar years on this earth. Thanks very much, really appreciate it, Lothar. There you go. I mean, 44 kills. And what would you say would have been the difference there when we talk about that map 1 Kaquka, where I would have not said that he was so present in his work with Chamber?
So the thing is that now you're going up again with a composition that has no duelist, just like in Ascent, but now you're against another composition that doesn't have a duelist. So you know that you're both playing on to common ground, but you know, I think he was smarter at the time of choosing his duels, choosing his fights, choosing where to be on the map and how to support his teams with his kills. Also, the operator here on Icebox is something that is just ridiculous.
I mean, the win condition for both teams was defense, you know?
Yes.
And the punishment was coming from effective defense and ineffective attack, and this is why we also went for overtime. Both teams have very similar weaknesses, and they try to expose those weaknesses by just having very good defense.
The cool part is, or you know, also maybe scary, we're moving to a map that both teams have not played during regular VCT at all. The map is called Fracture. And I would say, Lothar, just hypothetically, right?
Yeah.
Would you agree with me that Fracture is a map that needs elaborate attack setups?
You know what? Yes, but also no. Because this map is so different from any other map that we have in our pool that it's like clay. You can shape it the way you want it because it's just shaped by the composition that you play. You can play double sentinels, you can play 0 sentinels, you can play 1 sentinel, you can play 0 duelists, you can play 2 duelists. It's open to interpretation. And because of that, we have absolutely no expectations here because there's already a precedent of playing a map with no duelists, right? But this map is more execute heavy than Icebox.
Okay, do you think that there is a chance out there that we see Fade on this third map? Because don't get me wrong, even though we've been seeing changes coming in from BBL, you know, the Max and obviously the adaptation from Navi to play with a new teammate, do you think there's a chance? Because I feel like they're playing it safe as in the line of, okay, we prepared this and that's how far we're going to go?
Well, with some different teams, I would say we might expect Fade, but with those teams, I don't expect innovations.
I wanted to know if we were on the same page.
Yeah, but
I
even
to disagree with you.
Oh, unlucky. But in general, like even if they play Fade, you still need to play Breach. Right?
Yes.
This is a bread and butter of this map, and if someone plays Killjoy and don't have a Breach, well then bye-bye.
Well, you know, we see who says bye-bye for tonight as we're about to head into that Agent Select. And you know what? It's going to be a big surprise for us as well, as they have not played it in a while. The last time we saw it from the guys of PBL, and in overtime...
They didn't even have Muj. Like, they didn't even have Turco.
Also, that as well. So, you know what? I don't even know what to say. You know, I would like to introduce...
We were very close to seeing it versus G2, but we didn't make it onto that third map, as I was saying. So, really looking forward to the surprises that we're going to see. Of course, also because Navi used to play with the Astra, you know, BBL was already playing with the Brimstone. Let's say about the controllers, the Breach. I think it's so necessary. I also agree disgracefully with that.
This map is very open, but the thing is,
oh my dear lord,
right now we're gonna see most likely 2 chambers because of the 2 traps. Next patch, we're probably not gonna see chambers anymore, and we're gonna go back to Cypher and Killjoys because of the 1 trapping change. But okay, let's go. There's a Neon Executioner. There's a Neon. The Aslan plays on chamber. Brimstone. I mean, I
think they've changed almost everything. I mean,
wait, is it?
Yeah.
It's mirror match. No, wait, it's not. There's double duelist on Navi
exactly.
with a Raze on SSK. So they're lacking.
Sage.
They're lacking Sage, so they cannot. They just cannot hold off. Like an example, Arcade or a main with the wall for the first 40 seconds on defense, which is not a big deal because they have so much explosions.
Exactly, but if you are BBL and you know that Navi is going to take 10 hours to execute, maybe you actually need that wall because you would need to put that pressure somewhere else in the map. Navi is not going to be fighting for that one, but seeing this composition makes me, you know, second guess that statement.
I don't understand why Navi is playing double duelist when it doesn't fit their like.
If they win, we can ask them.
Play style, right?
We can ask them, Lothar. But first of all, they need to win. And you know what? I'm quite sure that Tom and Mitch will guide us through that festival. So please, take it away, gents.
Thank you so much, Zescht. Tom, you ready to bounce on into this one, get a fracture on the board? I'm not sure what to expect, but I'm guessing we're going to get a lot of high-speed moments out of this one.
I'm glad Zescht is sure that we're capable of guiding everyone through this one, because I'm not. We're about to watch a double duelist composition that has Cloud also bringing in a Neon. We have Neon versus Neon, one of them being Kushner as well, who's already very aggressive when he plays anything else. I'm just going to say to Synga and, of course, Xilv, best of luck. I hope you have a good time, because keeping up with everything these teams are going to be doing is going to be really hard.
Yeah, we're expecting this to be something that's a little out of the ordinary. Looking at Cutie and Cloud's battle, I mean, both of these players have had phenomenal series so far. Cutie really taking the cake on that previous map, though. We'll see if that performance is going to follow suit here. Of course, having your Raze to play with versus the Sage, really interesting choices from these teams. You're expecting a lot out of SSK's utility, especially with the guarantee control to combine with the likes of Zeddy. But on the other side, Turco has a bunch of stopping power, and of course that valuable res to bring players back on into the game. Tom, there's a pretty quick pace to it.
All right, well, this is already done, isn't it? The pistol round's already over. There's only 2 players left. They've just gone steamrolling straight in. We talk about the slow, sort of collected style of Na'Vi when it comes to their attack. I don't think that's going to happen in this next half. I'd be gobsmacked because that wouldn't make sense with this composition, but just the sheer pace. Cloud has at least managed to find himself one. But just look at these after plant positions. They are so far back, so much ground being held. They've also got utility that will be coming back online. It won't even be needed because Kushner hasn't slowed down from the previous map.
Well, that is certainly a sign of what's to come. You have to feel. Already seen a Phantom fought up for this man, and I'm not even sure. You know, with the kind of pace that he's taking, a Phantom in hand, it could be a risk.
Oh, if anything, he should have like a Bucky or a Judge.
all right,
that's how close he's going to get to them. We might as well.
Let me set some ground rules. Don't you ever bring up someone should have a Bucky again. This is unacceptable. But yeah, no, playing.
I'm
with
used to the shorty meta, so you know, after watching Zeta on this map, I'm all in on the shotguns.
Yeah, no, I'm not with you on that one. No, not for the Bucky. For the others, sure. But a Phantom, yeah, it's certainly an interesting choice. I'm excited to see what Cutie's got up his sleeve for us on that. You don't expect him to be swinging around corners and taking those initial fights in this sort of scenario. But yeah, it's I think we got a little bit of a technical pause here, Tom. We're gonna be waiting a moment for some of the players to get their.
Well, this has been a short series, so I think we were definitely due one.
Yeah, to be fair, we'd only been on a few minutes, so really thankful that these teams get to take a breather. They really need it at this point. To be fair, it's been going on like 2.5 hours now. This series, like that last OT was the length of some BO3s that we've covered in the past. So. You know, when you look at now moving on to Fracture, especially, and you know, this is something I didn't really think of before, and we can expand on it now that we've got a moment with the tech issue. We've got a situation here that these teams have played 2.5 hours of Valorant. They've been, you know, on Icebox as well, really pushing your brain to what else can we do? What else can we read into there? Now they've got to go on to Fracture, a map that they don't really play a lot. That's going to take it out of you. Like, this has got to be one of the more draining series for these teams that they've faced in their careers recently when it comes to officials. I can't think of either for them that
what
would be
I will say, I encounter to that, and it's one of the things I really love about our format. Each team has to play one match a week. So realistically, like obviously last time things happened for Mech, it ended up that they had to play quite a bit more. But it's cool the fact that every bit of preparation goes into one game. I feel like at that point, you have to be prepared that everything that's going to come up. If it's a long series, okay, well, you can sleep in tomorrow. You can have a bit of a nap. For now, you got to try and see what you can pull out of the bag. And I don't think either of these teams particularly look like they're wilting. Okay, Na'Vi had a few slip-ups towards the end of the last map. I feel like that's almost just due to the rinse and repeat nature. Now you go on to Fracture, new compositions for both sides, a very different compositions to what they played before as well. So I think it's going to be exciting to see how this works out.
Yep, definitely. With a minute left on the clock in this second round, you know, it's really been a dragged out one. BBL not wanting to take that initial aggression in the same way, but after biding their time and seeing no pushes, eventually they've got to make a move. Now that is an awkward fight. SSK hasn't taken a lick of damage, and he has taken a weapon off of Pora. You know, this round is all about damage for Na'Vi, and with a kill already on the board and aim stripped of his shields, although getting healed back up a little bit, there was a lot of potential for damage. Still is, maybe. 2 shots to the body needed on aim here. That's the problem.
With an nade. The nade now available. This is going to force MBLL forward. He gets tagged up as well. This is now 3 kills. And actually, the death almost plays in a little bit more to SSK because he's just going to get ever closer to having that showstopper online. So, yeah, a pretty decent bonus round coming through for them. Of course, now I'm starting to look at Na'Vi because although we've definitely seen more supportive Neons, I think especially with that relay bolt, there's opportunities to have these sort of cool combos that could come through with Raze. I feel like this defensive half is going to have to be very aggressive.
I can definitely see that. On a map like Fracture anyways, though, that's typically going to be the way that you want to go, right? That early aggression defensive side. You can see this stun set up now for Dish. It's going to come through. Cloud insta-peaks afterwards. They've got a few players stuck here, but not able to follow up too much on it. Trap down from DinxJ might actually prompt some aggression. They want to destroy that, even if they decide to rotate. And they use the smoke to actually get in there and destroy it. Okay, using their opponent's smoke to their advantage in this case.
It still bought a fair bit of time, but you can see that BBL are fairly comfortable in this sort of spot. Of course, their purchase, as well as what we were highlighting from Na'Vi's, is one that actually has some depth and strength. Like still having a rifle and also having that Guardian, which I will say for Aslan is just a rifle. Like he is unbelievable with it. And now you've got Kushner. Now he actually is just going in straight off the bat with that rifle. I was expecting to see maybe that given over to somebody else. Pora, though, has been able to find one back. I don't know if there's going to be much more from this, though. After plant, possible, but you can see where the setup is from the side of Na'Vi. They're almost expecting this.
They definitely primed them ready. Catch these players on the way over. Flashes in. Peek right after. Perfect follow-up, and the player in heaven only good for one. BBL meeting a brick wall of resistance there on the way back through. No plant. Na'Vi away with their first round. But it ain't that easy, right? You know, you pick up that third round, it's expected. Coming into this one, BBL, they buy up everything. Aslan can even play his ult here. He doesn't even need a buy necessarily. Could drop a teammate, allow them to have full shields to work with, maybe some util. You see aim DLL missing a stim. But the looks of things, they're going to save this to potentially use in the next round if they lose this. I imagine then they'd be popping the tortoise. Did he just pop that?
Yeah,
oh, he sold the rifle. He sold the rifle just before the round started. All right.
I don't know if he dropped it over to someone else, but no, he didn't. He still got the cash. So yeah,
32.
Last second change. I guess that will give him something into the next round anyway, but they might not need to worry about their finances because we've seen a lot of these same sort of execute heavy setups before. I think we were watching Optic do this a lot with Victor, like just having those initial relay bolts to stun around the side of Dish and then getting those openers, and it was so effective for Optic. It was why they were one of the it's why they were probably the best team at the entire event on this map, is they had so many cute, cool little setups that revolved around that neon. And well, now it's up to a reaction to be found for Na'Vi, and they're just being forced out of position. All of this utilities just being fantastically used, and now Dinx has been caught as well.
Yep, the Tour de Force coming up big for the opening. QD already down, got the foothold on the site. Bora able to backstab. This is fantastic. Zeddy traded out right away. And SSK unlikely to hit X in this round. Or S, I suppose. Or spectator binds. The ulti not going to be burned up for what would be little hope.
It's definitely just the initials of our observers. That's no one's binds. Unless they play an incredibly weird game, but yeah,
didn't even notice that. That's pretty cool.
Well, yeah, Xilv always does that. He always writes Xilv at the bottom, and if you look at the bottom where Mel's observing, it will say Mel. So
Bro,
if you ever want to know who's
blind,
oh, have you never noticed that before? If you ever want to know who's observing, especially when it's on caster streams, just look at the binds, and it will say who it is.
Man, that's actually blown my... I'm always looking elsewhere, you know? I have no reason to check what the bind is, so I just don't. That's crazy.
Well,
I've learned something new today. I'm happy.
Already. Aggressive attempt. Obviously, a much weaker investment here from the likes of Na'Vi, but, well, patient play from BBL. And that's the thing, they've had different pacing to each one of their attacking rounds. Like we've seen those blitz plays from Kushner where he's almost just disrespecting everyone on the other side, using the fast lane to take space. And then you've had these slower rounds where, okay, they've taken some map control, but ultimately it's only really him in a risk position. And I quite like that. It's almost like the team can work without the tip of the spear if they need to. However, he's also done a fantastic job, so it makes it quite a bit easier.
He's in the Cloud, at least gets one. BDL definitely flying away with this one. Site control, plant, all the range to play with. You're looking at DinxJ to maybe pick off one with his headhunter, but the numbers are being thinned out as we speak. Now you're not looking really at all at SSK using that showstopper yet again. It should just be pistols to close this round out, and Maybe a kill or two sprinkled in there for Na'Vi if they get lucky.
Last player standing.
And they have it. 4 rounds on the board for BBL. A strong and commanding start to this map. Something that has been missing on the previous 2.
Yeah, and I think they're doing very well to just deny Na'Vi anything that they desire. Like, if they want to try and get aggressive, they're being caught. Every play they've made around the map hasn't really worked. The retakes haven't looked particularly comfortable either, so BBL looking by far the better side. Now, there are ults built up for either side. I would say that just because I'm looking at those 2 duelists having something available, obviously the overdrive kind of sucks. Like, it's just worse than a gun, so I guess it could just be in the back pocket, but maybe that showstopper can come into play. Maybe the Rolling Thunder, but on the other side, Rolling Thunder Orbital Strike combo, it's a nasty way to take a site.
Now they're going to delay it for a moment. Change up the position, and there we go. Rolling Thunder for the right side, and that's where they're actually pushing. That's the intended target. SSK firing away, trying to find someone, but they're already in the spawn. He's being pushed out by every piece of utility. There was just nothing to give him even a moment's space or rest. The team crossing the site, doing well until the rest of Na'Vi show up. They've got the cross held, but Aslan steps it up and takes them both down. 5 on the board for BBL. They just cannot be stopped.
That's got to be frustrating. Like, that's been one of the best opportunities for Na'Vi to actually take home a round, and, well, you've got Aslan just stepping up exactly when they needed them. The trades were going so well up until this point, and, well, this is why he has been one of the favorites of many fans within Turkey for a long time now. A very long time. Because this man's individual ability is off the charts. And seeing him playing more aggressive agents definitely has me very excited. You're going to see straight away the attempted overdrive. I mean, guess one, honestly. But that ult, that's actually not bad.
Yeah, all things considered, it could have went worse. But with the res back through, it doesn't really matter. You've lost 2 players. Pistols stacked up here to try and catch him on the cross, but it should be a massacre in favor of BBL. They've committed the res to it. I think that's already enough. Lost on that one. Oh, nice position on top of the wall. Surf into success for Zeddy, but that's all they're going to get. By the looks of things, Dano is going to be cleaned up.
Spike
And we'll move on to round number 8 with 6 on the board for BBL. They have been incredible so far. Honestly, like, this is the polar opposite of how they started the first map. Not just in round score, but in context. These have been dominant rounds. They look comfortable. They look like a team.
Well, this looks like a map that I feel like they look very well practiced on. Like, they've got clear setups in almost every single round. I feel like their after plants, okay, at times have had moments of shakiness, but then they always seem to recover them. And just individually, they look very confident, because especially when you see a player who like mostly plays something like Jet, you don't know how well they're going to adapt to moving onto a Neon, because although there's aspects of the agent that are similar, a lot of the utility usage is very, very different. But it seems like Kushina's doing well. Everybody's performing to a high standard. Dinks should be able to get one here. It's not bad, but it already comes at the cost of Cloud, who's gone down elsewhere.
You know, the fact that those kills are not found for free certainly hurts. It was an attempted push underpass. It's combined with that crunch out of B main, but having been watched and spotted, BBL make their way along the ropes to the other side. A risky maneuver. Yeah, they don't necessarily have it covered. A trap. It stops anybody from like full flanking, but they could still be stood there to the side watching, and it would have been the most embarrassing round of BBL's career, but that hasn't happened. And instead, they managed to sneak their way through. If the timing's right here, they should have at least a 4v2. I see Dano is starting to rotate over, which is a little scary with an orbital strike online and this little time on the clock.
Well, the info is definitely going to be going
30 seconds left.
in that direction. The execute begins. They've not checked properly. A good chance for SSK. He goes too high over the top of the wall and just gives them a kill instead. Sure, it's a fantastic shot from the other side, but it almost seemed like he was safe. Spike going to be retrieved. It's going to be held on the cross. Aslan landing a third shot of the round and leaving just dinks remaining. One player incredibly low, but he's got to try and bypass this tour de force. And honestly, I'm starting to wonder why Aslan doesn't play this agent full time, because this is one hell of a performance from him.
Well, that is suboptimal. This blast pack play was actually hilarious. He's trying to make it out of the way so he doesn't get spammed and ends up just getting caught up above.
Yeah, that looked like one of my blast packs. It just yeets me straight up in the air, and I'm like, oh, hey guys. Yeah, I was here the whole time. Apologies for that. 14-3. Yeah, it just looks comfortable. And Na'Vi are taking a timeout, but I almost feel like it's a little bit late. Like, sure, there's still a recovery period, but just over the last few rounds, I feel like there was a clear problem already in place. The fact that a lot of their aggression isn't really working in a composition which... Well, it almost reminds me of like a split comp where you're just basically going, okay, we're going to run double duelists, and on this defensive side, we're just going to push everything. If you're getting caught almost every single time you attempt something, like think of the amount of times where Cloud has been either the first or second death in a round. It's all in. And it just seems like the rest of the players are then trying to solve a problem that, well, ultimately you couldn't have planned for anymore, because your whole plan was, let's take some map control and try and find some early kills. And it's surprisingly still the plan in this round.
Yeah, I think when you think about this pause for Na'Vi, the conversation, it must have been like a locker room chat in the Mighty Ducks, one of the best sports movies of all time. At halftime convo, they're going to make it back. They're going to make it big this time. Look at Cutie, he's already through, but he's not checked the corner. Don't know. I think staggered the rest of the team with the orbital strike, punishes that play, but the numbers are still thinning out for Na'Vi.
Yeah, they tried to pincer in, and the push through the smoke just didn't really work out. Again, BBL, after taking some initial control, they just slow it down. And that slowdown is where Na'Vi are now trying to crunch in on them, and they're just waiting with better weaponry to play with. Aura as well seems to have a pretty good read on where Zeddy's going to be. It's perfect. It just knew exactly where that player was, and it now leaves a solo defender try and hold on to this site. Now, Duno does at least have one of the rifles, but he's already stunned up within the smoke. I think he's just been isolated, and did he get put up over the top of the wall? I think he might have done.
He might have, yeah. Unfortunate. Good old Cloud's going to be on his own, coming through the spawn as we speak, and plenty of targets for him to take down. It's a rich environment. But, well, those chances not really being offered up. He is stuck behind a wall after all. We'll let him run all the way around, and Aslan's waiting to catch him. 8-1. You watch the first map back and tell me that this is a reality. This is where we're going to be 3 hours later. I would not agree with you. But here we are, Tom.
Yeah. And as said, I just don't think there's been any sort of answer. Na'Vi are still attempting to do the same things again and again because this composition has shoehorned them in to have to. Like, you've got yourself two duelists in a chamber. If you're playing passive, you don't have much to play with at all. And well, the problem is, on the other side, you've just got these constant setups to almost just force you back out of the control that you're trying to hold on to. Again, they're going to be almost limited to the sites already. And we're only in the first 30 seconds of the round.
And this is kind of huge as well. The pressure that Aslan can put on once those smokes dissipate. Apparently, the pressure he's already putting on Zed. He's considering popping down that piece of utility. I'm not sure when that timing is going to come through. Is this off contact in A main as a safety guard to get the players out of main? Sorry. Or is it to peek on the back of Brim? They've just popped another smoke down. I'm really curious to see when that trigger is clicked by Zeddy. I think just there, yeah, it was used on contact in A main, gets the players out onto site, and they're now safely in towards the spawn. This is a hard retake that they're playing for. Oh, the stun on Zeddy. He's in the corner, but it looks like nothing's come his way. I was expecting spams or utility, but it comes in a little late for Corner.
I think Duno counter spammed, and that was why. He managed to find the kill through the corner and actually saved his teammate. Kushner, though, has got one straight back. He was on the site for a mere second before he's already managed to wrap back around, just hiding on the edge of the door. Pora holding alongside him as well. This crossfire is ever so deadly, and it just seems like there's nothing for Na'Vi even having themselves a good spot while just bunny hopping through to give Aslan another kill. 9-1. Again, like, Na'Vi could have closed this out 2-0. We went, what, 18 and 16 in the last map? This could have been done. We could be in, like, deep in our second series at this point. Instead, BBL show the resilience to take it to the third, and I don't know, maybe this is where, like, the new player or the young blood is starting to show a little bit for Na'Vi, but I feel like they're mentally gone.
Yeah, look, those losses where it goes to multiple OTs, like we always say, they are tough. But to have that essentially rubbed in your face and then you come into this map and you're 9-1 down, yeah, it's got to crumble your mentality. The serious test for this team, and coming back from this point is already a gargantuan task. 11th round. They need to win both of these and the pistol. Have any sort of hope, any chance over on that attack. I do feel like at least they'll be more comfortable there, but the foundations have not been set just yet. Dunno on the back of the site. Okay, Dinks actually gets away with one. Dunno could be in for something here. Oh, yes, he is. Great shot. But someone else needs to step it up again, Tom.
Spike already going down. A little bit of damage taken, but Kushner is still absolutely fine. And again, weaponry is just not ideal. I feel like SSK is almost trying to mask the fact that he has a judge just by breaking it with a knife. Nice shot from Zeddy, though. Kushner may be over-peaking a little bit in that corner. Time, though, has been ticking for a fair while. And they've still got to try and clear out both of these players from the angle. They're not even checking it. They've not cleared it at all. Just almost too easy in the end for AIM DLL. No one expects anybody to be back in that direction. 10-1. I also think it'd be a really fun game if just every, like, 3 seconds you just switch back to where Kushner is on the map. Because it genuinely is like every few seconds he is somewhere completely different.
Yeah, I mean, you even saw it, the use of the abilities when he's planting. Because he's mid-plant, in comes the Aftershock, which should force him out of position, right? But he commits to the plant, and where normally you would have died on the way out, he's able to quickly slide his way into the corner, just taking one hit of it, and it doesn't disrupt the timing of the round of the plant. It's perfect. This is an aggressive round. Orbital Strike already down. Cloud able to pick up the first, and Dinks just comes swinging around the corner. This is a dominant start for Na'Vi, something that has been missing for quite a while now, and it's left to Turco to try to make this work, miles away from his res, but he's going to stick around. In fact, he might even swing into them, and both players are holding it. It's a firing squad, and it is going to be closed out for Na'Vi with 2 rounds and a half. It's little consolation, though, you have to feel.
Yeah, I like the idea from Na'Vi. It was basically a direct counter to the round that BBL have run many a time to claim Dish. Like, they're using the same setup each time to do it, so they just countered it directly. It's just a bit late in the half. Like, it's something that, as said, like, we've seen teams utilize that quite a bit at Masters. Optic is the one that springs to mind, and it's something that I feel like if you're going to play against Neons, you have to almost work out. So if you're playing one, I feel like you should have had a counter to that a little bit sooner on. Still, it's a second round on the board. A double duelist composition with a breach to set up definitely has its favor when it comes to the attack, but it's whether or not Na'Vi are going to get the chance to almost put their ideas down on paper before the game is over.
They're getting aggressive. A main looking for the orb. Rotates towards B. Dish already has a trap down on it for early information. So worthwhile. You know, he's got 6 bullets to potentially one-tap players, and then that little bit of information for them on Dish, which is instrumental, as you can see now.
I got Spike.
Oh, just, again, very, very slow round out from Na'Vi, waiting to see if there's any mistakes, but actually, DPL are being quite patient. I'm terrified of the fact that AIM DLL seems to take a leaf out of the book of Sugar Zero. It seems like something that's evidently going to be happening more and more often around that tower area, but it isn't going to come into contention here. The thing is, though, there's still some utility being held. In fact, the main thing I'm looking at is actually the stuns that are available, both of them. The relay bolt also online. This could get rough quite quickly for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it really could. The cutie up close is taken down, though. And that nade, so perfect. Precision on point. Aslan punished out in the open. And it leaves it all under the back of a shorty. Of the most likely of heroes for this round.
It has to be another gun. Okay, there's a classic. It's fine. Gonna throw it away a little deeper so that maybe it's not hurt on the drop, but I feel like at this point they have to have a decent idea of where he's coming from, and Dinks is going to be there to close it. A lifeline, a light at the end of the tunnel for Na'Vi, found with the pistol under their belt, but again, they've still got a very, very long way to go.
Yeah, there's no room to relax from this point forward. They've got to be close to flawless, and even these rounds where their opponents have pistols, you got to approach it with so much caution. This is not a team that can afford to find themselves bankrupt in any coming rounds. If they do lose one, they've got to have the cash behind them to buy it back up. And what that means is, sure, you come into this round, hey, yeah, you're going to win it more than likely, 9 times out of 10. That W is all yours, but you got to walk out of this with, I mean, looking at the players there, at least 4 players alive. You don't want to have to reinvest all that much. And well, this is exactly where BBL are stacked up, and 1 kill already coming through. It's getting a little bit scary with the damage. A second now located, but it's going to be left on Aslan to do any more.
Still a big chance for him to make it costly. 5 bullets left.
Spike planted.
Looking for the headshot. It's not quite as pretty as he would have liked, and well, Na'Vi are going to get themselves a team ace across the board, which it sounds almost a little petty, but it's kind of the worst way to actually end up winning these anti-eco rounds, just because no one's even going to be close to their ultimate. So not really any opportunity to sort of buff your buy. Now, luckily for them, they are in a spot where they've kind of invested a bit more into the last round. So this is basically a full buy. Yeah, okay, there's a piece or two missing, but I feel like most of what they're expecting to do is in this round rather than the next, which is a little peculiar, but it's because of the score.
More aggression in towards A main. BBL enjoying trying to fight for this spot. They'll get it for free this round. Dish being contested by Na'Vi on the other side. And some players holding for the B main aggression, or just one in the form of Dinks J. So they're going to have to fight back into main.
My ult's not ready.
If they decide to go this way.
Spike dropped.
They're maneuvering back around. Well, what's the plan here? They've got an orb to work with. No one particularly close to ult. So this is very much, you can see how long-sided the approach is from Na'Vi. Already trying to get these orbs online, understanding just how crucial every little thing can be from this point forward. With 45 on the clock, it's time to mount this push. They've been holding B main the whole round. They're clearing out the rest now, and here's the blitz.
Wow, Aslan's actually going to get pinged up by that. A bit of a problem for him, but he still survives in the corner. Oh, it's a whiff. Not going to be able to do anywhere near as much as he would have hoped for. And this execution from Na'Vi has worked fantastically. Again, using this neon to get an easy entry into the site. And in fact, BBL, they've just checked out. Not going to bother going for this one. And honestly, I can understand why.
Yep, definitely the right call. Those initial engagements just got out of hand way too quickly. These rifles, you don't want to give it away. This is exactly what Na'Vi were hoping for, though. A way right back on into the series. I mean, with this win under their belt, ideally they would have, broken BBL's economy at this point, but that's not going to happen with those weapons being saved in Dish. Still, though, if they can win out the next, all of a sudden 10-7, very winnable scoreline. And on the attack, like we said, there's a lot less room for them to look uncomfortable, for them to be caught off guard, especially because they already have shown that they like the slow defaulty play. We've seen it on the other maps, the control they were able to net using this chamber in current state. Of course, this is pre-nerf, so he still has those 2 traps to work with. And so the information control that Na'Vi, and they want to punish your aggression, well, that plays perfectly into, them being able to set the pace of this half and feel a lot more comfortable. we've also seen it already where, you know, the halves swap and the teams just completely change form. That previous map was an example. So BBL, they got to be careful. Coming into this round, they've got their 3 rifles, little else to work with, and look at that.
It seems like everybody has stolen that exact execution. It's fallen into every single playbook around the world. And well, it works. So you can kind of understand why. Easy openers coming through. Of course, a trade back at least doing a little bit of extra damage. And I feel like for the defense, it's even worse because they kind of lost 2 of the guns. So they've put a heavy amount into that early aggression, and it hasn't really paid off for them. Smokes will be there to at least try and delay, but I don't really feel like Na'Vi are going to be feeling the pressure too much right now.
No, not at all. With 55 seconds, they can pump the brakes on this. The thing is, they are looking to go A eventually. They're stacked up here, 50 seconds left. They would have to start to make a move right here and now. And so you're kind of seeing that there's still 2 players around here, one of which is Cutie. And with this weapon in hand, the round is all but secured. There's a rolling thunder, though, and it looks like it's going to be committed. Cutie, unless he's tucked way off in the corner, is definitely going to get hit by this. And there you go. He is in a lot of trouble. Still stunned. Oh, nice shot. AIM-DLL's bought him some time. Cutie now strikes. Taking to no down. AIM-DLL with another. Zeddy's the last man alive, and he's stunned up. 10 seconds or there was a bounce. Oh, there's players everywhere. He's got no way out. This round is locked down by BBL. Na'Vi, they waited, but they still went head first into that trap.
The worst thing as well is they actually use the Rolling Thunder to try and get in and still don't manage to get anything on the openers. They stun up the whole side of the site, but then just don't clear the side that they didn't stun. So it almost buys that extra time for Kushner, who, well, I'm not sure he even would have needed it. The man has been fantastic on this agent so far, and well, BBL have been by far the better side on this map. Na'Vi left losing to what was just a few save rifles, and really they lost to the pistols.
Well, they are stacked up here on BBL. Good trades to start with. Flash in. Zeddy not able to deliver any further. The Stimbicon coming in huge on that one, and Aslan, okay, he's able to TP out of here as well. It's not a clean fight, so he's not able to TP out, but he could have.
Oh, look at this aggression, though. SSK completely catches them off guard. Now they have their own orbital strike to basically section them off, at least for the moment. That should allow the cross into the site, but of course, the site is yet to be cleared. So just taking their time to do this as a duo. Still have some post-plant utility if they need it, but not enough to buy a ridiculous amount of time. And actually, it looks like SSK is going to try and just set up to make sure nobody can come in on that flank. The problem, though, already getting delayed at least a little bit on that plant.
It's a little bit of extra time. Molly used up. They know that Dano is stuck in that corner now. Nothing to block off sight, though. They know the crossfire's in play, and they've got to deal with SSK. Dano ready to take the fight. He takes the first easily. And now SSK should be ready to trade, but he's not needed. Running and gunning. The round goes to Na'Vi. A lifeline again for them picking up this one. As their opponents edge ever closer to victory. They're now put in a pretty awkward spot were it not for this tour de force.
Yeah, they got the tour de force. Realistically, they could almost use Kushner as some sort of trade with the overdrive, like just send him running in and have that tour de force behind him, just as like a support element to almost guarantee a kill. There's plenty of things that they could attempt to try and do in this round, but ultimately, they're not out of it just yet, even with the weakness in their purchase. And actually, just look at the sheer pace that's coming in on the other side. Overdrive invested. Oh, he can still go for the spam, but doesn't want to overcharge. Doesn't want it to overheat. And well, he's actually gained a judge. Gained.
Well, I'd be very scared if I was Dano right now. There's a good chance a judge comes swinging around that corner on him. Rest of the team rotating, going to the A site. Na'Vi hope to find some success and access there. I'm looking for them. I mean, the only downside is that Dingsjay is essentially just being sacrificed. If you draw...
Oh, no.
You could draw a circle around him in defensive side players, and there you go. every angle open. This guy was screwed.
Oh, this has not gone well at all. The A site. Look at this after plant. Duno needs to find something here. Still just trying to wait on the edge of that smoke, and it seems like Kushner almost homed in on the angle.
Spike planted.
Rotation's going to be third. Missed shot, but Aslan won't miss a second. And now, well, if anything, it leaves just one player to actually try and defend off the spike with the full force of the opposition coming in. I don't know if this flank's even going to be on time. Zeddy has to survive for this flank to play any part, and he's just stuck in the corner. Now, Duno, it doesn't even matter where he's coming from, because the afterplant just isn't set up in a good position. He needs to try and wipe everybody out in a matter of seconds, and they're just going to be waiting. BBL play this round to perfection, and Na'Vi get caught at almost every single turn.
God, that is, I mean, it's an expected outcome when you see there's so many rounds to play with for BBL and how dominant they've been. For Na'Vi, I mean, they come in with so many opportunities, and that B-side play caught before it could even start. Tour de force, we know the impact that it can have. We've seen it. 24-9, there's no doubt that Aslan, well, he could have done even more. It could have been scary. That was a weak round from him with a tour de force, if anything. But at least coming into this one, Na'Vi have got a bunch. I think they've got Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, maybe a tour de force of their own. So some opportunities there for the attack, but they've got to string 6 together. Do you throw all the ults in now? If so, what about next round? What's going to win you that one? Tasting it out can be tough, and, well, you have to flawlessly play out this attack side, doubling up your rounds to fight for an overtime. You can see how unlikely that sounds.
I think, for me, the most impressive thing in that round actually comes out from Kushner. And it's just the fact that he basically solo held B with just his overdrive, which, as we basically hinted at throughout this map, is not a particularly good ult. It was just that he was able to get that initial kill, and then everybody else just got slowed down. I think a smoke went down afterwards. So
that's a good spot.
Again, it's just the impact. I think he also put down a relay bolt to stun out everyone else. So they're just doing well with the pieces of utility that they do have, even in weaker investment rounds. And while Aslan clearly feeling a little bit more confident with the operator, as he's now going to bring it in for this one. Border force through on the other side, thinks try and find something on his lurk. And again, we've just seen this deep control already taken in towards A main.
Despite that, though, BBL are still keeping a bunch of players around here, and I guess just worried about that drop coming down any moment after the utility gets destroyed. It normally leaves them in a tough spot, but with those traps not even there for early round, you've got to now be hyper conscious of it. Interestingly, they're stacking up now to, I think, push B main. Sorry, A main. But over on the B side, Aslan's about to get contact, and he's caught SSK, gotten out of there. And now sets back up for free with this operator. Rotates coming through, but this is where Cloud could have a chance, an opportunity to catch them on the cross, maybe. Oh, the timing's good. Turco's crossing into spawn, and this opens the window now for the push to happen.
It's more so if he drops down. That's the thing. He's going to hear him. Oh, it almost goes a little wrong for Turco, but he's going to land the shot nonetheless. 30 seconds left. Kushner's just walked past him, but it doesn't matter. It's a free kill in the end. And now Duno's all that's left. Spike in hand, but not much time to play with. He has 15 seconds to try and get in onto this site, either kill off all 3 members or somehow get a plant. It seems inevitable. The BBL, after a dominant loss in map 1, a very close victory in map 2. Well, they have dominated in map 3 to take things home, and more importantly, get that first dub on the board.
Yeah, what an unexpected outcome considering how we started things. As I said, about halfway through the second map, it was like, is this BBL just having a horrible start to this entire season, right? Kicking off their first game with a dominant first map loss, and then what looked to be a dominant second map loss would have been a disgrace for them. But now they've bounced back and done the unimaginable, making this work I mean, Aslan especially. This guy, Cutie, plays unbelievable last map. Aslan here was dominating. He went 26-9, but Cutie wasn't that far behind either. I mean, this guy he's something else.
Well, I think you have actually just named 2 of the 3 players of the match.
Not surprised.
You know what? I don't think it was the greatest guess of all time. I think it came out fairly obvious, but of course, ValEsports_EMEA. AIM DLL is on the list, but if you're going off what MitchMan has just said, you've got to pick one of the other two. Unfortunately, I don't make the rules. That was him. So if you have a problem with that, then at MitchMan on Twitter, he's actually 6'7", jacked, and will fight you at LAN. So
it's true.
You know, there you go.
Or not at LAN. You know, you know me. Look, I'm out of my physique, good to go anytime. I would say, Asline, Cutie, they had unbelievable games. But I was talking to Sia the other day on Valorant, and she said that maybe we need to give more credit to the smokers, right? 11 assists there for AIM DLL. So all you smoke mains, you know who to vote for. You can represent. But Aslan Cutie had some unbelievable performances
by one of those two players.
But now we're going to toss things off to a break, I believe, though, Tom. Looks like we got a little bit more Valorant coming your way at home, though, so don't go anywhere.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you. Feeling like there's nothing I can do. This could be the end, it's mine to choose. It's taken me my lifetime just to prove. This could be the day I die for you. Don't let it be the day. What do you see before it's over? Blinded flashes getting close.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
What from looked like it could have been a 2-0 for Na'Vi, it turned around successfully for BBL, and Fracture is the one where they close it out. So the Turkish team comes into VCT EMEA with a victory. And this map right here, Kaquka, saw us with a double duelist on Na'Vi, but that does not mean a thing for Na'Vi.
Yeah, exactly. When it started, I was telling Lothar, okay, how long do you think this first half has been? Because I think we're going to double it, even if BBL wins, just because Na'Vi is going to be on the attack. Power first time on Breach, AMDLR first time on Breach, Aslan first time on Chamber, and QT first time on Neon. But it was brilliant to watch.
It looked actually like a unit, right?
Yeah,
they actually had like a plan of using the utility from Neon to open like first space, very similar to Breach Stun, right? To just get some information in the beginning, get some map control, something that Na'Vi didn't do at all. And before going into the match, I was like, well, Na'Vi has 2 duelists. I wonder if that will change their playstyle. Short question, no. They played so slow. It was really, for me, the question of efficiency comes right now, because if you play double duelists on defense, you hurt yourself because the utility is not the best, right? But if you play, they played more aggressive on defense than they were on attack.
Yes. Okay, what are your thoughts on Cloud playing Operator Neon? Is that one of your favorites, or is that something that you don't want to see?
You can play Operator or anything, yeah. But the thing is, like, he was just all in on defense, and that wasn't good at all.
You know, I can tell you one thing. When we see Focus later on, we'll see a lot of that Neon Operator. But you know what? That's just for the future, right? Because that conversation is going to be held some on a different day. When we talk about this, though, right here, it genuinely was for me a little bit of a surprise that we went this direction. Because let's be honest, you know, Na'Vi was looking so good. They looked like their slow place on Ascent worked so well, but they crumbled ever since.
So the thing is, I think that we got a little bit scammed, you know, because we started off on that Ascent, and as you were saying, the way that Na'Vi was approaching the map, it felt like, you know, this was going to be a 2-0. And even when we got onto Icebox, especially after they get the second pistol, I'm like, well, maybe this is going to be it, you know? Thank you, BBL, for bringing in all the changes. Maybe not this week, maybe it's going to be the next one, but the resilience shown by the Turkish team has been amazing. And going on to Fracture, literally forgetting how bad it was that first loss and how hard it was to close the second matchup, Fracture felt like something completely different. Even like for us watching Na'Vi play, it's like tedious in the sense that we're waiting and waiting, and we see them in the minimap just waiting and waiting. But just imagine playing against them, being like, okay, guys, 35 seconds left. In 5 seconds, the execute is going to begin. And even with that, they look so fresh, like they just started the day.
You know, talking about starting the day, we started the day with a low for Telestrator. We go on with a low for Telestrator.
Oh, hey.
So put us over there and show us what you got.
So I have 2 things, actually, from the losing team, because one thing that I found really interesting from Na'Vi was the execute on the B side when they were, again, waiting a minute before doing much. But when they went in, there was a lot of utility being used in a very nice fashion. So the plan is to execute on B side, 5 players still alive on both sides, and the full utility here is gonna be, well, like, I try to explain it, okay? Let's play the clip. This is the first part of the execute. Fast lane that goes through this site. Now the plan is, your first thing is gonna be the stun from Neon is going into Canteen with a combination of the paint shells going into the same spot to make sure that the player in that smoke is not standing there. Then the stun from Neon is gonna go back to site, stun a player at dice. Now you think, okay, if they do that, they're most likely gonna go attack into a site. But the thing is, they're not gonna do that. They're gonna instead, the 2 duelists will use the mobility and go with the satchels towards generator with the Neon dash, and that triggers another synergy that you're gonna find from Breach. So once, let's stop it right here and move it on this mini-map. Once you're gonna see here, the Breach is still next to the underpass. He's gonna use his stun towards generator and stun the player right before the Raze and Neon attack him and just get him right in the meantime. And of course, we can finish up the Telestrator segment with this beautiful whiff from Aslan, because that was quite a thing to watch. Remember, kids at home, use aim down sights when you try to spray from a longer range like this.
Sometimes I feel like you just come here to tell us your messages. Aim down sights. It's
look.
It's Lothar. No.
Don't crouch against the sheriff, okay?
Thankfully, you have never said that on a desk before, really. Either way, this has been a wonderful game and a wonderful player. That is Kirchner. That man got himself that man of the match, pardon, the player of the match for this best of 3 series. And let's be honest, Kaquka, after the performance we've seen throughout those 3 maps, it's not a big surprise.
I mean, I'm just going to forget Ascend completely. I'm just going to take it as a warm-up because what he did on Icebox for the team, probably the reason that we even got to this 3rd map is because of him and the way that he was playing on the Neon alongside with Aslan on the Chamber. I think it speaks wonders of how BBL is going to do on this stage. You know, they finished up stage 1 with that win against Ascend, and they're starting up with this big win as well.
Yeah, and in style as well. I really like the Neon usage that they had on attack, on Fracture. It was just nice to watch, and let's just forget about the first map.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I feel like the Neon on Fracture for some teams, of course, they still need to test stuff in officials, but it feels like after watching the way that Optic was playing on Masters, and I think that Tom was making references to this, you think in your head it sounds wonderful because you see it and you're like, oh my God, it works so well, and you set up the site like this, and it's going to be wonderful, but you put it into play, and actually other teams have already been preparing to counter that.
Well, you know what? This was just our first best of 3. So it is time to go on and see the former champions winner called Ascend fight versus Oglu, also known as OG London United. What are you laughing about? It's their actual name.
I know, it's just pretty Oglu.
It's pretty...
Is it too?
Yeah, I mean, whatever.
Whatever. Did OG already?
No, we go on. Listen, we're going on, and we're starting off. We've taken a look at the standings from the last stage. So don't be confused, because as mentioned earlier, Kaquka, with the 4th place we had right now, we're heading into a different section from teams that looked even more dire.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, if you think about what was London United, now, as you said, Oglu, OG London United, it's not that big of a surprise that we find them on that 5th place. 9th to 10th for both these teams. Now, as I said, for London United, maybe not that big of a surprise, you know, coming out that they were, you know, the last one to be qualified and yada, yada. But for Ascend, the champions of 2021, you know, that was something else. Also, OG London United was the only team that was able to beat FPX since they got into stage 1. So, of course, that is something to be scared of. But again, we also, you know, are bringing in changes on the side of Ascend, you know, but like, I want to see more.
You know what? We can take a look closer at OG London United. You might just know this squad right here as you're seeing a few familiar faces, but surely there has something slightly changed. And you might have heard of a man named Hype Lothar. He has joined the squad, and he is one addition that is once more taking something more of a sentinel role, isn't he?
Yeah, and you know what's funny is that 3 players coming from Alliance gonna play in this season of VCT. It's actually pretty... I'm certain that MitchMan is gonna mention that like 16 times during the cast. It's like, oh, you know, my boy coming in from Alliance here. And, you know, yeah, that's like, it's gonna be insufferable to hear, but... Hype is pretty good. I would say like that.
Okay.
Right? The team, I feel like the glove fits the hand because he will fit the team when it comes to the playstyle. They're more, let's say, structured. They also have a pretty good counter strat against every single opponent. When I was watching them in the previous season, every single match, they had small changes in their approach to the game based upon where they're playing against. And Hype is one of those thinking man players, you know, in Valorant.
Yeah, he was actually the best rated player on ACS, KD, and ADR, just insane in the Polaris regional league. So, you know, the stats don't lie, you know that, Lothar. And coming into, like, after all the time that he spent in Alliance, I think that he started at the beginning of 2021, all that experience, and maybe, you know, a fresh start, a new way to approach the game, you know, bringing in something different from London United with the base that they already had, I think is going to do them wonders.
And when we talk about players that already have been on the roster for a while, I mean, a name that we definitely have to mention here, Lothar, that would be Malsi, right? He has been one of the most outstanding supportive flex players that we had this season, even though his team didn't perform that well.
Malsi a Sova main, I would say, although he swaps a little bit. But for me, he's a Sova player coming from Poland. He's insanely consistent, but he also swaps his playstyle a bit depending on what is happening in rounds. You are going to typically see a Sova player that is like more, let's say, he's in the backside more, right? He's like always this bigger support because of the drone.
Role focused.
Yes, he's role focused, but he's swapping up the pace of the game. Sometimes he just doesn't even care. He just goes in. He's the first player sometimes on side. He just goes with that arrow, like let's say underhand from a bow, just bounces quickly, and then he takes the space very quickly as well. So that's something that you cannot really read Molsey well when you play against him. That's one of his traits.
Exactly. Big minds coming in on the side of London United. And also I think Molsey was the 4th best rated Sova that we had on the competition. Even though they didn't manage to get that many wins on the board, he was still performing, as you were saying. So really looking forward as well to what the team is going to do now.
It's crazy when you have Sovas like a Leo, like a Redgar on the same competition, and they do not make it that far. It's kind of crazy to think of that, actually. But you know what? We have talked enough about Oglu, and we're heading over to a team that is called Ascent. And you know what? There should technically be no big introduction to them, right? There should technically be not too much to mention, but there's something we have touched on a little bit. Kaquka, you said it. The results last season around really did not look too good for this squad that won champions last year.
Yeah, exactly. It really looked like, of course, there's a lot of expectations coming in, because as you said, they were the champions. We know that they had a super powerful lineup, but they decided to make 2 changes after. I'm not going to say that it was a disaster, but definitely something that they did not expect, that nobody else has expected. Everybody coming into EMEA, they wanted to play this team. They played against the best, and they proved that they were actually the best ones in the world, at least for a little fraction of time, because as you said, that stage, not the best one. And after seeing BBL win today, I'm feeling better about that last lose against them.
Well, hopefully, maybe not hopefully, but I wonder if the change in the lineup for Ascend was actually coming from the, let's say, not efficient season from the previous one, right? Or was that something that was just them working after champions already, right?
I think that maybe it has to do with when you win and you see things working, you're like, okay, this is a nice pace. This is the place that we're supposed to be. And maybe you don't focus on the things that you can improve. You're like, okay, we're good. But maybe when the other teams start catching up, they're like, okay, we actually, are falling behind. So maybe this adaptation, bringing in Monster as a very young gun, bringing in Vag that is going to be, completely different for them, bringing a different approach in the IGL role is exactly what they needed.
I mean, you just dropped the names, but we have to definitely take a closer look who has been just added there from Ascend, as it is, as mentioned. Vag as well as Monster, who came in from Vitality and Giants. And this is an interesting combination. If I heard Milan correctly, he called Monster a little bit less experienced, but a definite firepower upgrade, Lothar. Is that something you would see that Ascend needed all the time?
In general, Ascend is just filled with firepower, with superstars that are really aimers. Like Monster is not even playing agents that support taking duels, because you see him on Vibe, you see him on Killjoy. KO, of course, yeah, that's the one more aggressive, but he's one of the most consistent aimers. But Vag is the IGL that is also playing duelists, right? But how will he fit into Ascent now when there's also CNET who's playing Jet so much? What are the role swaps now? There's so many changes that are gonna happen behind the scenes. I'm very interested to see how Ascent shapes them now together, because on outside, they don't seem to fit so well together.
You may think so, but you need to remember that Zenith, Zeke, and him used to play together in Openki a long time ago. So when we talk about and we think about how are they going to fit together, they already know the answer. And if you already know how to work with people, you come back and you're like, hey, by the way, when I was away, I learned about all these things. You learned about all those things. What about we put them together and recreate a super team once again?
You know what, Lothar? You just mentioned that maybe CNET is, not the duelist, because Vag, remember, we saw a Turkish team and we didn't see a single Jet. Just think about that. Just think about that.
After the changes to the Jet, I wouldn't be surprised to see CNET play only Chamber, but then next week when Chamber is nerfed, will he play Chamber? There's so many questions.
He'll play for a week just to make you happy.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting. And I said they don't fit to each other because they might not fit to each other because of the just agents that they represented in the past. But remember, we didn't see those matches yet in the newest patches when the teams have the time to brainstorm and find the solutions to the issues that they might have, otherwise have.
It's time to talk a bit about maps, because this is something where you have a lot of time that you can definitely make changes to. Best example right here for me, Kaquka, would have been Fracture between Navi and BBL. When it comes to this two, what would be this one of the few battlefields that we definitely see, or that we have to see, right in this best of 3?
Yeah, so the thing is, things are looking kind of good for OG London United. In the terms of the bans, we can theorize, okay? We can theorycraft with BBL. We actually spot the bind beam been banned. But with all the team, as we were mentioning, the adaptation to the new metas, maybe the maps that didn't look that favorable on the past stage are actually looking better on this one. For Ascend, they can't play Haven. They couldn't play Haven. Fracture is another map that they didn't want to see as well. Icebox, none of these teams played on the previous stage. So there's a lot of questions. Of course, it's not only that we didn't get to see Icebox back then, it's also the new Icebox. So I honestly do not know what to expect. I know that there's going to be surprises. I don't know where they're going to be coming from.
There's one more thing that I wanted to mention when it comes to Ascend and their map pool. Their most efficient map in the previous season was Split. But why Split was efficient for Ascend? Because of Boncold. Boncold and the one-ways on the Omen were so efficient on defense and taking space. They were solely just crushing the opposition because of that. Now they don't have Boncold. Someone else needs to be filling the role of the controller. I know that Zeke is like a machine when it comes to playing different agents. Starks is also very flexible, right? So the Polish duo can take that space, but are they like flexible enough to have the same kind of playstyle that Boncold shaped the team for on Split? That's another thing that I'm really wondering about, because we might see a completely different Ascent from the past.
Yeah, and also that bind that looked impossible to beat Ascend in, it transformed into something completely different, you know, losing against you2 and looking a little bit too human. And on the side of OG London United, they came in with the competition. I think it was an 11-0 score onto Haven, and then it all crumbled onto pieces under, I think it was Solkas on Neon.
That was a very interesting composition.
So.
You know, when we talk about maps, though, we can directly dive into it and take a look on which battlefields we're seeing, because it might be big surprises that we're about to witness. And we start with the favorite map of Tombizz. It is Icebox.
I cannot
first
believe
of all going.
After that overtime, they were like, please, no Icebox on the first one. No.
This is
so surprising.
Surprise,
it's also Haven.
As you mentioned, Kaquka, not a single one of those teams played Icebox last season on this map. But again, we have some changes in the lineups.
Yes.
They might change the playstyle, might change the bans. So this is gonna be a mega interesting match to watch. One, the Icebox is gonna be a big unknown. Second, Split. That's for me the biggest question: how Ascend will play this map.
You think we'll see a Fade?
I think Split Fade is like beautiful map to play together. And please don't abuse the garish.
They will?
Fade.
Oh, do you mean that one? I thought you were going to say something different. Please, no.
Yeah, but in general, Split might be the map and we're going to maybe see the first Fade, because I think like Molsey could be actually a player to play Fade on that map, right?
For sure. For me, I would like to take Icebox out of the equation just because we've seen too much already. I really want to see Split since it's become, you know, the new home ground for Ascend, and if it's going to continue in that way. And I really, really would love to see Haven, because as I said, and I may be too aggressive onto that, Ascend cannot play that map. So I really, you know, I want to see if they actually learn.
You know, that's the thing. Well, they most likely have something prepared. Interesting part about this as well, Lothar. OG London United is going to... Oglu, exactly.
Oglu.
Starts on death on every single map. On every of those 3 maps.
Dead already? Death? Anyway, sorry, dead jokes.
Okay.
Dead jokes.
Who could have guessed?
Look at that. Anyway, yes, when they start on defense, it all depends on what they will play. This is the big question, like the compositions, right? We might see Sentinels being used on Icebox. I wouldn't be surprised to see, again, 2 Chambers. In this patch, Chamber is just the prime Sentinel that you should play on almost every single map. Next week, probably not.
This one, though.
This week, though. Like Chambers, and when you have players who can play operators so, like, I mean, it's exceptionally well, right?
Yeah, even with the patch, we're always, you know, a little bit late on the changes. So I wouldn't get, if I were you, I wouldn't get my hopes too high thinking about the next week. We were talking about Molsey. We were thinking maybe Reyna is what he used to play on this map. We know that he's brilliant on the Sova, but, you know, after bringing in hype, all the changes, still, I don't know what is going to happen.
No Reyna, please. Fade, maybe, right?
You're not allowed to say the R word on this desk when Lothar is around, right? This is not okay. Don't ever say Reyna, otherwise Lothar is getting a heart attack. But you know what? We're about to head into that agent select. And a thing we, for example, also didn't see so far is something called double controller, right? With the previous game on Icebox. So this might be something we're seeing as well. There's a lot of variety when it comes to this map.
I don't like it. We were talking about game changes earlier, and on the final, they played Icebox, and on the first round, Roxy bought 2 TPs on pistol round, and I literally was thinking about that round for 2 days in a row, and I had to ask her, and she literally didn't have a plan.
Wait. Are we seeing already Fade?
Lothar.
There's a Fade. There's a fade on Oglu.
Spoiling it.
No far.
Production, are you spoiling it? Are
But
you
there's no way that Cena plays on. There's no way that Cena plays on Reyna.
It's the first fade, Lothar.
There you go. Friends.
What is? Oh
can
my!
still hear.
Starksa on chamber. There's so many things to unpack here. Okay,
wait. So Cena is on Reyna. I am so sorry. You hate this.
I already, unfortunately, let's say I dislike this very heavily. So Cena's gonna play on Reyna. We know he's insane on the aim, but this is like direct result of the Jet nerf. That is nuts that we are seeing Cena on Reyna just because of the Jet nerf, right?
Wait. We're actually seeing Fade alongside Sova. How do you think that is going to work after all that theory crafting that you gave?
I think this is something that could have been happening because, as I said, she is less flexible than a Sova, right? Sova on the Icebox and Breeze is gonna most likely be still the most picked initiator even after the nerfs.
Best of both worlds.
Yes, and she is gonna be great with Viper. Like that combination of the double DKs can be very deadly, right? Then all of those shock darts, all of those snake bites can be instant lethals if someone is just standing in the double DK, right? So this is actually unreal matchup. I'm very happy that Riot is making those changes in agents because we have matches like this to just watch.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward also to how Starksa is going to do on the chamber. Don't get me wrong, he's probably my second favorite flex player in the entire world. But I don't know if I can imagine him. You know, I thought about him picking maybe more of the smokes and yada yada, but maybe going on the chamber. I really want to see how they put on those two extremities, how they're actually going to use them.
He was a Jet player before, and he was playing a lot of operator, so.
We'll see. We'll see about all of that. You know what? We're going to find that out. Enough from Jakub Gyllenhaal here. Let's head into it with Mitch and Tom.
Don't you dare.
Well, Tom, looks like we're ready to dive on into the game. Zescht has just called enough. He's throwing us right on in. I'm excited to kick this one off. Our first fade.
Yeah, it's going to be Fade, and the question is, will it work out for Oglu, or will it come back to haunt them?
Ready to dive on into the game. We've seen our lineups. Let's see the map. Icebox, where we're going to be kicking things off, and Oglu have taken out the Fade. I'm excited to see what they've got on offer. I didn't like, though, let me address this first. Some of the guff, some of the cheek coming off that analyst desk. I heard I'm probably going to be bringing up a lot my time on Alliance and working with some of the best players in the world like Hype. What are you talking about?
How many
I'm pretty sure I've never brought it up.
Did the Alliance get to?
Well, see, the important thing is, Tom, when I was on the roster, first event we did, just because you're asking, first event we tried to qualify for was Masters, and I believe we were the first team to qualify for it.
Wasn't
Masters
international.
Won, you know, the
what
original,
about all the other ones?
Back in the good old days. So I don't think you were commentating back then, Tom. You probably wouldn't know.
All right. I'm pretty sure we did cast our first game during that Masters, but hey,
that's not the point. Shut your damn mouth, Tom. Enough cheek. Let's get on into the game. We've already kicked off a few little battles here. Some damage done. CNED already looking to bring out that Reyna with some style, but he's not found a victim. They're going to rotate to B, and Oglu are giving up the control.
Yeah, no, completely giving it up. Almost looking like they're just going to try and set up to try and do some damage before the spike can actually go down, but ultimately not going to be able to do too much about that. It will actually go down.
I think he just got caught by a bug there. That was perfect lineup, but a little bit of a bug making the snake bite bounce wrong. It's definitely a bug. Don't challenge me on that.
Definitely.
Oh, he's taking the kill there onto Zeke as they start to close in the distance. Wall down. That's got to be destroyed. The wraparound by Starzo, though, goes unchecked, and the kills are not rolling their way. Oglu fighting right back into that one. The wall was broken. The flank was completed by Starzo around the back of Yellow. Things were looking good, but Ascend won't get the first.
Yeah, the one thing that has always worried me, and it's teams having a plan when they don't have a Sage, because it's become such a huge part of the attack, especially on this map, is just having that ability to just wall things off and then set up for your afterplants. And the thing is, firstly, it kind of disrupts where your opponent can put their wall. So in this case, it made it very, very awkward for them to try and fight back in because they didn't have anything blocking off certain angles. But also, I just feel like there's aspects where you are going to end up getting caught. Like this time, okay, Oglu was just playing a retake, so it's not going to be too much of an issue. But they still didn't manage to hold on in that afterplan. And you can see already, early in the rounds, I'm always curious to see who's like farming up those ultimate orbs. They're going for that Nightfall. And as one of the ults that we currently have, like a brand new on Fade, it does sound like a terrifying prospect when it comes to pro play.
Now, you're going to have to give us a little bit of breathing room with the first time casting Fade, simply because I don't always trust the HUD ton. We'll see as time goes on how reliable it is. For now, everything's been spot on. That's a nice little reveal going up top, catching a few of them, but ultimately the Haunt not yielding too much value. Zeke, though, does go down, making this a costly attempted plant. They're still going to try to find the space to get that spike down.
And it's not going well. Hoping to try and get an elevated angle just to give them an opportunity. Now, there is potential for a dismiss here from Cena, but he's already dead. Insta-killed by the shot. Beku as well. And they're just slowly being picked apart. The afterplan at least giving them a little bit of extra credits into the next round, but Vac's gonna hope at least to try and catch somebody, but ultimately it's just gonna be an easy defuse in the end. So yeah, Ascend not really doing any damage in this sort of scenario means that this bonus is gonna be pretty good for the defensive side.
So, listen, every ranked game I play that there's a Fade on either team, there's always one person who says, what the hell is this agent? I don't know how this still happens, but people play ranked and they don't know what the new agent does. It's a thing. I'm going to assume some of our Twitch viewers maybe don't know exactly how Fade works and might be asking questions. But briefly, just to run through
I'm sure
her abilities.
Lothar's going to listen to this because I'm sure he doesn't have a clue.
He hasn't got a damn clue. But for those that didn't watch, I think he did an explanation to start out the day. We've got the Haunt, which is her default ability. You see that on the very right side of her little UI bar there for Destrian. That's just, you throw it in. It's like a Phoenix Molly, essentially. You want to... you can make it drop early. Once it pops, it reveals.
It combines with the Prowlers, which is the next ability.
It does. So it leaves a trail. Now if you reveal the person. Now when they're revealed, they'll be leaving a trail for, I think it's 12 or 12.5 seconds. Might be 12.5. That then allows the Prowlers, which are her abilities in the very left. There's two of them there on the UI, and they're 250 credits each. They track really quickly along, like seekers that have seen you along the trail, and they near sight you for 3.5 seconds. And we'll get onto the rest in a little bit, because we've already got a push coming through. Beku has already been taken down. That was a long-range shot straight down B alley, but look at that. Combo. Right away, they've got a combo to push them back.
And again, this is the problem. They need to fight more aggressively just to try and deny these players from being able to peek out because they don't have the wall. They don't have anything to really deny this.
30 seconds
so
left.
It has to be more aggressive here. Bear in mind, this is also a bonus round. So they're almost playing into these closer range angles. Look at the tags that have already come through, and they know this. They know it's good. But actually, he manages to escape and see that. He's found two through the screen.
This is strong. That wall not going to do anything for them in getting that diffuse through. They've got to get the kills. All down, hype around, and well, that is clean as can be from Ascend. Very nicely tidied up, despite the huge amount of damage that was done to them. They managed to only lose one player in the end. Pretty nice. There's it. Oh, well, look, that feeds nicely, and that's the C's right there. If you get caught by the C's, you're going to be pulled in, stuck inside the C's. I think you're tracked as well, but you're decayed 75 HP, deafened as well, which is always fantastic. It only costs 200 credits. There's only going to be one charge of it per round. It's the little symbol in the middle of her utility on the UI.
And it's the one I'm most excited for because it means we can get more combos. And I like those sort of combo abilities that are available. But either way...
so it's you can't escape from it right by running. Essentially, you could like updraft dash, that sort of stuff, but you're tethered to it. Hold on here. Back you.
He's going to be in a pretty nice spot if he can still TP out of here. Wants to get that peak soon, and there it is. In and out, nice and clean.
It still ends up in a 3v3, though. Like, Ascend have done quite well in these sort of early positions. Becca as well starts that rotation back through, but ultimately you can see Ascend starting to move back in the other direction. But with such an aggressive position currently there for Molzy, I was gonna say they'll have to read very quickly, but he's actually started to move his way back into the A side, maybe just expecting this rotation to come through because nothing has been spotted on the other side. He also has a full belt of utility, so it puts them in an incredibly good spot that he can basically just drone, dart, and just sit there and wait for these players to actually push through and have the information for his side. It's all going to depend, though, on timing.
That reveal actually still concealing him. He's got a little roof above his head. Oh, but they've spotted him now as they drop down. No punish. Molzy in a lot of trouble as they double, triple peek even into him. Defuse. Gonna be sought, and I believe found here. Nobody for Oglu able to deny that. And Starzo primed up on the angle. He won't hit the shot. Well, he will. I think he did. But the wall serves as an extra layer of shields, keeping Feku alive just a moment longer. Well, Tom, you know what? While they're saving, let's go into the ultimate pedestrian because it's online for next round. So for people that are going to be confused, it looks like a Rolling Thunder in terms of how it deploys. Is that the thing? A lot of these, like the Seas and the Haunt, both have like the Phoenix Molly trajectory. The Prowler is like a Sky Flash in that you can control it, right? But then so Nightfall is her ult. And how it works is it's a Rolling Thunder from a breach. Think of it that way in effect and how it looks. Yeah. But what it does to you is it deafens you, it decays you, and it puts a trail down. So again, everywhere you walk, there'll be this trail of little black goo on the floor following you. And if there's a Prowler set out, it will lock onto that trail and speed after you like an activated Seeker. But yeah, as you said, so that's the Haunt there she's about to throw out. But the important thing is definitely, as we move on, seeing the use of Seas, the one that tethers you and sticks you in and does 75 damage to you, right? Decays you 75. So like you can be in a lot of danger from like a raised nade being anywhere near you in that scenario.
I think it's worth noting as well, something Lothar said earlier, it works in reverse to the way Decay kind of normally works because it's an instant take.
Yes.
And then you heal back up rather than you slowly decaying over time. So that instant means that in combos, it's filth. Yes. Speaking of filth, CNED, using his Reyna to lurk, has already managed to find an opening pick. Now, this purchase is a much weaker one. Beku is the only real weapon. There is no weapon anymore because he is dead. So this round is looking like a fairly easy blitz round for Ascend. They're not going to want to lose too many players. You can see some re-aggression coming out from Molzy as well in an attempt just to retrieve that operator and have something to play with it.
Well, they've managed to make their way over to the site. That operator for Molzy needs to find something here. They're going to be aware that it can be moving around, but the one kill found. Something to start. A foothold on the round. Still plenty more to do. The Haunt not finding anything. Molzy void of any other opportunities. He's got his pistol out. As he clears up close. That was a risky maneuver. And, well, Destrian has managed to spot them here. That's the Prowler's dead out, but it got caught on the fence. And Zeke, well, there he goes. He's gone. This man has got an operator, and he just took that peek with a Sheriff. What a lunatic. Here we go. Operator time. Player up close. About to take the peek, and Molzy just keeps on hitting. He's being chased down by CNED, but he's going back looking for him. That could have been a mistake. Oh, but he slipped away.
That confident in his ability. Not really surprised as to why. A 3-2. Ascend actually looking pretty good in this attack. And as said, like, I feel with this composition, the way that it's almost set up, it makes it quite difficult on the attacker side to just go for the normal execution, the standard execution. You have to be a little bit more aggressive. And I feel like especially on the B side, there's a lot more opportunity for that to go wrong. On the defensive side, though, I feel like this composition gives you quite a bit extra because you're not just like, oh, I'm going to wall this off and slow them down for a little bit. Instead, you have these more aggressive options for someone like CNED and still having that Sentinel and play on the other side. Aggressive peek from Feku again. Not going to get anything this time.
Yeah, timing's cut him off. And then look at that, the ulti. Making sure there's no triple burst out of that Hunter's Fury. Feku still trying to catch some players off. Nothing to be found as Malzy goes down. CNED previously lurking, now the man. The point of aggression. I don't even know. Is that what was that bounce? Oh my god, don't take this guy to the beach. He'll be skimming rocks like bullets. That was unreal.
Cena just running at them at this point, and that's the thing. That's the deadly thing about this Ascend roster. Is I sort of made this comparison before, but I feel like they are the phase right now of Valorant. Like they are building a roster that just has so many superstars within it. Like you already have like Zeke, who's been MVP of a major tournament, CNED, who was considered, I guess, the best, one of the best, if not the best jet in the world. Is not playing it. That's the only reason I say was. You've also had the depths of Starzo, who again at a point I think was probably the best Sky in the world. And now you've brought in Vac, who's been someone who, and Monster in fact, both people who I think, Vac incredibly flexible, and then Monster, who's one of the best in his roles. They are just building a team that realistically should be at Masters events. If it's not, I think that's a failure.
I did not teach this man this. I want that to be clear. I do not condone this behavior. This is disgusting. Yep, that about sums up how I felt about that one. Sand have got B.
Honestly, I think we are learning a lot about yeah, Hype being that incredible player that you said.
Shut your goddamn mouth.
Just from this round alone, you know?
You watch your mouth, Tom. All right.
Oh, okay.
Look at this. Oh, not beating over.
What? This is getting really dangerous. Managing to do so much with the pistols. You've also got Feku with the tour de force, who has managed to hit a nice couple of shots. Also has a res online, but Monster is going to be able to find the trade. It comes down to a 1v1. A round that never should have been particularly close. He's going to try and bait him in. Still 2 shots left in the tour de force, but Monster hasn't moved. Playing it calm, not expecting him to just stick it all the way, and even gets the timing spot on. Ascend get a little close to letting that one slip, but their streak of rounds carries on a little longer.
Monster's a really solid prospect, someone to keep your eye on for the future for sure. Already showing his might here in these clutch scenarios. Oh, well, this is... I'm gonna need to have a word with whoever's doing the replays.
Can we show that replay again? I honestly just want to learn how to use the Bucky from a master.
You show that replay again, we're gonna have some issues. Okay?
Hey, Lothar, I think I've got a round for you to break down. I think Lothar, you should do a round breakdown on how to use the Bucky.
Wow.
I feel bad for Hype.
All right, I see how it is.
He's taken secondhand smoke just from knowing you.
He knows how this works.
If Fearoff
he knew what he was getting
whiffs,
himself into.
Like, we're gonna have that replay just going to the end of time. I'm gonna make sure it's like the time when you said beast back to back twice. It's gonna be in every highlight reel until the end of time.
Don't worry, Tom. It was 3 times. It was 3 times. It was in 3 out of 5 of the plays of the week, and then 3 out of 5 of the plays of the month as well. So it was the same 3 plays. They were beastly, apparently. Yeah. Gotta pull out a thesaurus every now and then.
Thankfully, they weren't quick and brief.
Thankfully, they weren't, Tom. Thankfully, they weren't. Well, 5-2. Ascend. Looking pretty damn good on the attack side here, building up the rounds. Gonna go for some mid control or down to try and buy up some space, apply some pressure. Oglu's response right up on A. Starting to take a little bit of space of their own. And looks like Destrian has no intention of stopping. The Haunt has already cleared all of heaven. I think even down below it, thanks to its elevation. They're ready for this push now, especially seeing that Haunt. You know exactly what that means. And Zeke, he's going to catch Destrian right away. Some style points on the way down. They're stacked up. And okay, damage done. Boo left on practically no HP. The Hunter's Fury trying to chase him down. It's coming close. But she just slips away. Sage making it out. And Boo might be able to get a res if they leave those bodies untouched.
Do they expect Malzy to be here, though? Because they've already spotted the fallback. The whole point here is that he's meant for the bait. Cena checks it, though. So aware of the potential of that aggressive spot. And while now Boo is left in no man's land. Doesn't have himself the wall either because that's been taken away. Just has to try and land some shots as they head through, and the flash is perfect. These executions from Ascend have been so clean. And while Hype, okay, he'll get one on the exit, but it really is an exit at this point. 5 HP, nothing he can do from this scenario, just has to save the gun. CNET is chasing him.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. CNET is, he thinks that he's a prowler, and he's caught the trail. He is just out there looking to take this weapon away. With 5 HP left, I mean, Hype has to just tuck and turtle. It looks like he will get away with it altogether. You know, I would say Fade's current strength, we don't really know how she fits in the meta yet. We haven't seen enough teams experiment with it, and time again, we've had ideas. We've looked at agents and said, oh, yeah, this is how it should be used. And then some team puts in just a, frankly, absurd amount of hours.
Well, there was
comes
an
out with
interview
the best way
Vixar,
ever.
which was perfect because he went, yeah, I think that right now, Fade is in a good spot. But it's also possible that I'm completely wrong and it could be overpowered as hell. And I'm just like, you know, that's exactly it. Like, it looks decent. I don't think it's like game breaking, but I think it's like incredible. It looks strong, but I also think that it has a lot of utility that can be insta destroyed. So it's sort of like there's definitely a balance to how players are going to use this. You have to be adaptive. I don't think like you couldn't exactly throw the Haunt in the same place every time because pre-fire one bullet is gone. So there's going to be aspects of, I think, good players on Fade, and then there's going to be ones where you could just clearly see that they don't have a lot of depth with it.
Yep. And I think, you know, in a month we might see her played well, but it's going to take so long to just form that and really cultivate the top level of Fade play. Anyways, what I was going to say is the strength of her currently is in surprising people. She ain't surprising Ascend right now.
No.
I mean, Ascend are playing their own game. They don't seem to be disrupted, disturbed by anything going on the other side.
It seems like they're so reliant on these aggressive plays, but Crossfire on the site has actually done its job incredibly well. They've spotted CNET attempting to wrap around. And after what was an initial two-man advantage, quickly comes back into an even scenario once again. CNET also tagged incredibly low. And there is actually a res available for Boo, so actually going for a rotation here, I was going to say on the attacker side, would have its risks about it, but instead, I like this from Oglu. They're going to go all the way back, knowing that Destrian's position is safe, knowing that his ult is online, and bring him back in. And straight away, Vac has just hit 2 crazy headshots. Here comes the ult through, which will give the information over, and also going to try and stun him up at the same time. He's down to just 1 HP, but Vac looking to try and take that fight. It needs to be an almost instant kill if he's going to get it, but even still, it's gone back and forth either way. Vac still caught within this field, and eventually Destrian will put him down, having to use everything on his belt.
There you see it in the 1v1, putting the players on the back foot. There's a moment there where you can see you're not quite sure what's going to come your way next. The reveal coming through as well. Seem to, you don't know. Do you want a 180 and try to shoot it? Do you want to continue taking scenario? And I think it can definitely make you a little bit uncomfortable. I thought he had dodged it, but it looked like he actually didn't and got caught. And interesting that when the tether is thrown through, you can see where it lands is obviously on the site, but there's a reality where if you can imagine further down the line, somebody's so comfortable with that tether, they know where to land, all that sort of stuff. You could keep him from getting on the site.
This Viper's pit, and they've just used it to section off mid, basically cut off every single rotation, and also make it a little bit awkward to actually have information. It's an interesting ult from Monster. Now, it's something that I feel like Oglu almost have to try and clear, because otherwise, well, the playing for information here is going to be very difficult.
Oh, Starzo. I mean, he's kind of lucky there. That shock dart being lined up at just the right time. It gets Feku to reconsider peeking out wide. Maybe taking the shot that could have put a real spanner in the works. Really interesting Viper's pit too. I think 99% of the time attack side is post plant. Very rare to see it used for or getting to a site.
Oh. This also looks like it just has some risky positions. Like you can see where he's had to put the poison orb to almost cut off some of that space. Straight away though, it is going to be that plant going through. Back into a 5 versus 4 scenario. So even with that Viper's Pit now gone, they're just unable to really do anything. CNED is just running at them again and again. He just has these rounds where he seems unstoppable. He's fighting into the spawn, and actually, now they've lost a couple of players, this becomes possible. The thing is, they had another player lurking behind, a second snake in the grass, and, well, Malzy now has to do what seems to be impossible.
It certainly proves to be as well. A very strong attack from Ascend with a 7th now locked in. And these pushes, it doesn't look like they have to dig too deep, right? That's the concern. The fact that the A plan has been functional for Ascend, you know, the vast majority of the times on the way through. We need to see something on the side of Oglu to inspire us. And Tom, I mean, you can see up the top, this is the scarier aspect. This map was picked by Oglu. This is their map. This is the one that they want to do all the damage on, and
standing ahead.
Well, let's hope their attack's a little bit better. They still got to get a round or two more here.
Yeah, curious choice. Maybe trying to use it as almost a bit of a pocket pick because Ascend didn't really play it last season, but playing this sort of map versus Ascend had massive risks about it. Like even CNED alone used to just be phenomenal at this map, and while it seems like they are definitely well prepped for this sort of pick, some audacious kills being attempted here by Ascend, but I guess with such favorable weaponry. Oh god. Yeah, good luck.
Making a lot of these fights very easy, whether it's the weaponry or the utility.
Is he a shotgun main? That's just, we're seeing a lot with shotguns.
I swear to you, Tom. I swear to you, he's doing this to spite me. This is this is an attack. Look, this not a bad spot to try and save in if the whole team didn't know he was here and had 5 players grouping up on him. Ignore that. It's actually a really good position. Oh no, he has been one-tapped. My god.
Out of charges.
8-3.
Last round in the
This is looking incredibly strong from Ascend. As said, like it looked like a composition that had its weaknesses about it. I really don't feel like Oglu have really been able to pin down a lot of those, and any aggression that they've attempted has just been a real struggle. Like they've been caught out by what has been, in a lot of cases, a relatively slow pace. But then these A-site hits, I just don't think they've been able to deal with them whatsoever. Like these executions, I think Zeke also just farming up kills has definitely helped to just deny any utility that they would have. And I think the one danger is people have... Oh! I was going to say you have to be careful of just expecting Fade to be an instant game changer in a match. That was a nice shot from Destrian, but he is now also dead.
Not sure they'll be too delighted with that trade, but Malzy finding another is a huge positive. Utility cut off by that ultimate as the null command comes through. They'll get the site control, the plant. Soon to follow. Wonders Fury far enough away. Oh wow, an anime battle here, mid-air firing off. It's caught Vac. Done some damage. Softened him up for the way back through. Flank underway, about to be, no, not about to be spotted. Sorry, Starzo's of course dead, so his utility's offline, but CNED is just popping off, going for the fights, getting his heal, his dismiss on with his ultimate. And now he's going to look to fight with his teammate towards the backside as well. This flank needs to be huge. It needs to be fast, but maybe it doesn't. The rest of the team clean up house and leave Zeke alone. Time going to be a big issue here. Zoglu can still get back in. Or at least he gets one.
Oh, I thought for a second, like, I think Malzy jumping down definitely left him a little bit confused, but yeah, just leaving that lurk behind. That's the thing with this composition, like with CNED on the Reyna, it almost has to be aggressive, so they had to try and fight out, had to try and find picks, and this time Oglu is able to hold on. Definitely, I don't think it's going to get much easier though, honestly. Like I assume, especially when you come in with a new agent that is an initiator, you're definitely going to have some plans for how it's going to work on the attack side. I feel like in a lot of cases that's the easier of the two to sort of work out the ideas, at least. I think defensively it can be a little bit difficult unless, of course, the new agent is a Sentinel. Nonetheless, I'm intrigued what they're going to do here. And again, I have to reiterate the point I made moments ago. I feel like a lot of people are going to watch this and go, okay, well, if they're not like dominating, then clearly it's not enough. But I feel like there's going to be a lot of almost teething issues initially on both sides, playing against it, but also playing with it.
Find you.
Yeah, and the thing is, playing against it relies on you getting surprised by it. Relies on you not looking comfortable. Ascend haven't hit that roadblock just yet. We'll see on the attack the difference that it can make. Thought there was a gap in that wall as well, and you can see Monster even double checking it, but no, it's free. They've got the plan through. Good containment as well, but the kill step up on Ascend's side. Numbers equalized. Feku answers up. Mid control now. There's Ascend trying to get their way back in towards the site. Look at this position for Malzy, though. He has snuck his way in just at the right time. He'll grab himself a kill to, oh, I would think secure this one. Just Monster left.
Oh, one bullet left. Boo's just going to jump over the top. Ugly with a couple of the last rounds and also now winning the pistol have definitely given themselves an opportunity here. We've already seen the comebacks that can happen just, well, I want to say moments ago, but because of how long the map was, it actually wasn't moments ago with the previous series, but it's definitely not a done deal. Ascend will invest a little bit into this round. You're also going to see another shotgun coming through. Mitch is over the moon.
You know me, Tom? Huge fan. Love the weapons. Get some Bucky FC. Bring it back.
Hey, you actually have an account called like Shotgun to Plat, don't you?
I don't think that's true, Tom. I think you are fabricating at the moment. Starzo's being caught in the mid aggression. Aglu looking to move towards this side. They've got one player close. No flashes on Zeke here, so not too dangerous to worry about him. Flashing on around. Honda's huge. Everybody's being seen. Okay, Zeke. Nice first shot, but plenty more to do afterwards, and all just too big of a task. Like I said, this Prowler controlled just like a Sky Flash. Once you let it go, it's going to go straight, and it goes until it sees a player or until it sees a trail, and it lock onto that, and then blitz. And also, while you're holding it, if it sees someone, it insta-locks on and goes. It's not like a Sky Flash in that you can just keep it, like fly it past someone. As soon as it sees a person, bang, locked on.
Trying to hold them back. Stop them getting anything more. Caught with utility in hand, though. Dashian will go down. Now, 2 kills is normally what we say about the minimum you're hoping for when you're on that other side. It's a pretty good position, and Starzo might be able to try and find someone on the way out. It should be an easier kill, but Malzy just that little bit further behind is going to be able to stop that from happening. 3 survive for Oglu, but ultimately, it's enough damage for Ascend to be happy with.
Yeah, definitely. I think they recovered it nicely enough towards the end, and there was serious potential for Starzo to pick up another. Just poor timing. I guess good timing on Oglu's side to have a late exit, catching that, and Malzy to check it. I know plenty of players would have just been sprinting there with their knife out. The info that he was last around mid or attacker spawn.
Right here.
Now we come on into this round number 15. Full buy for Ascend. Certainly not the case for good old Oglu. The attackers are armed with pistols for the most part, one of them being a headhunter, though. Little mini guardian. Packs a punch. Boo with a rifle. Malzy rocking in with a bulldog. There's some potential here as well. And more so, Tom, if they get the site. If they manage to close in the distance to B, then they can certainly be in with a chance of taking it.
Manages to make a decent amount of ground, but be a little wary. Some of the more aggressive positions. They've been trying to farm up these orbs. They actually delayed the plant in the last round to make sure that they got it, but the issue is, in terms of weaponry, they have a huge disadvantage, and you can already see the wall just being broken by their opposition. They know how important that's going to be to try and get into that after plant, and well, it's no longer there.
With the wall down, they just wait. They catch a kill. All right, Starzo probably regrets doing that. He had an anchor to play back from. Spray through the smoke is good. Reveal, not going to catch anyone that's up above. Pistols, oh, they line up for Zeke. Great damage done here by Oglu. But the round win looking unlikely at this point. And, oh, there you go. It's locked in for Ascend.
Still, as we noted, Oglu's buy was very poor coming into that round, and to still get 3 kills out of it, I think is something they can be pretty happy with if they're able to win this one, because they get the reward for it if they win this. If they lose this, well, then it doesn't really matter how much damage they did.
It's all about the conversion. And they're not in a bad spot. Like, they've already got themselves a tour de force available for Faku. You're looking at the orb management of either side. I assume there's going to be a challenge here because Zeke is very close to his null command. And on the other side of things, there's potential for a couple of ults to maybe be coming online. Even the Nightfall, a possibility, which within this A site sounds fairly devastating, being able to section off a lot of the closer angles that are there. So both teams very much committed to trying to battle or orb control.
Even be baited out there. You see Starzo waiting for the peak, wanting these attackers to just swing out and confirm that he's there. He can take a head off. Flash primed. Didn't find them, but this time coming from a little closer. That knife has caught someone. They know now that Sage is up close, that someone's holding A. They're seeing some contact on B as well. This is clear to Ascend that it's a default at this point. But after grabbing that info and with 45 seconds left, this team is inevitably going to group up and try to push a site. And Tom, they've cleared outside of A at least a decent amount of it at this point. That's why you see Zeke is now making his way to the B side.
It's whether they actually can do much about it.
30
Now, he
seconds
does
left.
have his fragment available. He can get in a position to actually deny the plant. That could be huge because there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. And well, it seemed like they were fairly reliant on Fiku to actually get something done. Now, the wall is going to be utilized a little bit deeper, but straight on, it's not actually going to do that much damage. It's caught on the other side of the wall, so that's at least something. They get into the after plant, but then lose every single battle since, and now Hype needs to pull off a miracle, and well, he'll only get one. Ascend, solid read, solid positioning, and more importantly, well, I was going to say solid retake, but it was barely a retake because they'd already won by the time the plant went down.
Yeah, indeed. That spike plant went down and there was practically no one left to cover it. Yeah, with 10 on the board here, as we said, the efforts of the attackers before, they essentially just disappear. The impact is negligible. They come in now with practically nothing. I see a weapon on Faku. That will annoy me. See, he's even got the 8 bullets for free. So
yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Making someone else buy a sheriff. All right, Faku. I'll tell you what. I'm not going to say anything negative about it. I want to see why you've invested this money in yourself.
I assume it's because they want his quick exit. I think that's the reason. It's so that he can take that early fight and escape. But yeah, I still agree. Like when you already have basically a Guardian in your back pocket.
Teleport's ready.
Nowhere near the tour de force, so it's nothing to do with orbs. Though they are actually going to get a lot of ground for free. Now, Zeke definitely has some information. You're also going to see the rotation through from Vac as well. He only has shock darts remaining, at least for the moment. And with the deep push they've already had through mid, they know it's A. There's not really anywhere else it can actually be on the map. And they're set up for a B retake if they were to need it. Already, Nightfall is cast, but it's completely dodged by the dismiss. And while you can have all the information in the world right now, it's going to make absolutely no difference. A flawless round coming through from Ascend.
Yeah, very nicely done. I mean, even when you look at... So, Faku takes the rifle, but he's entering, right? Every single corner, he was the first man around. He was looking for the contact. He tucks up close left. Nothing he can do about an off-wide swinging right as they're ulting. This is really unfortunate stuff. CNED was there. That mostly coming around the corner. Faku tries to trade. Deleted immediately. I mean, this is not an issue that I'll sit back and go, well, you know, maybe you should have given that vandal to someone else. No, in this situation, that's Ascend reacted perfectly. They gave practically no space. Absolutely love watching this team play. I really do teach a masterclass. We've just seen the shock dart to try and delete that trap. And that's actually to delete it on the right side of the map, right? Hype's right as he goes through, but they placed on the left. Ascend are just mixing around these trap locations and it makes it impossible to consistently destroy it.
They also have Vac here as well. So it's like there's so much that they have to get past just to be anywhere near this utility. Hype is actually just about going to win that duel, though. After losing one on the other side of the map, it could be an issue. I don't actually think they would have cleared Starzo there, but it doesn't matter. He wanted to make sure he gets out of dodge just in case he's spotted. Now, deep control is there with the Viper's Pit, although at least right now, Monster's actually not playing within it. So I imagine they're either going to let that fade or he's going to have to run back into it very quick.
Well, it's just disappeared, so that's an answer to that question. Destrian rezzed right back up. And so the man advantage does sit currently in the attacker's favor, but with 35 seconds, they've got to still make this push work. Now they're going to the A site. Only one player here, that is Zeke.
30 seconds left.
Might have some support from Monster momentarily.
I think his 0 point didn't get anyone. So it's actually given them a full sense of security. He's now going to be under serious amounts of pressure, but it seems he might just thrive within it. Still managing to hide around the corner. Now he's been marked, so they should have a decent idea of where he is. He's managed to bypass, I was about to say. Peku finally puts him down. Monster going over the top, trying to take a pick, and he does. Gets a second as well. Now it just relies on the player within the pit. And also Molsey sitting a little bit further back. He needs to try and find something here, and Monster is just ripping them apart. Only one man remaining. Hype within the pit will be able to drop one. And it's left onto Starzo to try and finish the work his Viper started, baiting him in. The wall actually going to give him an angle, and Hype will be there to clutch this one out. It's close, but it will go to Oglu.
Now you can see the nerves starting to kick in, but they've gotten it across the line. A big round as well. With all that was invested, I think they put their own Hunter's Fury in. They rezzed up. They used their Viper's Pit. I mean, this was all in from the attacker's side. They knew they needed to win it. But Tom, question I'm always going to ask after you win a round like that, where you put everything into it, is what are you going to do when you don't have everything to work with? Because now there's plenty more rounds that need to be cleaned up. They're not going to have any ultimates to try and recover. No safety nets.
And you've got Monster pushing as well. This is grotesque. They're looking to just slam them into the ground. Monster feeling so confident. He's pushing up on a Viper. And the worst thing is as well, Starzo is then sat behind. They're going to have information of where he is, but I feel like at that point it's almost irrelevant.
There.
Yeah. Mark was in. The writing was on the floor. Could trace him along, see where he went to. Now he's really and truly out of there. In on the B side. This op in play. CNED containing them with that op on A side. There is nowhere to go. Absolutely nowhere. Look what they're walking into. Double flashes on Zeke. Op holding them on the cross. Player ready to trade up close. Good night. And sweet dreams. That is a beautiful setup from Ascend. They had that on lockdown.
You really do just... I feel like just having a break from seeing the VCT, you just forget how clean some of the shots people actually hit are. Like, Monster in the last round just connecting absolutely everything, and then you just got Zeke just making this look so damn easy. And that's the thing. They do have a superstar in basically every single role. Monster, his debut, 19 and 12 on Viper, right up there with Zeke, currently out fragging CNED, which, you know, that's not easy to do. His team looks terrifying.
An off shot rings out. CNED still aggressing. Still firing off. They had Starzo on the back lines as well. The artillery coming through. Vac starting to push up. The pressure being applied, and Oglu falling to pieces. The Hunter's Fury will seek out Destrian. So will the final two players alongside Vac. The flank contained. Zeke's got him. No way he can go backwards. And so the other two, well, they set up this deadly little firing squad. Look at what he's about to peek into. It's a human shield in the form of Monster. And the flank eventually closes it out. That is 13-7. And Tom, a strong start to the season for Ascend on map 1 at least.
Yeah, and I think showing that these new boys coming in on the block are no slouches. Like that's always the thing when rosters are changed. You go from a champions winning roster to switching out a couple of players. Well, the strength of Ascend is definitely still there and on a map. As said, I don't even think they played Icebox this year. I think genuinely it's just been a map that they've avoided thus far. They looked fantastic on it. So if that's one of the maps they didn't used to play, I'm a little bit scared going into one of the maps they did used to play.
Yeah, most definitely. That was the map pick of OG London United. Now we're looking on to Ascends. Things could get a little bit spooky. We'll see if the analyst desk has any hope to bring to the table after this commercial break.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Talk big, but I rebel none. Old school, but in my prime like Amazon. Gold belt on my shoulders like a champion. Still running the game, you started cramping on. Hoping that I'm losing a step. This ain't much you can help. Yo, they call me a zombie, cause I do this to death. Can't take nothing from me, man, I'm constantly hungry. At my best where I'm comfy, like a sofa that's lumpy. We don't quit, we don't cry. If we leave, we take it out. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. A disturbance. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Flexing with their hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Call it an emergence. On the board, it's a runaway train. Unstoppable. Started from the bottom in the grain. Won't quit, it's like it's wired in my brain. This is something that I never will explain. Right up in their face where I'm supposed to be. Face like a rosary. Stay up on the rise so the skies feel close to me. Came as a surprise when I realized they ghosted me. Back with a vengeance, no limits, no jokes to me. Hopefully, you can see we too stacked. And when we get pushed, we push back. We keep on building with no limits, so only we can say when we finish. Cause we don't quit, we don't cry. If we leave, we take it out. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit. A disturbance. Can I get rewards without the risk? I deserve it. Affection with their hand of vigorness. You will never see another like this. Now, I ain't never been for the small talk. Knock it out the ballpark. Walk off, walk tall, ayy. Something missing from the balls, dog barks off. Kinda glitchy, looking like you need an upgrade. Say, we don't quit, we don't fall. If we leave, we take it out. Only rise, we never fall. Just emerge to take the call. Call it an emergence. This is me coming in to view the apex. Best stepping over you. Call it an emergence. Freedom got me acting brand new. Finally in my bag like it's long overdue. This is a resurgence. Never fall back, never quit.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
And so the winner of Champions 2021 take a victory in their initial map of VCT EMEA 2022 Stage 2. Man, that's a lot of words. Thankfully, we have to now get ourselves back to the game. That was Icebox. And this Icebox Kaquka was very interesting because we started with London United, picking up the first 2 rounds. We're like, oh, this is maybe very dangerous territory. And suddenly Ascend are winning 6 in a row.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you take the pistols. We wanted to see the fade. We wanted to see something new. You were mentioning before we dove into the map, and it's the fact that they were starting on the defense. And I was thinking, you know, what can you do to stop those pushes? Fade's ultimate is not going to be enough. And it's not going to be enough, especially because Ascend were literally hunting them down every single round. We know that they didn't have the Sage, so you're not going to go for a safe plant. Your option here is to just send CNET on a trip and just let him find as many heads as he can click.
Ascend was I would definitely say that they were just out aiming in many situations. Oglu just hard, you know, that's something that I really hate like describing in a game because it's, you know, but it all comes down to, right? When you just click heads, it doesn't matter what is the strategy when you're playing punch in the face, right? But there were some stats that are just showcasing the massive difference between those teams. 14 first bloods for Ascend, only 6 for Oglu. Oglu won only 17% of their full buy rounds. And I say 17% because that sounds more than 1 round.
And there weren't that many, were they? They were also just jumping on the. They were always jumping on those eco rounds. We were seeing the fade. We wanted to see what Ascend was going to do against it. And actually, I don't think that Oglu got so many chances to actually prove of all those combos that you were talking about, all that synergy. Because Ascend was literally, if you do not do something in the 10 first seconds of the round, you're gonna be hunted down. They don't care. You want to use the ultimate. You want to know where I am? No problem. I'm just gonna go show you exactly where I am.
I mean, there was a big problem with Oglu's macro, in my opinion, as well. There were many rounds where a player who should be playing a little bit safer was playing the aggressive one. We have seen Destron push out with the ultimate available and dive first when he's so instrumental to retaking. We have seen Molsey in a 3v3 situation on defense stay on side instead of playing retake with the drone and the arrow available. All of those like mounting a problem. Oh, and the one round on attack when Destron was 7 out of 8 on the ultimate, Molsey was 6 out of 8, and Molsey takes the orb instead of Destron to just make an execute, and that was a pivotal moment because there was the first full buy round. Many things like that were just problematic for Oglu to have a grasp the big picture of the game.
Yeah, totally. I think it's also complicated because Ascend, I mean, we understand also, I think that Mitch and Tom are actually pretty grateful that this was not another Icebox from Navi because Ascend was just like going and going. Didn't matter if it was attack or defense. And I think, you know, that is also one of the parts. They didn't want to allow them to have those strategies on the defense, on the attack, but on the defense, they were like, okay, what if they have something prepared for this round? Okay, let's just go extra aggressive. Let's just take all the control over B, all that pressure over the map. Even if Oglu had strats prepared, Ascend didn't really care.
You know, we still have to highlight one thing right here. Even though Oglu lost, there was a fade over in that composition. And this just screams for a Lothar's lap. So I would ask you, show us what that fade can or can't do.
Well, the first clip will be what Fade does and how do you counter that. It's very simple though. In the pre-show I mentioned
break everything.
how simple, sorry, not how simple, but how Fade is short-ranged when it comes to the utility. And that's something that Ascend had an idea about. So let's pay attention to the movement on the mini-map here. I'm gonna zoom in on A lobby. Pay attention to, this is the round where Destron pushes out of his ult ready. He uses his Hound. You know, you see it here being used aggressively on the A lobby. The range of this utility essentially means that the player has to be somewhere in this range, and that will alert the attackers. This is why you will see Zeke literally just hold this, because he's certain if this Fade Hound is being used in this direction, it's being used for a push, and that's why he's just holding it. That's why the other players from Ascent are literally going next to him, because they are certain that there will be players coming in. This is an easy read for Ascent. Now, I wanted to point out in the next clip is how the double initiator from Oglu, so Sofa and Fade, have influenced the buy on the pistol round. This is actually, by the way, Oglu won both pistol rounds and both follow-ups. That should be a 75% win rate overall on the map, and somehow they still lost commandingly. Right? So yeah, exactly. So pay attention to the buy here. We see typically Molsey should be playing for a drone, but because they have double initiators, he literally goes for the choke darts and in a frenzy instead. And because of that, they go for an aggressive push on mid and use both Recon Arrow and the Hound in this direction here, and then use a Prowler to check for the tube to have an early control and just push towards B side, and that just gives them the plant. It's very interesting how everything changes when you have those different compositions and so many small stuff will just affect the buys, an example in this case.
Yeah, you decide to go for double initiator, double sentinel, decide to go for no duelist. I think like in the 4 maps that we've been seeing so far today, we've only seen 1 Jet. Let's see if that keeps translating to the rest of the matches.
You know, you're talking about translating to the rest of the matches, but we're seeing Split, a map that never is that big of an invitation to many Jet players. But what we're about to see there, that is a different story. And I very vividly remember Ascend playing this map for the first time in our stage 1, and they won 13-11 versus Guild. That was crazy. Do we expect the same crazy stuff right here versus OG London United?
I don't know. I mean, we saw changes already, seen it going on the Reyna. We know that he also likes to play Jet on this map, just because of the changes. I don't know. Really looking forward to see as well if OG is going to, you know, keep that fade going on to the different maps, because you know that after your ban, you're most likely going to see a Split, because it's still a very strong map for Ascend. So I expect something. I don't know what, but
Ascend was typically using the better composition on Split, right? The Omen, Double Duelist, Jet Raze, Sage, and Cypher. I would say that probably because of the changes, we're gonna see most likely a Chamber instead of the Jet,
I would
right?
like that, yeah.
And then because he's just so strong, controlling A side completely by himself, right? Because one is Trap was for A main, the other one is for Vent, or just very deep and let's say aggressive trap control. Just like we've seen in the first match on Icebox, right? When you use those traps to control the early positions and like be main on defense. So those things will influence most likely the composition here in Split.
Yeah, but the bigger question, at least for me, is we talk about the composition, how strong it has been in the past, but who is going to be playing what? You were mentioning that now Bone Cold is gone. Are they going to keep playing on the Omen? And if so, who's going to be picking up that agent? In my eyes, I could see Starkshow going on the Omen, but then if they play Chamber, who is it gonna be? It's a lot of theory crafting.
There's a lot of theory crafting, but you know what? We can stop that theory crafting right now as we're about to head into that agent select. And that map that we're about to see right now, Split, offers a good variety of controllers in particular, right? Maybe we're gonna see a Viper as well. That would be one valid option on this map, though it's more rare. But let's see what we're about to get offered right here, because honestly,
what is Hype going to do?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Viper with one controller probably not gonna work. We have seen Zeke though play Astra before on this map as well. That would be one option. But in general, like it's out to interpretation. Let's see what's happening here. So we have seen it on Jet.
And Lothar, this doesn't need to be right.
Exactly, it doesn't need to be right.
You have a sample size here, Lothar.
Oh wait, that can't be right because we have 2 Sages.
Okay, so boom, moving from the KO on to the Omen. Destron is going to be playing. I think he was playing on Astra before. Thank you. Okay.
So we have no Chamber on Ascend, and instead Monster goes for the Cypher.
So Starks is going on the smokes.
Why is CNET playing
Lothar?
Lothar on this map, right? And we didn't play it on.
I think they feel like it has worked so well in the past. I think they're going with the same formula that they had for Bind. We're just gonna stretch this and stretch this and stretch this until someone tells us, no, you cannot play this anymore. Really looking forward, although, to Fake you playing on that Chamber on the other side. Do you like that composition better?
I do. I really like Ogru's composition better. It's just overall has better utility for defense, right? I really like it. I really like it way more than Ascend's composition. Also, the biggest question would be true, the Breach is just giving so much control early, right? But for me, the biggest question is, will Starkshow be a good a substitute for Bone Cold's playstyle, right? Because they stick to the same composition because it worked in the past, but because Bone Cold was spearheading this entire map control and defense with his Omen.
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing, right? We both don't know. But at the same time, what keeps me kind of going is, you know, you get yourself a Jet, Lothar, and then you're not happy as well. I don't know what we're supposed to do. There was no Reyna. Be happy.
Yeah, I'm happy about that. I'm just unhappy about it because it seems like Jet, you know, this is a more execute-heavy map. This is why there's the Jet. But at the same time,
Lothar, we're just going to find it out for you. And you know what? Tom and Mitch, you'll guide us through this. So let's get this thing rolling.
You know what, Zescht? Someone had to do it. Look, can't blame you. Can't blame you. Time to dive on into the game, Tom. I'm excited to kick off Split. Finally, we get our actual favorite map.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to seeing this one. If you give us a long split, I don't really mind too much. I will say I'm going to be intrigued how a lot of the setups are going to work here for Ascend, because in terms of attacking utility, there really isn't a lot. Like, basically, you've got a Paranoia to get you in, and then you're relying on individual skill. Luckily, they do have buckets of that. So I think maybe they'll be all right. Maybe down the line when they come across someone maybe they think is more of a tough opponent, maybe they'll switch things up. Because right now, I don't really feel like they've had to delve too deep into their strat mode.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. You know, with some of these rounds we've seen CNED play out, it looked very comfortable. No, that's nothing new. But as we dive on into Split, we're going to see him on the Jet, which I'm actually very excited for. Attack side, I don't think there's that much of a mystery on how it's going to be played, but defensively and activating that dash, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on exactly how he's using this, because nowadays with the updates we've had, I think you have to justify Jet, whereas before it was a given. Look at this early fight here. Feku's got a great spot to try and just TP out of there. Sadly, not able to pick up a kill on his way.
Okay, CNED's already gone. In fact, they're taking a lot of damage on the way through. Plenty of tagged players on the other side. Back will at least get them deep control. He had the spike, so he's going to have to reroute his way back in just to make sure that they get into the afterplan. You can already see that wall is being broken. The boom ball, okay, took a little bit of a journey, but doesn't really do much damage in the end.
The way back in, that nade doing plenty of damage. Zeke down low, but here's the crossfire coming through, and Zeke strikes. Good for the kill and a little bit more damage. Starzo left alone, 45 HP, smoke down, but nade is on him. He cannot escape. Malzy placing that nade with precision closes out the round, and OG London United pick up the first.
Yeah, they've been very good at these pistols. I think it was said by Lothar that they won both in the previous as well and the follow-ups. But the thing is, it's going into the buy rounds where I definitely feel like they've had their struggles. They've been outgunned, outmanned in many scenarios. And even though they had the advantage here, it definitely seemed like there was a very real world where it could have gone back in the other direction. So it's a little bit too close for comfort, especially considering the start. But again, we kind of saw exactly what I'm talking about going into the pistol round. It's like a lot of these takes from Ascend is going to have to rely on entry frags, because it's not like they have the breach, for example, which a lot of teams will run on this map to have those set executions, and then you can blast pack through and sort of set up in that way. They literally just have, if someone can somehow set up some Sage utility, or they're going to be very reliant on the other side. Now, they have bought Mitch, so this is a heavy investment.
Spike down.
Well, good night. Yeah, really nice by Feku with the early fight, running up with the Headhunter. The value of that up against this buy. Also, obviously, canceling out the nade. Very, very convenient start, I suppose, running into heavy traffic, TPing out. Malzy is 5-0 at the moment. Feku 4-2. Both of these players have had their pop-off rounds. And now as we look towards this third, you're really going to need someone to step it up massively if OG London United have a chance. But here's the difference. One away from having a tour de force to play with. If they can get an orb or even just a shot with that Headhunter, they could have a huge advantage coming into this round. And
that
it's
works too.
To return it.
Technically, he does now have the tour de force. So, you know.
Fake TP.
Was one way to do it. Yeah, Malzy looks very confused. It doesn't matter, though, because Boo's already managed to find another in response. Wall timing's not great. Fat goes flying through the air, and well, Hype will be able to correct his aim before any real problems come through. Paranoia in, but okay. That's 2 rounds in a row now where Stars has been killed using his TP.
Yeah, listen, the Paranoia, I'm behind. Try to step onto the site, maybe not so much. If there is someone close in the corner, as we saw, they are going to see you. You are nearsighted, not blinded. And that's the problem.
He's been watching too much TikTok. That's what it is. He's going for the the 1 in a million play where he like TPs behind 4 people, sprays the ball down, and that's the one clip you upload, and then you lose all the other clips where you do that.
Yeah.
There was a nade on him as well. Like there's a 0% chance of him actually getting out of that position. But yeah, Ascend have basically taken the very long route of getting back into the buy rounds. And as I said, like that's what they had their strengths on in the previous map. It's like you look at the fact that they lose both pistols, they lose both second rounds, but tried to take the force here to almost disrupt that. Okay, they're still going to come back in with the buy, but as you mentioned, you've now almost given OG London United that opportunity to earn some ults. So they're coming in with a pretty powerful buy, even though, okay, sure, it's mostly Spectres, a tour de force to almost bolster that, and then you have a showstopper.
Yeah, I think typically you wouldn't have necessarily this much online, but just Malsey having the impact that he's had in so many of these rounds has been farming orbs all day long. Now, it looks like we're going to get this showstopper used right away, at least some aggression out of them. You see that push come through, but no showstopper pop. I'll conserve it. A good choice. Only one target there, and they've already fled at the first side of combat. This is a little bit awkward now, because you see Ascend are going to walk into A. They've got 4 players here, one lurking outside of B, and as soon as they go for this push, oh no, the wall from Hype, it couldn't have been timed worse, but he somehow got out of there with most of his health.
It technically did slow them down, and that's bought time for Feku to get into position with that tour de force. Again, it's going to be an opening. Again, it's going to be CNED down, and they don't really have anything to fall back on. Again, not a lot in terms of flashes to try and force this off the angle. In fact, you have the one, and the distance of it probably won't even reach him. So instead, Zeke is going to have lurked his way in on the other side of the map. Now, the rotation is going to take some time, and they are watching for this. They are prepared for this in middle. You've got Destrian watching to see if anybody's going to go back in that direction, but now the Monster's caught a kill. I was wondering if they'd go back again. It seems like a little bit hesitant, and they don't know. It's not pretty, though, for Boo. It's only going to be the 1 kill, and now, well, that tour de force is everything, and Monster connects that shot as well.
Yeah, well, that was not ideal in the fights on mid, but, you know, you're coming in with Spectres. It's a round you can definitely write off and wipe from your memory. Look to this one for the real impact and the real damage to come on through. Still with a bunch to work with when we came to those ultimates, and I guess this is where they really want to put that on the table. But I guess it's a shame for them not to grab at least just the 1 extra kill and make this something where most of the Ascend players need to reinvest.
Look at the ults for Ascend. This all one away except CNED. And well, I think if you could rely on anybody to get a kill, it's probably CNED. Although he's had a bit of a quiet start. As said, a lot of their current composition is a lot more brute force. It's very reliant on plays like this, where Zeke is almost just taking that space, forcing them back off of individual ability. They're actually going to give that up for free, though. Lurking around that position.
You see, it's got no dash.
Yep.
He used to try and cross mid just in case somebody was peeking and he could quickly get across. But they've abandoned the B push, starting to move in towards vents a little bit, try to grab the control down this way. Looks like they're going to make noise on the way through. They were. Wonder if maybe they heard the chamber trap.
Oh, over the top. Nade to counter. In fact, showstopper as well. They're going to have to fall back off that wall very quickly. And in fact, with the stun that's come through, Malsey's going to continue his aggression. Already with the first pick going his way. Monster desperately looking for a trade, but they are ready for Zeke's counter push into the B side. They're spotting players on this side as well, and with the heals coming back through, they are just trapped, and they've got nothing really to play with. Also, utility going to be spotted in the form of the trap, so they're just stuck in mid.
Not as bad of a position as you can get yourself into. Spike in hand, nowhere to go. Starzo, 10 seconds, can TP.
10 seconds left.
You could try. But the time is just way too low for him to get anything done. He's going to back out. I guess this is an attempt to lure them into some unfavorable duels, but, well, feck you. A little bit quicker than anticipated. Comes steaming down mid. 4-1 we go. Good answer back by Oglu.
Yeah, again, I want to premise this by saying I think if Ascend even get like 4 or 5 rounds here, maybe even less, they might actually be able to win this map because this composition does not look well set up for the attack. Like, okay, you see the double duelist, but there is so little to actually set up these players that it is basically super reliant on Zeke and CNED just taking raw fights. I won't say I'm a big fan of it, but I think it is mainly just posturing for that second half.
There.
The thing is, though, they almost need to give themselves that little bit of extra wiggle room, because right now, Oglu look very comfortable.
Yep, they definitely do. You can see a lot of the fights that they went for around middle, they're happy to take those more aggressive stances. Not in this round, though. Not where you're playing up against the pistols. Gotta pump the brakes a little bit, let them run into you. And that caged across is a little bit of an annoyance. Becky won't catch them either. The orb being taken. And now the collat makes up for earlier. All right, okay. On to the next.
Yeah, already the Blade Storm's gone. It lasted 0.1 of a second before CNED ends up going down to the player up above. Nice shot from Starzo. Ultimately, getting anything from this point is still going to be difficult. He has managed to find himself a rifle, and it's not like they're particularly low on time. Monster is pushing this with the spike. I guess they really are just planning on working the picks here. Actually winning the round has just almost gone out of the question. But I guess he will eventually fall back after not being aggressed, and eventually we'll get that spike down.
It's locked in for now. Oglu on the way back through. They've only got 2 enemies to take down. The one closest is the Sheriff. Good having control from Starzo. Oh, good connections as well. Feku's left kind of low. There's a chance here. There's a real chance. Boo puts an end to any hopes and dreams on that side. Oglu getting away with a 5th.
Considering it's a 2v5, like, it's not bad. The problem is that the economy's already built up for OG London United. So they're in a spot where ultimately, okay, in a normal scenario, that would be really frustrating to lose that many players in a 2 versus 5, but it doesn't really matter as long as they're winning the rounds. And there hasn't been a punish as of yet. Investment will come back through. CNED off to one of the slowest starts I think we've ever seen from him. Currently 1-6, and it just seems like he's being caught out by like different pieces of re-aggression. As said, don't have anything to force off that operator, so Becker's almost being able to run wild, and the paranoia has actually been popped super early on alongside a one-way setup.
Oh wow, the counter is there though. Ascend want to take that space back. Content to just give it up, bait them into open fights, and all 3 players ready and waiting. Running to the site, Boo taken down, nades through, but it's not going to take any more heads. Hype trying to hold on, but the res is coming in. The numbers keep on extending in Ascend's favor. Hype doing well to keep them back. He's going to be peeked out eventually and taken down. Zeke has fallen in the meantime, and so too is Vac. Spike is down. CNED still with a dash online, wants to fight. But eventually that plant has to come through, or so they think. He's dashing out of there. He's taking space to main, and in fact, making an early rotate to the A side.
Yeah, managing to bait out that Rolling Thunder is huge. But it's whether he can actually manage to win the round, and just look at the position currently being held by Feku. He knows that unless he's gone all the way through the spawn at this point, he has to have made the move towards mid. I mean, could be everything here, though. CNED's actually managed to get it spot on.
30 seconds left.
And now the decision will be, does he actually double back in towards that B site, expecting the rotation? No, he walks to A, which is completely clear.
Got it wide open for him. Gonna plan safe. Obviously, 0 information on where his opponent is, but you'll assume somewhere around that B heaven area. He's got plenty of time to run down on the clock. But CNED seems to just want to sit on the side itself. Fault line to work with, no flashes. Saw the Aftershock get the kill onto Zeke, but it's not online anymore. And the interesting thing here, you know, a lot of players would want to play the time. The position it's planted is not ideal, but CNED wants to fight. Look at him. He's postured for this. He's ready to take the duel. And as it gets tapped, oh, Destrian's watching it! Ready for these sneaky little plays, it seems, and he's got just about enough time. That is actually gorgeous.
Even shaking his head at CNED. It was an explosive round from CNED, but again, it wasn't enough. 3 kills for him, entering into the site, but Ascend on this attack just looked really rough, and I assume this is going to be them taking a pause, unless OG London United really needed to calm down after that clutch. But yeah, they're going to take a moment, because I don't really have any doubt that they're going to have a strong defensive side. But as of right now, they're just not being able to really get any grip when it comes to this defense. Like, they're being baited in by cheeky little trap setups. And even when someone like CNED pops off, well, it's not really enough to actually bring the round home, because they're still being traded out very effectively by OG London United. They're a squad that I think we've always sung the praises of them for that exact manner. In terms of structure, probably one of the best teams we have in the entirety of EMEA. It's just whether they had that individual brilliance that, say, the likes of Ascend, or you could look at Fnatic with a Durka, or even G2 with a Nuke, like whether they had that pop-off player. Okay, you've got Molzy, but he's not at that level. He's at an incredible level, but not like that superstar drag you through a round level. Right now, though, they're going toe-to-toe with Ascend, and they're making it look quite easy.
After the performance of the first map, man, the bounce back of some of these players is... It's always really cool to see when we look at, I guess, the kind of tier 2 to tier 1.5 teams, that you'll see a lot of the time, one half goes one way, game closes out. This is the way it used to always be back in the day, but we're starting to see the level of competition step it up to the point that, you know, teams can drop their map choice. They can get dominated, but they don't let it get to them. They don't let that stop them. Real chance here for OG to upset Ascend, bring us to a third map, but somehow I can't help but feel like you said, Tom, second half, it could have some bad omens about it. This is a little bit scary already, because Ascend came in with pistols, and they've now got a 4 versus 3 opportunity. Oh, hello.
I know exactly where you are.
He's chasing
This
him.
could be huge. They went for that early rotation, but Beku's now been revealed. It doesn't matter, though. He still managed to land the shot, and also the slow goes through. This buys an extra little bit of time for Boo, but he's not going to be able to connect. Still, though, they've already spotted 2 players on this side of the map. There's enough time that they could actually just bubble back in the other direction. Instead, they're going to try and pressure into what is a pretty nasty crossfire, although the shots are going astray at the moment. They managed to get past at least that initial angle, but Feku's still just landing shot after shot. Eventually he will fall, but now they have to fight through main. And the sneaky thing as well is that there's a second player in that direction as well. They will not know that both players are in this position. In fact, they're not even watching for the first, not expecting the swing from Boo, and he will take down both.
Such a big difference here on Split. And I can't help but feel like it's just due to it being more of a linear map than what you see on Icebox, in that mid doesn't connect in quite the same way. There's not this matrix of angles that you need to constantly cover. When it comes to dueling and holding, you hold B, it's choke point. You hold mid, it's choke point. You hold A, it's choke point. On Icebox, sure, technically, from a top-down view, it looks about the same, but there's so many different elevations you can be approached from, so many different corners that you have to play around with the mid-A site, causing like that split of players, puts them into 2 streams. It can be really easy to get overwhelmed on that map. You know, it used to be the most for that, but obviously Fracture nowadays, a little bit wild. But yeah, here on Split, it's more back to basics, right? One of the core 3 maps, everybody knows it, and well, this team certainly looking good on another opening duel going OG's way.
Yeah, I almost have to feel like going into the next time they play this map, they're going to bring in something else. Like, either you're going to have to switch CNED over to a Sage once again, which is something he's had success on before, and then let Vac play a Breach or something. Because right now they are just running into the blender. Like, I feel like Feku's going to have a fairly high number of opening picks because they have nothing to move him off the angle of every single op shot. It makes his job just so incredibly easy to find those picks. And then also just trying to push into angles. You can see this sort of counter utility that's being expended. They're just doing so much work to just deny them any of that space. Now, sure, again, we expect a stronger defensive side, but this has started to get a little ridiculous now.
In the manner as well, just how much of a shutdown some of these rounds play out to be. Gets quite worrying if you're an Ascend fan on this map. Again, half 2 is where we're keeping our hopes for, where we're holding our breath, but OG keep building up these rounds. It might be too little too late. A Blade Storm for CNET is a scary prospect. That's just going to be pop. Oh, that's not what we wanted. But anyways, nade down. Zeke up close. Frenzy in hand, and he's got a kill for free. That's an upgraded weapon, and now Destrian goes down. Ascend. They might finally have found their funk on this as they get a plant through in a 5v3.
Spike planted.
Managing to catch that aggressive push from Boo. Now leaving a retake with an operator. And they do have a res. If they could somehow pinpoint the player by the window, maybe they've got an opportunity here, but the smoke is going to make things so awkward for them. And also, the remainder trying to wrap around is not going to be easy. Nade should at least clear out Zeke. Instead, he's just going to instantly pop the... Oh, it's not pretty, though. Molzy's been able to take down Starzo. HP could be risen back up as they look to push into the site. The weaponry is still in their favor. Hype has now found another. Molzy drops one more. It's starting to fall apart for Ascend, but back might have just saved them. A triple spray down as they make their way into the site. And Ascend are going to get themselves a second round.
Couldn't come at a better time. That blast pack out of Zeke to make it into heaven. The fact that he finds that backstab kill on the Boo, gets a rifle, is able to support site. Absolutely huge. We're closing this out for Vac to find the triple. I think time was already decently on their side.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't find those first two, it's over. And, well, it's a lifeline. See what more they can make work. Again, Feck, you on the operator taking the early mid peak, and he has been shut down.
Nice drop from Zeke. One of the rare times I think we've really seen Ascend get the opening, and well, Boo with a little bit of an off angle is going to quickly return it back to equilibrium.
The timer just bleeding away. Ascend haven't got a whole bunch to work with here. They're going to put a trap wire, cover the A push, move in the middle. They got to at least get Monster across, but I think they're going to want to split this through their own smoke. Yeah, in they go. But look, like OG London United, they're playing on the B site. They've got 3 players stacked down here, ready for the peak. There's the pixel angle held by Hype. Put down the slow, the nade, and well, Ascend somehow come out on top in that situation. You can see all the utility is there. OG have the setup. Ascend have the kills.
Yeah, Zeke bailing them out, I guess. It's starting to come online, which is a very good sign. I thought for a second that Destrian might be able to fade back into the smoke, but it isn't to be. 8-3, Ascend right at the depths of the half, starting to bring a few rounds together. And as I said, I reckon from 4 it's possible, especially with how aggressive this defensive comp's likely to be. Much more favorable angles for them to face on, and you can have those sort of trap plays without needing necessarily all that offensive utility. You're also going to have the combinations you can have with Vac, which a lot of the time just don't work on the attack side, because ultimately having those lineups is going to be incredibly difficult to sort of predict where people are going to be. Nonetheless, still money, of course, on the other side, and oh, he's made it, even stunned.
Rolling Thunder's coming through. Nade hasn't landed.
Oh, it's landed on C-Dead.
Oh, yeah, that's, I guess it did land. Not quite where it was intended. Ukalu, 5 players. After using a Rolling Thunder, they're still tucked outside. Oh, Boo! Well, he certainly got a surprise on that one. Destrian able to pull it back, and then the res is coming into play. They're going to try to punish Feck you down to the operator. Hype trading it back. But that was actually Zeke in with a kill just before he fell. Now the op of Monster showing up. 2 players on the site, back isolated. Oh, but he's holding on well, trading himself out. Oh, well, that Boombot, I guess, got the information it was looking for. Mostly with 2 opponents to take down and practically no time to do it. Nice attempt. At 8-4 we go. What a recovery by Ascend. They needed to get exactly the round that they did to close that out.
Yeah, I feel like OG London United, although it might not make a difference, like if they win the pistol, if they have a lot of good setups on their attacker side, like I'm not going to sit here and claim that the map is like incredibly defensive sided as we've just seen. I just think it might be for Ascend. Like that's the only thing that worries me. And especially with how well they were doing, I think letting those last few rounds slip, granted to like players like Zeke popping off and some good sort of after plant scenarios with those A takes. But if this map slips away from them, I think those are going to be the rounds that haunt them, not necessarily these ones on the attack.
Here. Yep, very much so. It's the lead. The lead is good coming out of that half, but it could have been so much better. And I think that's something that can definitely haunt you now on the attack side. But Malcy's not letting it get to him. And he's gotten a second, dodging the paranoia. What an animal. CNET under pressure now, and he will not find anything.
Player standing.
Yeah, looking like Malzy might have just cemented themselves the pistol here. All of the pistols, in fact, thus far. Unless Monster has something to say about it. A 1v4 turn 3, walled off from heaven as well, so there's not really an angle that he can play into, and unless he somehow catches Boo off guard, which I doubt it, because it seems like Boo has already fallen back into a more passive position, and with the bullet going through, the information is there. Even just sitting in this corner wastes so much time. They even have the stun and then peek at exactly the same moment. Beautiful synergy from OG London United. That'll be a 9th onto the board for them, and well, unless there's going to be an incredibly risky force here from Ascend, likely the conversion.
Definitely feels like that conversion is the most likely outcome. I do see 2 shorties to play with. That terrifies me. Seen it on the Marshall. Some chances for damage, but yeah, you're expecting this to be a pretty clean cut, all glue round. Put them up to double digits, take a step closer to map number 3. Of course, Haven going to be the decider between these two teams. Looks like we got a little bit of a technical pause here, Tom. Take a moment, take a breather. I'm sure Sand will do the same. I do wonder, you know, on this map especially, we can always see the force buys work. Like, weaker weapons can definitely put up the fight. And being this far behind, I wouldn't be necessarily surprised if they did decide to come out of this and go all in on a force up.
Yeah, I guess the thing is though, like, you don't have the plant, you didn't get many kills, so it's not like you have even just those extra few credits. So like, either you're just going to be playing with the bare bones of like, maybe you can get a Spectre and some light shields and no utility, or you're going to play the utility and just try and get it done with some pistols. I don't really see the value, even with how far down they've been. They also tried a better force buy in the last half and got absolutely slammed. So I don't really see how they're going to mysteriously have fixed all of those problems in a matter of seconds.
Speaking of fixing problems, the technical pause we're in, just to let you guys know at home, it was a little bit of a communications issue when the players dropped out from the voice comm server, but they're right back on up so they can talk to their team, and they've told them they're ready to go. Round number 14. They're going to see OG London United looking to connect double digits. Ascend have invested very little to stop that. They do have those shorties on either side of mid.
Yeah, I hope for OG's sake this doesn't work. I really don't want to see this happen. Especially with how much of an advantage they currently have in the match. I feel like this could just be the turning point if they somehow lost this round, but it would need an utter miracle. Already you can see the stuns going through, but this is somewhat of a ruse. Most of the players making their way in towards that A site. Only really going to be CNET there. Zeke does manage to get one. Now maybe if CNET could pop off with a couple of shots, that's the first. He's even going to reposition, connects onto Feku as well. It's starting to fall apart as CNET just hits everything. Only one man standing, and he'll get tagged up by CNET as well. Oh, God. It always seems to happen, doesn't it? It has to happen once.
A shorty and a goddamn Marshall. Come on. That is insane. Look at this first shot. A headshot onto Boo. Feku doesn't have shields. One tap taken down. Same thing for the next opponent. No, it was a headshot. No, it was a goddamn headshot on the hype. Of course it was. This guy is just unreasonably good at the game. 950 credits. He's walking around with, well, what looked like an op to me. I don't know if he put bigger bullets in there. Oh, you're screwed. Oh, Zeke got two. He got two, Tom.
See, this is a man that's so confident in his own ability that at no point, I don't believe for a second he believed he was going to die there. Like, in my head, when I get stunned, I'm like, ah! And in his head, he's like, okay, only one tap now. And it's like, no, that's not a reasonable way to think about it. But, well, I guess that's what makes him a pro and me not a pro.
Spike down mid.
Ambitious to jump peek that after you'd already been shot at by a Marshall. This guy's just running at them. He doesn't have a damn to give.
See, was that the Bladestorm kill? Because I wonder if that death might have actually, because he got 3 in the last round. I don't know if he got anything in the pistol, but I believe in terms of orbs, CNEB must be pretty close.
Oh.
1 away. Okay.
That's fine though. Playing op in this round, Bladestorm for next. And actually, they've already got players who can kind of entry for them, right?
I'm genuinely, I'm starting to get the feeling that Ascend are going to win this. Like, yeah, just off that round alone, I'm so scared for Oglu. And at no point is it because they are a bad team. It is just because Ascend are a nasty team. And just, look at Zeke! He gets away with 2 kills there! This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, that is grotesque. That is not something you should be able to get away with off of 1 piece of utility and a blast back. Timing even looked pretty good for Veku, but CNED.
Ridiculous.
He's been seen.
Yep. Thinks he's sneaking around, but okay.
Okay, nice shot.
Well done. Monster was aware that he was there. Fake TP, it's going to cause a lot of paranoia for CNED. It's going to be worried about a player being up on the rafters as he goes back out. That smoke's going to fade soon enough, but there's another online. Where does Boo put it, though? Or anywhere? If CNED gets the angle here, I'm almost certain the kill comes through. There we go.
Shadows traveling. Stealing sight.
They expect the full rotation to be in, though. That's the thing. The rest of the players were actually incredibly slow. They were making a push into B main, almost expecting that they would rotate in another direction. Now you finally have that flank coming through. I don't know if the steps would have actually been heard there. It seems like Destrian is homed in on the angle. Because of that, it will now go back into a 2v2 scenario. A round that was looking like a done deal, now competitive.
They know they're up against an op. They'll be so cautious about peeking wider angles, but Destrian's gone down, and they know that Boo was on this site before. They've just seen him now, 85 HP. The operator just now coming in. Gonna creep his way around into the elbow, try to hold the angle, but Starzo too quick on it. 7 on the board for Ascend. They are creeping right back into this game, 2 rounds behind their opponent, as this defensive side is starting to really show the potential that we were talking about earlier, leaving Uglu onto an ugly little eco. It's just ridiculous how he's able to get 2 in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, and that's the thing. These are the sort of plays that are almost going to condition Oglu into just having to either sit back, hyper defensive. Bear in mind, they were outside B main. It's not like they even took B main and then he did that. It was outside of it. And then you've got to worry about CNED as well, who, as said, he's only going to come into his own on this defensive side. Like, being on the attack when you have no utility, it's like ramming your head into a brick wall and hoping that you get away with a couple of rounds. This defense is what this comp was made for.
There has been a big gap, though. Those players have now made it up through mid. Ascend know it. It's not necessarily a gap that they're unaware of. Oh, good damage from Monster, even full blinded, but that's not enough. Oglu quick to get those kills. Now look at the A site. But the spike is down outside B. I'm not sure what the plan is here. Is Hype AFK?
I don't know. It does, like, at least by the direction he's facing, it almost just looks like he's staring straight into a wall.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, he's mesmerized by the spike, but that's going to put them in a pretty atrocious position, because it basically means that, is he just going to survive at the end of the round? That would be very, very unfortunate. Starzo, though, under pressure, shaky aim, but connecting either way. And while Zika's popped his showstopper, and well, now we get probably the most exciting end to a round you're ever going to see.
Yeah, this is a little unfortunate. to say the least.
Honestly, like I've been really impressed with Hype's gameplay so far. You really you got me excited about him at the beginning of the day. You spoke about how good this player is, the difference maker for Oglu, and honestly, right now, I can see it.
He's back. He's back. Hype has rejoined the server. I saw him. He picked up the spike. He turned to his left, and he's realized that unfortunately he has survived that round. So
I've just got news in my ear that there might actually be a tech pause here.
No, I don't believe it. For what reason? What possible reason could we have a tech pause for? Well, it looks like Hype is back at least. I'll probably just do a little bit of a diagnostics run, check in the background, see what's going on.
Can we get a breakdown of that round from Hype?
Yeah, it's I think they call that the spike containment, turtling. I don't know. Lothar can coin the official term.
What you do is you stare at the spike in the hopes that it goes off in the spawn and you win the round.
To be honest, you know, I've seen a lot of stuff. I don't know if you've heard of Carl Pilkington, but on his travels, this man he's learned a lot. And I believe that, you know, maybe it's possible. It's worth experimenting. Maybe you can use your brain to activate the spike if you really concentrate you
just have to believe. That's what it is.
Enough. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows?
You have to believe in your chakra. The spike is going to go off.
We'll get you seen on. We'll have a whole podcast about it. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. But yeah, no, obviously for you guys at home, Hype DC'd. I guess it was just a net drop.
Did he?
These things happen. A little bit of a tech pause while they figure things out, while they re-plug in the cables, turn everything off and back on, and we'll be right back on into the game. But unfortunate timing. I assume this is me semi-hopeful that because there was already damage done when he DC'd, I didn't, you know, we can't see the chat, so I don't know if they called it early and called for a pause. It's the one thing I'll say about Valorant, Tom, that you know, back in CS, whenever we would pause, teams would typically, like if someone DCs, they would just stop, right? And just sit and spawn and go, hey, I've seen it a couple of times now where the teams like play out the round and then go, yo, I need to reset it. That always confuses me, because why would you do that? But yeah, we'll see. We'll find out what's going on, what the ruling is. Because to be honest, I feel like they might be resetting that round, Tom. I'm almost afraid that they are.
It does look like something. So maybe it's a restart just to get him back into the server. It still seems it's like the scoreline hasn't changed yet, but I should probably, if it's on us for a reason. So there might still be stuff that needs to be fixed. Like, I don't think production ever put these faces on screen unless they absolutely have to. I'm sure viewership drops by at least like 65% whenever this happens. So it's a little bit rough. And unlike Pansy and Hypok, we don't have it written in our contracts to get an extra like 4 hours of camera time every stage of the entire show. So unfortunately, this is a legitimate tech pause and not a Pampok tech pause.
Well, Tom, I have some good news at least. We know what's going on. There's been a chrono break due to the player DCing. I guess it was called in time. So we're going to go back to 9-7, and that round will be played out again. Obviously, in this scenario, I assume they, you know, gonna be able to bounce back in the same manner, weren't up against the strongest of buys and so on, but it is a little bit of a mental blow, Tom, for a team to win the round and then have to reset it like that. I think especially with how dominant it was from them. Showstopper used at the end, but not really needed. And what were the attackers missing? A Sage? What difference is that going to really make in the round the way it played out? But who knows? Maybe now they'll come in with a little bit more success.
I feel like Ascend in their time have had to deal with plenty of setbacks when it comes to technical issues. So I don't think they're going to mind too much. And also, just the manner of which they've been playing a lot of these rounds, I'm starting to feel, well, even just after they managed to win that sort of force buy round or the investment round, you could start to feel like the game is just going to start swinging back in their favor. So I am desperately worried now for OG London United, because they have to start coming up with, firstly, some rounds that are going to be able to stop and deny the aggression, but also some rounds that will shut down CNED. And most of those are completely opposite sorts of rounds, because the point is that Zeke is blast packing in, taking space, and getting in your face. CNED, on the other hand, is waiting for you to peek into him. So depending on which side of the map they are, you need a completely different strategy. And that's why this composition, or that's why this set of players is so difficult to play against, because then you start talking about who else is still on the roster. And you've got the likes of Starzo, who can set up his one-ways, Vac, who's still been able to slow them down, and then you still have to worry about wherever Monster has put his setup as well. So I don't think it's going to be an easy spot to try and come back from. The thing is, though, OG London United do have a much better composition for this attack. Like, they have a lot more abilities that can be used to set up. Mostly, we are going to be focusing on the Breach, of course, which is one of the agents that a lot of people bring in for that exact reason. So I just think they need that change fairly quick, though. And I guess I believe going into this round, they might have the showstopper, or at least have it pretty damn close.
So, fill you guys in at home on the ruling as well. As I said, I assumed that they'd called it in time, because why else would we be chrono breaking? And indeed, 12 seconds into the round was when Sage disconnected. So before damage is done and all that sort of stuff. So within the rules, you reset it like that. Again, never really gonna understand why teams insist on playing out rounds like that. But it is what it is. Now we dive on into things at 9-7. I believe we'll be getting back in not too long, Tom. So everything's being ironed out in the background. The server's being reset. The score line's being adjusted. And pretty soon we'll see the players back on our screens and on Split, ready to fight from 9-7. And what that means, Ascend on a full buy. You just cast your mind back to the start of the last round, as long ago as it was. You're going to have Ascend, full bot, OG London United, not in the best of positions, but I guess we can still look to things like that showstopper, for example, to be a difference maker in the hands of Malzy, maybe to open them up a little bit of space, but they're at least going to have one extra player to work with this time.
Yeah, and well, according to you, the player that is the difference maker on OG London United. So,
like I said,
you've been saying, listen, like, what would a Sage do? But
one of the best players in the world.
Exactly, according to MitchMan.
That's it. It's not about the Sage utility. It's about the person behind the Sage, you know? Man behind the mask.
So basically what you're saying is something along the lines of, it's not the size that matters. It sounds like what you've just said.
Listen, maybe. Get back into the game. 5 seconds left. Barriers are about to go on up, and barriers breaking means that the action's about to come. Ascend, weapons in hand. CNED trying to get early fights in, and that he does, but it's Malzy Blast backing in after the stun had come through, stopping CNED from being able to scope up. That is a huge early fight for Oglu to win.
Oh, I don't know if that's the intended use of that smoke, but it sort of worked. It's not so much of a one-way, but it did have a nasty angle that can be utilized. Okay, then. Zeke has just decided to pop the showstopper in this round. Clearly wanting to put it to bed completely. Operator picked up from Feku. That's something, at least. Because of the wall, it almost gave that weapon over. It's just how they're actually going to utilize it. And by the looks of things, on the other side of the map, it's almost more of a retake. There is only the utility that is currently there for Monster. Maybe just wanting to make sure that no one can get isolated here.
Yeah, especially when you're up against a potentially seized op, it makes sense to have those little backups. Well, Vac has cleaned house. One away from Rez coming into next round. Nicely built up. Cycle of ultimates. I think about to really feed into Ascend's favor. They've obviously used up their showstopper, but Bladestorm and Rez about to be online, and those are the big impact plays that you want to see. At the same time, though, OG London United full buy showstopper and Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, they're not in a bad spot themselves, so that's at least something. Vac making sure this doesn't get out of control. Is the scoreline wrong?
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be 9-7 after we've already played.
Yes,
around
that's what the break was long enough that my brain has melted. But yeah, that it's currently 9-8. CNED already is going to kick things off. Is there going to be a trade? There is. Boom.
Oh my.
Managing to find himself one. It seems like the HUD is completely melted at this point, but we're just going to try and ignore it and carry on.
Well, Monster's gone down. A little bit of room to play with in towards the back of the site. Pedestrian's holding on. Only CNED left alive. 30 HP. Might have a Bladestorm, but I don't think he's quite feeling this one. Operator in hand. Is he still going for this? You absolute lunatic.
I think they've just got the cash. I think that's what it is. And ultimately, maybe they don't mind it being on the other side. He just walked past. Oh no, Boo actually uses his utility and now comes down to the 1v1. CNED also has his dash available for the next few seconds, trying to tap and bait him into the swing, but the time is now ticking away and he's going to have to try and get back onto that one. And while Destrian has to just be careful he doesn't die to the spike.
Oh yeah, just about enough time there. Okay, so closing out that round, I gotta say, not really the expected outcome, but with another round built up now, I believe that puts us on 10-8. I'm not mistaken, Tom.
Yes.
There we go.
I hope they fix this quick because our memory is gonna blitz through.
I've got little notebooks.
Okay, it's 14-9. It's like, wait, I don't think that's right.
Well, see, I've got a notebook, Tom. I can keep track by hand.
Okay, you got a tally chart.
Like, that'd be like the good old days. Write down some little notes. Have a little matrix code. Oh, they fixed it. Oh, I'll put my book away then, will I? I was looking forward to that.
It's the little things.
Not really. Please don't turn off the. Please don't turn off the hood. We're okay. Operator in the hands of CNED. I really want to see this. I really want to see how CNED plays the Jet early. Because I feel like this guy's just not even going to bother activating the dash. Gonna go into some early fights and be like, if they're here, I'll kill them. Fine.
It's looking like they're much more willing to try and just delay on B main. In fact, they've got Zeke basically just peeking straight down into mid. Oh. I don't know if it's just my that froze.
No, it's both of us.
Okay, I wasn't sure. You can never really tell. But either way, they're now looking to try and challenge in that direction. While Zeke's position has been given up.
Yeah, he's going to concede that fall back. A little bit extra utility committed. No harm to it for OG London United. Thing they haven't realized yet, obviously, you got that wall up in heaven. And so Sand aren't really too worried about it while that's still intact. They've got 3 players on the site ready to take these fights. But the split is going to come through. The wall, I mean, kind of long left on it at this point. Either way, the players are soon set to break through. 35 on the clock. Not going to be much time to change up your mind. Who hasn't got the ultimate either? This is full dedication to the B play. Dive down. Good kill for Mulsey. On the back side, there's a crossfire. They might not expect this. To have this much of a heavy stack out of a Sand is unlikely. And there you go. They cleared the close corner, but now Star's able to catch them off. That is a nasty triple. He's down. Down on the back of the site. Zeke able to at least take Boo. Trade there. Feck, you on the cross. Almost gets caught. Bladestorm out. That's going to stop him planting. He's got to go for it right here and now. He's sticking it. Committing to it fully. CNED now coming around the corner. Bladestorm not going to land. Down to a classic. He's hoping he's low enough, but only 1 knife hit. Oh, it's a disaster. Another round for OG London United as they step further into the lead and closer to a victory on Ascend's map pick.
Yeah, luckily for Ascend, they do still have the money to invest back into this one. And these close few rounds have meant that still Oglu are going to be on the brink of breaking when it comes to their finances. But even still, they're managing to win these close clutch rounds. And you can see they're actually going to take a pause. Like, look how bad their finances currently are. They've got to try and work out a way to juggle things around. I assume it's just going to end up with Feku playing the Tour de Force. I don't think much else would make a hell of a lot of sense, but maybe they've got a better way of going about it.
Still doesn't solve all their problems, though, right? That's going to be 1 dropped over rifle. They'll still have to play with 2 weaknesses. And then you got to look at Hype Res to work with. How do they want to use that early? There's a few questions to be answered. On OG London United, they know this is, I mean, this is a huge game for them. You take a Sand early, all of a sudden, you are in contention for that top spot, which is exactly what they want. I mean, a win like this under your belt, it opens so many doors.
I think especially as well, though, it's even just the danger zone of that group, because you have to bear in mind that there's also Fnatic, who we don't know how good they're going to be, G2, who I feel like we never know how good they're going to be, and FPX, who, yeah, I think we can pretty confidently say how they're going to be, but it's normally incredible. So it's a really tough group to fight into for OG London United.
Well, 1:20 on the clock here, and you've seen some aggression. Monster all the way through the cage, allowing him to pass right by that trap. The whole team rotating in, knife in hand. Monster using his cam, and look, he's here in the steps. He knows what's coming. Hello! He's waiting all the while and then jumping in the most. Oh, it's not the nicest ways for that to end, but you know, it is what it is. Zened's gonna let one go by and ready to take the fight afterwards. He connects that shot quick as can be. Dash no longer online. He'll be caught by FeckU, at least giving a chance. A 1v3 now with a tour de force in hand.
It's a rough opportunity to try and fight from, but maybe the weapon to do it. Time still not awful, but just look at this crossfire setup. It would have to be a lightning couple of shots out from FeckU to be able to connect anything here. And the first one actually going to swing into him. A slightly over-aggressive peek. Manages to get the rifle in hand as well. Finds the kill, but Starzo thankfully is there from behind to stop this one getting out of control. Even still, though, very costly round back. The issue, Mitch, is just look at the finances. As said, 2 rounds in a row, 1 for OG London United, but the finances of, well, a team that lost.
Exactly, yeah. They are in the dumps when it comes to finances. So the difficult decision, again, going to be sat in front of them. This round right here, though, you got to give it to Monster. Huge read. And just when he had that time to push, surpassing the utility as well. And that's going to... No, excuse me. Little hiccups kicking in. That's going to cause some problems. If you're OG London United now in the future rounds, you no longer feel like you're safe just with that trap down on A. You've got to be wary of your flank the whole time. They didn't catch CNET on the cross, and now he's ready to go. Dash online. He's gotten that blind. Luckily, doesn't get away with more. That would have been ridiculous.
You will not.
Yeah, they've actually got the res. So although this is... Ooh, okay, both teams have the res. So it's going to be fought for. Zeke takes a bit of damage on the way out, but the heal is almost instant. And in fact, Vac... Oh, that's nasty. Playing with the shotgun. I don't think the flash went through properly. It actually blinded up Hype on the way in. And now Vac is just starting to farm up these kills. Just utilizing his res and close to halfway back to it. Oh, Boo almost goes down to the boom bot.
Cover going out.
Well, this round looks in the bag.
You just witnessed Boo have an actual heart attack live on stream. You said he killed the boom bottom, was just stood still for a minute, like processing. Now he's gonna die. Monster had sewers on lockdown. Ascend hitting up double digits now. OG London United in a little bit of hot water. I mean, that... Look, it's still a lead for them. They've got to buy here and then one more to potentially fight for an OT. But the situation has definitely fallen apart quite quickly and not in the way that they wanted. Either committing the res in last round too seemed huge, but I suppose they do have a lot of ults about to come online.
Yeah, they were 8-1 up. So that's the scenario we've come back from. 9-3 half, 8-1 up at one point, and now Ascender within just 1 round being able to equalize things. A decent execution into the site, though, is going to take a lot of space for free. And see Monster just waiting for anybody to try and peek into the trip, and I think they did. They walked into the trip, and he gets a kill for free. CNET has found another. It might be an after plant, but the fact is there's only 3 holding.
FeckU's got to find them on the cross here. These players on site are just held hostage. Malsey with a showstopper. Find it hard to get room to get that in, and with FeckU falling, it's going to be done here and now, isn't it? Hype out of this. A lead no longer in OG London United's hands. Ascend have walked away with 11-11. 4 players alive, building up cash. What's worse, the showstopper with that defuse comes into Zeke's hands. There is a lot working for Ascend. They're on a streak of defensive rounds. And OG London United, Tom, just to add on a little bit more to it, they ain't got they ain't got a lot of money. I was gonna say any, but it looks like they don't want to play for OT.
Curious again that they are gonna invest so much into this one. I don't know if I'm a fan of it. Like, I get not wanting to allow Ascend to get to that 12 rounds, but it's going to put them in a pretty awkward spot, clearly reliant on some of those ults. Like, you do have yourself a showstopper, Rolling Thunder, which can definitely diminish the effectiveness of that weapon advantage that Ascend have, but such a reliance on it, it does have me a little worried. Again, you've got yourself that one way. Again, you have an almost firing squad of players just ready and waiting, and with the individual brilliance of both Monster and Zeke, well, I don't think getting these entries are going to be easy.
It definitely shouldn't be on paper. This is such a big risk by OG London United. It has to pay off. The spike on its way through heaven, and Hype's gone already. A quick elimination through the smoke. They're still spraying. The Rolling Thunder is going to be used to punish them. A lot of space given up. The cross out by Malzy. He doesn't know there's players already in spawn, watching and waiting for him to peek on out. He gives up the control, though. Instead, they'll fight for the site, losing Destrian, losing Boo. It's all on to Malzy, and he's gone too. That was a force buy from OG London United, an attempt to seize back control here and now. And they have fallen flat on their faces. Ascend now at the lead, and match and series point to be played for.
And it all goes back to losing that force buy to the Marshal. This game could have been done a long time ago, but you give that little bit of wiggle room to a team like Ascend, and, well,
they're going to wiggle. They won't fold.
Oh, great. Either way, 12 to 11. CNET again. He's got no fear at this point. Instantly activating that dash. Wanting someone to face into him here. He's not going to connect the shot, and maybe there's a potential chance that he'll get picked off instead by the showstopper. Instead, he pulls out the Blade Storm, but lands absolutely nothing. A solid clear. The counter being attempted by Zeke, and although it does damage, it doesn't do enough.
Well, it looked like for a second they were rotating to the other side of the map. I think that's very much what they want Ascend to think. And they've dragged two players to rotate over there. The 2-2 setup. Gonna leave it into a pretty tough spot for Zeke. No utility left.
There.
A glowing gun, though. It's glowing for a reason. This man has had so many incredible individual rounds. Another chance here as they prime up the smoke, the stun. The push about to follow through. The wall up. Locked Starzo out. He can see the cross, but it's Zeke who's going to catch the first. Now they know he's close. They'll look to swing and punish him. The spray! Zeke somehow gets away with 3 kills. And that leaves Monster in a spot where he might be able to clutch this out.
Yeah, it's still a lot to ask. No utility to play with. Okay, a kill would get him the information that he needs, but I feel like sneaking his way through has so much more value. Trying to just catch someone off guard. Trying to almost watch someone with their back turned. I like this, though. OG London United are taking a little bit of initiative. They're going to go fighting in towards the spawn, and there's so many angles that Monster still has to check, still has to clear. He's spotted on one side, and they both peek him together. It will be OT. It will be a grind back for Ascend, but they are not going to close it in regulation.
No, they're not letting this one slip now. Time to fight in overtime on Split. And defensive side, OG London United get to start it. An operator already in the hands of Feku. This guy's looking to make a statement now with some defensive side aggression, and I'm seeing the A side is where he's going to be taking things.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Up and down his traps for now. Okay, so the trap's going to be used to contain mid. And we see a teleport back in screens for the ranged fight. Is he going to peek ramp early?
Seems like
he could with that anchor.
He's still discussing it with only seconds left on the clock. An early stun really seemed to have much impact, just almost delaying them a little bit. Maybe if they had a plan to sort of blast pack through early. Instead, though, they're just going to go running straight through. Already, it has to be the fadeaway. CNED looking to take that space, but a lot of damage in response. The wall will deny them and allow for an after plant to come through, but it's going to have to be a safe one.
They've broken the wall. Just so Ascend need to commit some more resources towards holding this. When inside a screen spotted by that boom bot, they'll be ready for that play to come through, but they're just waiting at the moment. Deathstream will have a SBC utility just came online, the fault line there to play with. They've caught Malcy. Another player coming around though, Starzo super late. They will not expect him, and Vax got them up close. A gorgeous play. 2 key points of contact that win them that round. Inside the smoke, double flanking it up from ramp. That's 13-12 and another match and series point.
Yeah, ultimately, it doesn't really matter how they get there. Sen just want to get that W on the board. We know how impactful some of these games can be. Remember, towards the end of the season, them losing out to BBL. It doesn't matter who you're playing against. It's going to be a rough match when it comes to the VCT. Christ, we've already had 2 overtime maps today. So we know that it's going to be a lengthy season, that's for sure. CNED again. Taking this early aggression, taking the space, leaving Monster as the lone defender of this A site, but they're confident this pressure is going to be coming in onto B. Both Omens almost sat back to back behind this smoke, but instead the rest of the team have fallen back into a take of mid.
Got lots of players coming up here. CNED gonna have to go huge, and I think he got a tag there. Destry in 9 HP. Just about surviving the blind a little late. It's not catching them. OG London United. I thought they were giving it up and going back. In fact, they are. They were making noise, but those steps are heard. Starzo's feeding the information. Info doesn't do a lot for you, though. Well, not when you're in Monster's position. He is stuck behind the site, waiting for these players to come, falling down into his site. 5 on the other side that he's got to take down. Already in is 1. What is that? Monster's got another. 5 goes down, and that is an absolutely unbelievable task that he's just been faced with. A Herculean performance, and Boo and FeckU have got to clutch this out to stay alive in their first series of VCT.
Talking about super signings, Monster has definitely put himself in the limelight. It's up to his teammates to try and get something done here. Boo has already got 1 on the cross. FeckU as well leaves it down to that 1 versus 1. Up close, Starzo. Is he going to take the peek through? No, he's trying to bait Boo in, trying to force him to push through, but instead Boo just waits on the edge, not expecting him to be defusing, and Starzo just about is going to get that kill over the line. Ascend will take the victory in that first match, even though it takes OT to get it done, and unfortunately for OG London United, it's not quite there just yet.
Well, they've had a good performance, I'll say that, a good debut for them here, but at the end of the day, just not enough to get it across the line. This roster of Ascend showing us what they've got up their sleeve, and it was certainly impressive. God damn it, Starzo. God damn it. Tell you what, Bala's loving that one, but I don't know. That could have been. Oh, we got a little Among Us as well. Good stuff.
What's going on?
I love CNED, man. He's so wholesome. Oh, is another? Oh, it's a blank page. We'll never know. We'll never know what was on the back of that page, though. Maybe someday we can get them to show us. An incredible performance, though, Tom. All in all, Ascend making a comeback that, well, it certainly surprised me.
Yeah, no, honestly, a really impressive performance. I think we saw the depth of the new players as well, like especially in OT. You look at the 2 highlight plays, 1 comes from Vac, 1 comes from Monster. Like, it's been enjoyable to see this new roster, and I think it's shown a lot of people why a lot of, or everyone else or the analysts or whatever, are very excited about this squad. There is a lot of talent within the team. Definitely some things that they might want to work out. I think like having an attack side that has very little utilities is still maybe a little questionable, but when you have a defense that strong, fair enough.
Well, Tom, you mentioned some of the names there, and I guess we better get to talking about them. The player of the match vote is live for you guys to go and vote on over at Esports
cool.
_EMEA. We've got Zeke and Vac as options, and of course CNED as well. Now, you could vote for CNED, but obviously he's the most overrated player in the history of Valorant.
Oh my God.
I don't think he's even been the best on any team.
Turkish fans, this is a meme about Fallen.
A meme.
Don't hurt him, please.
Yeah, do not come after me, please. I love you, CNED. So go ahead on over to @ValEsports _EMEA, where we will be crowning CNED. We'll be crowning the MVP or the player of the match after the break. It definitely won't be CNED by 98%. We're going to toss things off to a break and find out when we come back.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they offer me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up. Rise up. I want it now. I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now. I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now. I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now. I gotta rise up. It's the arrival. I came in a lead.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
And here's the 2-0 for Ascent, as they have been looking a little bit shaky and scary towards the start of that split. But you know what? We're going to talk about that just right here. As I'm back with Kaquka and Lothar, and let's start this thing up, Kaquka, by a London United, pardon, an Oglu looking absolutely phenomenal at the start of this first half.
Yeah, exactly, but it's a little bit of what we expect coming onto split. It kind of gave me the vibe of Meg onto that breeze where they pick it, knowing that the attack is not going to quietly be there, but when you get onto the defense, there's a different story. Although we saw, at least in my eyes, Ascend throwing some of the rounds that they actually could have managed to get on the attack, but they definitely not only seemed one-sided, but especially after they decided to force on that second round and they actually went for a pretty plain execute, very easy to counter on the side of Oglu. You get that momentum going that it makes it easy. And after that pause that came in from MBS, you know, they started learning when to actually freeze the round a little bit, and they managed to get those 4 rounds. Now, when they moved on to the defense, it was just something else.
To be honest, I feel like Oglu, on the micro level, had really good understanding of what is happening. They had a plan, always know they would execute, good stunts, getting control of early positions, but then Ascent just sometimes pop off with a magical play. And because of that, it's just like hard to stop Ascent players because we have seen the insane clutches from Monster. I mean, not clutches per se, but like some insane kills. Like
I mean, I would call that a clutch.
Right? It's kind of a clutch. It's not. It's like he's just holding a site alone. No one expects him to get 2, and then he gets 3 without even seeing 1. It's nuts. Like, how can you play against Ascent when they just pop off randomly?
Yeah, exactly. And following up onto that, I think that one of the reasons why Oglu's defense worked out so well is that in every single situation that those trades were coming in, they ended up with that +1. They were working better onto that aspect. So, of course, for Ascent, it was not, the brightest, but then it's still split for them. Although I have to say, and we were mentioning and talking about the composition, I don't know how long this is going to last. And I like to say, even though the flowers have bloomed, it doesn't mean that you need to stop watering the garden. So we'll see how that goes.
In general, I feel like this composition from Ascent doesn't really matter that much because they just play with 2 new players, right? So attacking side will always be more difficult because you don't have yet the playbook like practice so much like you had with the previous team, and you might have problems.
But you have the rules written down, don't you? You have the playbook, but you have your rules.
They have their rules, and there's one rule in this house, and that is called: we cannot end the night if there's no Lothar Telestrator. And this means, Lothar, you get over there, and I think there's one thing you definitely call a jet nerf that you want to show us.
Yes, so there's a jet nerf, but sometimes the jet nerf is actually a buff. So I wanted to showcase you a round where CNET pulls something absolutely amazing. That I would call this round the pivotal round. So far in this match, Ascent lost every single pistol round, including the one before this round. And this round, CNET buys a Marshall, everyone else is on shorties and classic. And here we have Zeke, of course, getting the 1 kill on the shorty. But this is the moment where I want to highlight CNET. He gets the first kill on Boo with the Marshall. He still has the jet dash. He's gonna activate it after getting this kill here. And this is the pivotal moment of the jet nerf, right? He has the jet dash activated, but when he gets the kill, he will activate the jet dash after getting the kill, which will essentially put his ability already on 1 refresh. So even though he used the jet dash to get into safety after getting the kill, he only needs 1 more to activate it again, which allows CNET to be more aggressive against Raze, who will be the last man standing. As you can see, now he again has the jet dash, and because of that, he gets another tag from the Marshall, giving 100 damage to Molsey that is standing on rafters, which allows Starks to just get the backstab. It's actually insane how he was able to basically use the nerf to his favor.
You know what? We talked a little bit about the game plan just a few seconds ago, and as we were going into the micro, we're going into the macro, we're going into the bigger picture, we're talking to Vac, the IGL of Ascent. It is a pleasure to have you here and talk a little bit about what we have just witnessed. First of all, this is your victory #1 with Ascent. How are you feeling?
Yes, actually feeling good. I was a bit stressed actually before the matches, because it was like, how to say, I mean, it's a bit more important role. And it's kind of new for me, so I wasn't going that confident. But like after the first rounds, everything, it was just easier, and everything went through perfectly, actually. So I'm really happy about it.
Sorry, talking a bit about stress, I would be very curious on your initial thoughts when you saw the agent select and you saw Fade pop up. Was it a bit of a worry in a sense of, oh, this can actually be very surprising to us, or like we just play our game easy peasy?
Actually, all I said is let's play confident, hit the headshots, and maybe focus a bit more on Fade. Actually, we practiced against Fade kind of a lot, so we kind of knew about the utility, about the reveal, about the dogs, for example. So we went into the icebox pretty confidently, and I think it was pretty easy.
When we're talking about Split real quick, I mean, your first half obviously didn't look too great, right? It was, you had a bit of problems here and there. If you would pinpoint it to a few things that caused the issues on Split on the first half, what would it be in your eyes?
Actually, we were overthinking a bit. We should have played a bit more simple and easier. I mean, we had the strategy and like we had the plans, and then we made our own changing. And then, yeah, so basically what happened, we just decided to play more simple, and then we started winning rounds. So I think that's basically it.
One final question, because I'm sure Lothar wants to know. On Icebox, you somehow do not decide to pick the Jet, right? You put CNET on the Reyna. What is the reasoning for doing that on such a map where Jet was always so damn popular?
I think it's just because because the Jet nerf. In my opinion, Reyna is really good instead of Jet to replace it because you can always hit the shot and dismiss, from even harder situations. So I think Reyna is probably one of the best duelists to exchange, for example, to replace Jet. So I think that's basically it. I think Reyna and Chamber are the most strongest duelists in my opinion. So and CNET feeling pretty comfortable on Reyna, so we just said why not, and we're doing pretty well with it. So it's just that actually.
Easy as that. Well, thank you very much for your time. It was a big pleasure. Thank you very much. And you know what? Enjoy your victory. That 2-0 was well deserved. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. Well, Lothar, who would have said that someone is a very, very good duelist and has to play nothing else than Reyna? And you know what? We have our player of the match. And that player of the match, of course, who could have guessed it otherwise, is nobody else than Zeke. It is not CNET, right?
Oh, look at that.
I was teasing you here. It was all like, yeah, that's got to be CNET. But it is Zeke. That is actually well-deserved, Kaquka.
Yeah, completely. I totally agree. The performance that he pulled up today, it's not only, we know that CNET is going to perform. That is like bread and butter of Ascent. So really looking forward to all the changes, how he has adapted, and he has also gone back to the agents that he always played.
You know what? I mean, it looked like a very promising, a very decent Ascent. But you know what? This was just day one. There's a thing after Friday called Saturday, and we're taking a look what we got ready over there. And this is Fnatic versus FPX, the rematch that we all want to see, because Fnatic definitely didn't like that 13-0 that they had to witness. But obviously, the best match for me on that day is Liquid versus Big. Who could have guessed? But I can tell you one thing, the Saturday is going to be quite amazing, particularly Lothar, right? That Fnatic versus FPX game is going to be a banger for sure.
And also, this is the new face of Fnatic with 2 new players, and I'm just hoping that Boaster is able to already shape the team, because that's always what I expect from Fnatic, to be that structured team that I always enjoy to watch.
Yeah, changes on Fnatic, changes also on Big. I don't know how happy you're going to be that Guppy is...
All right, good. That was enough from the dad jokes for the moment. Thankfully, we're switching off to a region where there is no Lothar. And that is going to... I'm sorry.
That was mean.
There's no dad over there. It's going to be North America. I mean, Bala is a dad, but he likes Fortnite. Anyway, it's going to be the Guard versus 100 Thieves, 10 p.m. CEST over on twitch.tv/VALORANT. And it was a pleasure. It was an amazing evening. This was just the first day, one of the, let's say, the first weekend of this wonderful VCT EMEA Stage 2. And you know what? For now, there's nothing else than to say goodbye. But don't worry, we're going to be back with you tomorrow. There's a lot more action coming tomorrow and even on Sunday. So you better set your alarm clocks. 4 p.m. We're going to be with you tomorrow again. So see you guys.
Can't stop me now. You 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 can't stop me now.
Dare to challenge yourself. Who's next?
I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now and I ain't never gonna back down. I am the regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions. So I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they off of me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gonna back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my